streaming. And there's probably going to be a time before... Waiting. All of this is probably going to be recorded anyway, but it doesn't matter.
There it goes.
See, I don't even see it yet, and you probably see it already.
Yeah, I can see it live on my second monitor.
Okay, here we go. Now I see it live. Perfect. Welcome, everybody, to the Get It Off Your Chest BTR Sunday episode. Get It Off Your Chest Sunday. It is great to be here with hero Alchemy, and you've been here from the very beginning of these streams, and I'm so happy that you're joining us here today. How did you come across these streams in the first place before we get to whatever you had problems with this week?
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here, man. I found out about this through my buddy Gio. Gio's an acquaintance of mine because I know him from an art guild that we're both technically a part of. Him more so than me because I never post my art because I'm like way outclassed by the guys in there. But I wanted to come on and see what he was going to be talking about, and I just found what you're doing really interesting. I have a background in being I was a chapter president for a Young Americans for Liberty chapter at my college for like 3 years, and I did nothing but like host debates and discussions for like forever, and all types of crazy people came in. So when I saw that you guys were doing this just really spoke to me.
What kind of debates do you guys have?
Oh God, everything. I started around 2016 with that. So, you know, every crazy thing was going on with that. We had stuff with Count Dankula. We had stuff with Trump going on. We had different kinds of like riots and protests throughout the United States. There was Black Lives Matter. There was the free speech discussion. There were like people getting banned from campuses, just kind of went all over the place.
And would you say you had a transformation since you first went to school till now, and what prompted that transformation?
Oh God, yeah, I definitely had a transformation. I started off with like really straightforward libertarian, close to like ANCAP values, and now I'm I would say fairly far right nationalist type person. What kind of prompted that was probably just being in art history classes. It's the funniest thing. I would go to these art history classes, and professors would be talking to you about like, oh, here's these beautiful buildings that these architects made from the past, or like here's these beautiful paintings that people made, or these posters and stuff like that. And I'd be sitting there going like, wow, these are really cool. And the professors would be talking about they're problematic because these new things are so much better because this. And I'd be sitting there in like horror, looking at like how I'd be thinking of like something like the Antwerp Port House, where it's like this beautiful old building just completely destroyed by this gross modern futuristic blob plopped right on top of it. And I'd be sitting there going like, oh my God, that's horrific. How could they do that? And like the rest of the class would be like really, cheering it on. And that it shocked me so hard that it kind of pushed me a little further than I probably should have gone.
Well, could you define what exactly they were pointing at, the teachers and the students, as this old architecture either not being relevant anymore or somehow being harmful?
Sure. Basically they it's an art class. They would talk about like esoteric values that they couldn't really communicate because professors, but it was more so just like what values that it communicated, that like, oh, well, you see, these old forms don't really dictate that this is a port house. This new futuristic building addition onto it that vaguely looks boat-like, that indicates that this is a port house. Therefore, it has more value. Or like, therefore, it's not tied to like Europe's old racist history. It's like updated.
That's interesting. I mean, you've probably seen a lot of those threads that were posted on 4chan and whatnot. I know Paul Joseph Watson loves doing videos about this. Yeah. It's a favorite subject of his, where he compares the old architecture to what's new. And a lot of these things, though, like, I didn't see that much of a port house being a port house. I did see the equivalent, though, of just pure chaos for the sake of chaos, just having things be spread all over the place without any meaning to them. And I don't remember who the person's name was. He wrote a book called Beauty. I could look that up later. And he talked about how this is very destructive to people just going about their daily regimen in the city, having to walk through these things that somehow, like, to me as a New Yorker, I feel it when I see that building, the one that looks like a fish skeleton. in
Right,
the
right.
World Trade Center. Like, it's interesting to look at, but there's something a little bit dark about it. You know, there's something a bit alien-like. It's as if it's an alien spaceship, and I'm talking about the Oculus, by the way, for people who don't know. It's like an alien spaceship landed in New York City, and people are just okay with it.
Yeah, yeah, totally. It's weird, right? Because I mean, they're kind of pretty in their own right. They're interesting to look at. They're very unique. They're structurally interesting, but you see them as like, blobs or like sculptures. You don't see them necessarily as like something you would want to walk into or live in or work in or do anything like that. They lack like a consistency or like a tie to the past. They lack any like, you know, substance or structure. They're not like tied to anything. They're just like new entities that have kind of come into existence, and they're not structural buildings that have like all of this beautiful detail and architecture that is tied to history, like a huge history of just cultural traditions and architectural what do you call it, like movements.
Well, I'm curious what Exile Judge, thank you for joining us tonight. I'm curious what you think of this, because the way that we're going to be doing these streams is whoever talks about a particular complaint or something that happened to them, once someone new comes into it, I would love to get their input on the discussion. So we were just talking about classical architecture versus modern. What is your hot take?
Oh, okay. Well, my hot take is this is really on the spot because I'm like looking at my Twitter TL, like with America on fire. But
we'll get to that,
what, dude. If there's a hot take, is burning really bad modern architecture? Maybe I don't know. Modern architecture. Let's see. I'd say it's just like anything other cultural products. It's like 90% of it, I guess, is terrible, and then like 10% of it's it's really cool. All right. I think right now I think futurists are gonna second guess having all these fucking windowed storefronts that are, you ever notice this, like the whole new storefront designs where it's all just window, like even the doors are.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I could only guess they're gonna have to change that in some way, like where you mean like Adidas, Apple stores are all windows. Either that, or they're just gonna just make it kind of like a default setting of having every glass storefront is gonna have those metal sliding doors. Eventually.
Well, during before World War II, there was a Kristallnacht in Germany, and I think wasn't that known because all the windows are broken. So we have these conflicts, we solve them. I mean, now is a good time as any to transition into this discussion of what's happening right now with this conflict. How do we balance order and chaos? How do we handle severity and mercy? So, Hero, go first. I'm curious about your take, and then we'll go to Exile Judge.
Oh, you're not going to like my take. I am currently not very sympathetic to the protests and rioters. I was sympathetic to the protesters in the beginning because, nobody likes to see brutality, especially when it's unwarranted. But I feel like the whole country was kind of on the same side with that. Even it went straight up to the president, and the president was like, hey, I don't like this, look into this, like whatever that's worth. Even the fact that it went all the way up there is, I think, proof enough that everybody was more or less on the same page. The fact that they took that and decided that this was the one that they needed to burn down every major US city just kind of has me lose all sympathy for them. I saw that video last night. It like shook me to my core of that poor guy getting trampled and beaten like nearly to death. I thank Christ he's okay, but I've been seeing things like that. I've been seeing too much stuff. I live in a major city. I'm in Silicon Valley. It's I've been seeing a ton of stuff. You live around that a lot. I live around a lot of stuff going bad all the time. This is just like the next level, and it breaks my heart to see this going on like throughout every major city in this country. I want order restored like almost immediately. I think we should send in National Guard, almost I would say even send in the military. I just want order restored as soon as possible. This has gotten way out of hand.
And Judge, you've been in the military, so I'm curious about your perspective on what's going on.
Well, I'm glad I never had to do something like riot control. Let's put it that way. But I did live. I got my first-hand experiences living in Koreatown during the LA riots back in '92, and I was like 5 years old then. I had no idea what was going on. My parents were just like in the fear for their lives and told me this like not to go inside. And then I remember staying up all night for the first night of the riots, and it was I remember staying. I was like one of my earliest memories was staying up all night during the first night of the riots because like people didn't there's like it's like Ardmore Avenue is an avenue full of apartment buildings, and if you didn't have your car secured inside one of those garages at the apartments, like people were setting the cars on fire. And I mean it was kind of, it's weird because in hindsight, my parents don't like talking about it. It was a dark time for a lot of folks because like Koreans then were much more they were much less a money class maybe compared to now, but it's like it was like Koreans were sort of taking the place of like Jewish white merchants that kind of fled LA's that the areas within that community, owning all the liquor stores and businesses there. So by that perspective, they were all like, it was it destroyed, it almost destroyed the community, but it didn't. I mean it's weird now when you look at Koreatown might be kind of crazy right now, but compared to this, like the destruction back then and to what it is now, I mean, I don't know. I just kind of have a dissociated feeling about it.
Well, you're seeing it escalate, though.
I'm seeing it escalate. I was actually almost walking distance at a friend's house. My friend and I, we decided to just have a barbecue and watch the protests escalate to riots, just on live television. And it's weird, like how everything has become much more of a spectacle than it is like. I just can't say it's too crazy. I mean, yeah. I mean, we're seeing things getting set on fire actively on TV, but it's like it's weird because like I was walking distance away and I'm just kind of watching it on TV, just like sipping beer, and and it doesn't. I don't even feel like unsafe from it. It's just kind of like, I mean, I was more worried about making sure I had to go back home on curfew on time because. They announced 8 p.m. curfew throughout LA County over all this, and I was just like, shit, should probably head back ASAP.
So you're West Coast too, huh? Yeah, nice, man.
I'm the only one who's East Coast here. Although we are going to have some people who are on the East Coast later on. We're going to have Kimberly Coulter, who is Ann Coulter's niece, and we're going to have her husband, Tim Napier, coming on. And they have very interesting takes on what's going on as well. But here in New York City, like I'm in Brooklyn right now, I'm in Sheepshead Bay. It's relatively quiet, like I'm not hearing even any alarms go off. But my friends who are in the East Village, they were witnessing the things that were going down yesterday in Union Square. And I guess everybody forgot about the coronavirus. I mean, that's another thing where I'm curious about how many people are now going to get reinfected from this, or if this is all just like completely behind us and this whole thing with the corona died down long ago.
That's the real winner. That is the real winner, Corona-chan. So
I mean, if they get infected, it might stop them sooner.
I mean, well, I think the rioting will only. I think it's too little, too late now. I mean, they're all like all masked up and. They've exposed themselves to each other. They're all breathing in with all this, like, breathing heavily because they're running away from cops or, throwing Molotovs or some shit. So, yeah, I mean, we're gonna see that curve go shoot right back up after all this. I mean,
yeah.
And I just wanted to say, like, yeah, I mean, people, you have people with more authoritarian tendencies believing, maybe, or if you're on, like, you're more leftist and, like, totally worried about, like, some kind of military coup. I mean, I don't think it's not gonna happen, like, in the way people are gonna think. But I mean, I don't know how unprecedented this race riot really is, because it just seemed like we had that going on like every other year. I mean, people thought like, oh, things are gonna get crazy with Ferguson, or things are gonna get crazy with. I don't know. I think, to be honest, it's just, it seems like we have this every other year at this point. So.
Well, do we have it much more though during an election year? Rather than like in 2016, I remember things were heating up as well. And 17, see, my memory's foggy now. Was there anything going on in 2017, 18, 19?
Okay, well, think about the 1968 Democratic riots and the Democratic Convention riots back in 1968. And Nixon won again. Nixon won that one because I think the American left at that time decided to have a complete divorce with the electoral process because they were, like those young hippie kids who later became, probably Biden voting Democrats.
Well, isn't that the case, though, that the generations who actually go out into the streets, they're not the ones who end up voting? It's usually the seniors, the boomers, who are scared of what's going on. They're the ones who end up going to the voting room. And of course, they're going to be voting for law and order. And we have another guest joining us. We got Bronx Johnny. Welcome, Johnny. It's great to see you.
Hey, buddy.
So I met Johnny at the festival called Skankfest, and it is quite an amazing festival. All my favorite comics were there, and I met him at the bar. And I mean, dude, what could I say? You are an amazing guy. I love your show,
Okay.
and thank you so much for joining us. We were just talking about what's going on right now with these riots and what the solution could be, and whether it's happening much more during the election year. One thing that I'm going to get into later on when we have Tim Napier and Kimberly Coulter over here is Tim thinks, and I'm kind of with him here, that there are a lot of other foreign influences that are playing a role in fomenting a lot of these riots. But I'm curious what you think.
I know there's been pictures recently, like, of undercover police agents with they wear like a white band on the left, and they have their vests on. They said the guy in Minneapolis that started the Target riot was a cop. It was all like, white dude, all masked up, broke glass. So there's pictures out there. I don't always believe what I see, but it's credible. Like, everybody keeps saying how organized these riots are, but it's also a lot of people that are frustrated. Like, this is not the first time this happens. It's not gonna be the last. There's a lot of people that are fed up, and that's what happens when you don't have a voice. You don't feel like you're being heard. Riots happen and shit. I'm not saying they're right, but that's what happens.
As far as not having a voice, I always like comparing one country to all the other countries and just putting things on a list. So as far as corruption, we know that a country like Sweden or Denmark or Norway, much less corrupt than the United States, and Russia, much more corrupt than the United States. So when it comes to, like the Human Freedom Index or whatever you want to call it, I'm not sure that America is down low that much. I mean, relative to the size of America, just how much money and how much influence it has in the world, of course, I'd expect there to be a lot of bad actors that do a lot of corruption and, do a lot of injustice. But again, in comparison to what other system could we have with a country this big that would prevent that from happening? That's always what I have to lean on when it comes to choosing the best out of the worst. But I'm curious what you guys think. I mean, everybody here is from America. What do you guys think of America in general in comparison to the other places, and where do you think we can improve? Let's start with Hero.
I mean, first I would just want to say, I think, Lev, I think you're trying to put this into perspective on something that's on a much more emotional level, like whether or not we have this much freedom or this much representation as we do, which I think we do. These rioters and protesters probably don't feel like that. The second thing I want to say is I think we should need to make, or at least what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a distinction between the rioters and the protesters. I think the protesters are out, they're angry, they feel unheard, they feel like they're not being listened to. I think the rioters are opportunistic anarchists. Just they've been sitting there waiting for like years and years to go out and lash out and wreak havoc like this. Some of it might be organized from foreign forces. A lot of it, I think, is just anarchist thugs that have been sitting here for a while. In terms of what do I think about America, it's definitely the most preferable system out there. I mean, I'm a nationalist, so I'm going to support it regardless of how much I like it or not. I can't see another system out there right now that I would rather have, and I'm glad, you know, to have a voice that can be at least heard in some degree.
And Exile Judge.
It's kind of weird, spotty right now. I mean, I'd say I'm a nationalist too, so I'm just gonna just say hope. Like, I really don't want an occurrence where there's a civil war more than say, if there was a choice between something escalating towards a very bloody civil war compared to just say an authoritarian lockdown, like across the board. I mean, I'm gonna choose the latter, of course, because it's like a but besides that, I mean, I don't know. I just it's kind of out of my hands. Society's very hard to control, regardless of trying to impose whatever system you believe in.
Johnny, what do you think? And by the way, because my brain is fried today from dealing with a lot of this technological problem, I forgot to mention the name of your podcast, which is High Society Radio. Go sign up right now, gasdigital.com, High Society Radio. Amazing podcast. So
appreciate. I should have plugged it too. That's on me. Thank you though. Yeah, actually, I agree with Hero's point where there is a difference between protesters and rioters. That is an excellent point on that. So shout out to him for that. It was a good point.
Thanks, man.
I don't know if we're gonna have a civil war, because everybody's been saying that lately. I hope not. I hope once they arrest the 4 officers involved, it works out. But you're never gonna get like justice, because you can't even charge the officers with murder. The reason you can't charge with murder, they'll never convict with that.
Wait, but wasn't the officer just charged with murder right now? Like the guy who
Then he got manslaughter 3. You can't charge. Yeah. You can't charge that, so that is what that is. Like, you'll never convict a cop on an actual murder, I don't think.
Well, what were the incidents where cops were convicted for murder, and it was plainly clear? I'm curious about that. But also as far as, and I know that this whole thing was a great injustice, so it doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things, but as far as what the autopsy showed, it did not show that the actual knee was the cause of the death. And again, doesn't matter. I mean, right now people are protesting and people want justice, so it's still a horrible thing that this guy did. So I'm not excusing it by any means. But if we're talking about like technical, legalistic bullshit, you know, like we would still have to see things through to the end. And when passions are inflamed like this, it seems like it's not the first time. Like there was that incident in Central Park with that the Karen and that black dude who wanted to wait, what was happening there? He wanted
Birdwatcher.
The Birdwatcher, exactly.
Wearing a basketball helmet.
And then we had an incident right before that with that guy who was in the construction site. So it seems like it didn't just occur from nothing. We had certain incidents that were in the news, like one after the other, that were sort of around the same theme. And I'm curious what you guys think about that. Like, is there any desire to stoke these tensions? Like they were talking earlier, I remember, about there being white supremacists who were the ones who were doing the rioting and the looting, even though, frankly, I didn't see anything of the sort.
I'll tell you right now that happened because rioters, like, you know, more left-wing rioters were marching in Atlanta, and I'm sure CNN was worried about all their other buildings in like their corresponding cities, but like in Atlanta it was vandalized, wrecked. I mean, I think some were there just to cause some damage, but then I mean, leftists were definitely, you know, still have a bone to pick with CNN because at the end of the day, they're still like neocon apologists, even though they say they hate Trump and all that.
That's true.
And so they had to pull that out of their ass about like saying, "Oh, this, like, you know, white supremacists were targeting us over all this shit." I mean, it's a fucking terrible joke, but so yeah, I mean, I think that's the main reason why is they have to explain themselves why these like radical left-wing extremists that would probably call themselves Antifa, which is problematic in itself. But I'll expand on that later. But you know, the CNN guys, you know, they're trying to justify, like, rationalize in their minds why why people were hating on them and, like, you know, throwing bricks at their windows.
I also think that a lot of them want to calm things down as much as possible, so I wonder if talking about there being white supremacists there instead of the people who are actually committing it, like Antifa and, a lot of these black dudes who are, yes, exactly, who are dissatisfied with the way things are. Like, if they're leveraging it on white supremacists, to me it almost seems like they're trying to calm things down and trying to make the protests look much more unappealing, because you wouldn't want to be found together with a white supremacist. So I wonder if it is kind of like their damage control.
It's a joke. It's a pathetic joke. I mean, everyone's reaction to this is kind of like, oh, actually, I don't know anyone sincerely thinking these are white supremacist causes. Well, I mean, some would say there's undercover cops, but I don't know anyone who's really thinking, people, white nationalists are coming out there burning down Target.
I know a few people.
I mean, there's a few. I'm sure there's like a few wignats that they're cheering it on, but they're not actually like the ones.
The accelerationists, the ones who want everything to burn down. I mean, I don't consider myself an accelerationist at all. Like, I'm a decelerationist. I actually want to have these kind of meetings where we bring in people who, let's say, work for the New Yorker, or, people who are in the side that rarely communicates with all of these people on Twitter who are having the discussions that we're having right now. It's a very closed bubble, it seems to me, unfortunately. Like the people who, like the NPR listening, God love them, liberal intelligentsia people on the coast. I just think that, a lot of them, they have a good heart. They care about their family, they care about the well-being of others, but I think that they're missing certain parts of the conversation which would help out in the long term. I don't know. What do you guys think?
In terms of like what Exile was talking about, or are you talking about like what these people think, or like what they're missing?
I'm talking about if there's a way that we can connect these very different circles together, because I don't like the fact that there is so much distance between them, because I happen to have my my 2 feet in both camps, where I'm online a lot, and at the same time, I'm the chair of the Art and Tech Committee at the National Arts Club. So I get to meet a lot of people who are in that world, like who are, who never go on the kind of Twitter sphere places that you guys go to. They never go to 4chan. They barely know what a meme is, but I think that it's good to reach out to them and to see if something good can happen.
Yeah, I mean, reaching out's a really good step. I would say that I think they're not engaged in a lot of this stuff, and I think something that is going to fix that is honestly more events like the coronavirus happening. I think part of the problem, and it's hard to call it a problem because obviously they need to do it. They're going to their jobs, they're focused on their family life, they're focused on, the economy, on accruing wealth, on doing their job, on what's going on immediately around them. They're not taking the time to think about, like anything past what the news tells them, what the teachers tell them, what their professors tell them, what a lot of the big mainstream news does is they summarize what's going on social media, give their take on it, and then spew it out there, and then people just hear that. I think they don't really have either enough time or enough of a will to listen to it past that, because they're too busy with like everyday modern life.
Definitely.
I would say that's where the problem is. Me, on the other hand, I'm some, armchair weeb who stays at home and gets angry because nobody thinks like I do over here. Sure. So I go on and I intentionally look for things that I can see, like, are other people just as crazy as me? Are other people just as mad about this as me? So I go out and look for that. And, I find people like you guys, or like Gio, or any of the other people on the Twitter sphere that I'm in with. But, that's not a normal thing for people to do.
No, I agree. And Johnny, how about you? I mean, you are part of high society radio, so you are in a high society, but it's different from the Burning Man attending high society that I'm talking about. Which again, like I love them. Like they're great people. Yeah. They're very creative. They're very fun to hang out with. But I want to reach out to them. And what has been your experience living in New York City? I don't know, how long have you been living in New York City for, or around the boroughs?
moved out when I was 3, came back when I was 5. So basically, my whole life. I'll say my whole life. The thing is, like, trying to reach out and shit. It's weird because the world's a lot smaller now because of social media. You meet a lot of people, but the thing is, people that usually converse with each other on social media are like-minded. It's very hive-minded type shit. So, like, if you want to reach out to different people, I don't know how that'd go. You'd have to find common ground. 'Cause I know you keep saying it has to be like a common. I wouldn't know what the fuck that is.
Well, we're already doing it now. Like, we had an episode with a gender studies professor together with Delicious Tacos, Logo Daedalus, and let's see who else. Well, we had Zero HP Lovecraft who was typing in the chat, and I was just saying what he was typing in, and it was a lot of fun. And at the end of the day, like, she messaged me, Kristen J. Jacobson, and she was very happy about the whole thing. Like, she really enjoyed it. And before that, we had a podcast about UFOs where we had ufologists on, and we had Gravantis on. Gravantis is also going to be joining us tonight at around 8 o'clock, and he's going to be talking about animation. And Gravantis comes from the Seraphim Rose persuasion. He's this Orthodox priest monk who believed that aliens are actually demons. And it was something to have the actual, like, Jim Adams there. And Jim Adams is he's the former deputy chief technologist of NASA. So we had Jim Adams on with Gravantis, who's coming at this alien demon perspective, and people who are talking about UFO technology. And he had a lot of fun. And we were able to merge these two worlds.
Dope, actually. That sounds pretty cool.
It is. So, like, I think that there's a big potential for it. Yes. No, we all had a lot of fun. And that's the thing. Like, I'm not finding doing these streams, even though I would say the anarcho-primitivist versus, what was it, a transhumanist stream. Like, that one was nuts. It was so wild because, I mean, you've seen it, right?
You couldn't hear me, but when I was watching that, I was raging. It was upsetting me so much. I don't get along with transhumanists at all. It infuriates me sometimes listening to them. That was an amazing stream, by the way, though.
Well, it was. Well, how would you describe it for the people who haven't watched it yet? What was the discourse going on that was making you rage so much?
Oh God. Well, one of the things that was funny was the entire chat just screaming Sunny over and over again. That was pretty funny. But the discourse was a lot of what sounded like to me hopeful objectivists talking about, like, oh, well, we can, like, use technology to make everyone happy, and like we can, like, simulate the perfect, like, primitive environment for you to, like, exist in, so you can go back and return to tradition like you want. We just need to smash society into the wall and keep going forward with progress until we get there. That to me, that was the summation. That's my own biased take on it.
Well, Johnny, how about you? Where do you stand on the whole anarcho-primitivist, by which, like, for example, I mean someone like Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber? Like, he was not a big fan of technology. He thought it was going to lead to slavery. I mean, the jury's still out, but where's
shit? I do usually my 9 to 5 is manual labor type shit. I work at a high school, but I do more, So I am kind of scared, like, when you see, like, exoskeletons in some parts of the world doing shit. Like, people wear them and fine, but I'm like, yo, you fucking learn how to program it where it could do it on its own. You're not gonna need the human being inside of that shit. There goes the job. I look at it as like in medicine, I don't have a problem with it as long as it benefits patients and shit. That's awesome. Like, when they make strides in that kind of technology, great. But like when you start weaponizing shit, like in robotics, like with drones, I don't recall having that many drones back in the day. So all of a sudden, Obama has like a whole fleet of that shit. Launch them out, they go crazy, and you have robots doing our killing, and then you're gonna have them doing our jobs. And at the end of the day, the AI gets smart enough, we won't fucking be needed. So it's some scary shit. I'm not a big fan on having machines do shit for me.
Do both of you guys agree? Anybody disagree?
Wait, what do you mean in terms of?
In terms of Johnny's prediction.
I think AI consciousness would be really hard, but I see. But I mean, again, I'm a big fan of Ted Kaczynski, so. but he's actually more of a neo-Luddite. He doesn't. I mean, like, there's more different. Like, there's a much more nuanced belief in anarcho-primitivism. I mean, I'm probably gonna, like, die in survive in like some primitivist world.
I'm not an-prim either.
But the thing is, I think you know, like how industrial civilization is today. It's like we're both very interdependent, interconnected in terms of dependency of how you know food gets to our fucking grocery stores today, but we're also very much alienated. And it kind of there is like Karl Marx was kind of right in about how he writes about the theory of alienation of labor. Well, in terms of that, we are also just alienated from not only from labor but from now, like socially. I think I don't know, like I forgot, like most people, if they live in an apartment, they don't know the people living on their floor. I mean, I know people like you guys. I'm chatting with you guys all over the internet, or interacting with all kinds of people on Twitter, but I don't know, I can't name most of the people on my floor, on the apartment floor, and like weird things like that. And yeah, I think, you know, technology itself. There's also a side of that where you don't know, like producing products. You're also alienated from pollution, but that all goes into degrees. But I think technically, like the only solution to what Ted Kaczynski wanted is basically a fucking nuclear war, and then we all kind of just, like, society all breaks down, and we go back to something more localized, tribal, truly again. But like you have to end electricity use. So many people will have to die.
Well, nuclear war or a pole shift. Or, we have the Graham-Hancock hypothesis that 11,000 years ago a meteor struck the Earth and it created a cataclysm that wiped out most of the coastal civilizations, and the survivors had to start over again. And that's how, when we look at the ancient Egyptians... Yeah, and the Göbekli Tepe that they recently discovered, which they still don't know, like, how old this thing is. They're estimating it to be around, like, I don't remember, I'll look it up later. But the point is that these things are really old, and they talk about a very technologically advanced understanding of the cosmos, where they were able to have calendars. Like, look at the Mayans, for example. They had calendars that could span, like, galactic time, like how much it would take for, the galaxy to spin around, or the precession of the equinoxes when the Earth is at a tilt, how much it takes, like, 25,000 years for the Earth to go through all the constellations of the zodiac. Like, that's the kind of time that these people were interested in. And to me, that shows me that they actually care about not just the here and now, which is why I'm kind of a believer in reincarnation, where they care about, like, the entirety. Like, what can we do that's going to suffice for much longer periods of time, for eons? And that's also kind of missing today.
It should be noted that the Industrial Revolution is kind of unprecedented though, because maybe it, like, factories, maybe it wasn't the first factories, like the first factories weren't happening then, but due to both like social circumstances and technological circumstances, you also ended up with people who started to produce electricity, and in terms of, like, accelerationist resource demand, we went from coal then to oil, and I don't think there is any precedent where we have masses of society so dependent on fossil fuels to just consume. I'm sure there were greater civilizations in the past that had very advanced and pretty wild technological developments, but the thing is, like, since the Industrial Revolution, like, humanity has grown, population-wise grown exponentially, and we're all consumers of electricity now, which I don't think is really precedented before.
You could have ended it at we're all consumers, but yeah.
But I mean, there is that unspoken problem where we do have limited resources, and can things collapse in that regard? Like, where are we gonna, like, eventually we are gonna have to, we might run out of things, or societies en masse will have to rationalize going to war over things like that.
I mean, the question is, in what way do you want to organize society on that, right? Because you can organize society to prioritize certain things so that your weak spots where you're running out of like supplies or food or energy, or which area do you want to focus on, and which one are you more okay with sacrificing? I think is a good question.
I think America won't run out of food.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we have a capital.
Have corn forever.
Yeah, well, the kind of food that we do have, though, results in a lot more laggard people who are sitting around hopped up on oxycodone. So that is also the image that people have of Americans. Like on 4chan, people like posting the meme of Amerisharts, as they call it, where it's like a Pepe the Frog who's in Walmart and his butt just is all like crusty with like, ass stains on it. But he's looking back at the viewer who's looking at him proudly, as if I'm a fucking American. This is what I'm all about. So, yeah, I mean, people would contrast that to the idea of there being like a Satya Yuga, like a golden age way back when, where people would have had, for example, like people would have had psychic powers, Like imagine if we lived in a world where not that many people were there and we could read each other's thoughts. It would be a much different place than now when it comes to a lot of the lying, deception, and things that keep us in this controlled state. But I also wanted to bring up some comments, which I was not reading before. So we have from Bulat Usmanov. I said that in my Russian way. So he says, if no one says that looting Target is based in the span of 5 minutes, this stream is sponsored by the CIA.
No, it is not base. That was horrific behavior. I can't believe that they did that. I was actually really appalled by it. CIA can send me a check right now. It's cool. Yeah.
And then he says, don't you dare not propose at least one conspiracy theory. And the one that he was talking about here was mention that the guy who did Floyd's autopsy is the same guy that did Epstein's autopsy. It's a fact.
Oh, shit.
Google it if you want to. Whoa.
Wait, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, check that out, please. I'm curious about that. And then we have from Nicotine Gaming, how are you, Dylan? It's great to see you, buddy. AI police could be safer than human police. In Singapore, they are using the Boston Dynamics big dog in parks to break people up who are violating social distancing. At first, this seemed scary, but then I realized these drones have no emotions. They don't get angry and assault people.
Well, in terms of, I don't know. Well, okay. There's one thing about you're also going to have to master like complex movement with these robots. That's why drones just, all they do is fly and shoot missiles, right? So, imagine trying to make, I don't know, people have these weird fantasies about, okay, in the future we'll just have a robot cops that'll arrest people or, get things done. No, you're still gonna need to manhandle people. You're still gonna need to manhandle criminals trying to resist arrest and all that shit. So I'm just kind of I really don't get the optimistic thinking like technology is gonna solve all the problems. It's probably just gonna open a new can of worms. I mean, the only thing I'm kind of excited for, not excited maybe. I mean, I don't know if excited is the right word, but the most interesting technological advancement right now is genetic engineering. Like, humans are now, they have their own, I don't say, they have now the torch, the means to choose their destiny in terms of, evolutionary advancement. But that's, that gets more questionable about, like, are we going to be human anymore after? But yeah, in terms of...
Dylan also added, by the way, the drone cops don't need to defend their own lives.
Yeah, but then how are you able to arrest people? I mean, it's like, how are they, like, in terms of
just like a hugging robot, just something that just takes you, puts you in some goo,
We already had like AI policing. It was like those fucking red light camera tickets that we were supposed to all use with, but now, I mean, like I think the courts have like in LA they banned the red light camera tickets, but I mean, look at how much of a mess that's been in terms of like policing people or complaining like, well, I'm supposed to be I got this ticket and then all it did was incentivize like people like the traffic lights to basically like screw around with the yellow, the yellow sign timing, and also incentivize governments to just rig the traffic light to, kind of promote ticketing. And you have that situation where people are now being ticketed by these automated machines, and being demanded to pay up, or you can't fucking drive your car anymore.
That is a pretty big concern.
So as far as the conspiracy theory goes, Michael Baden was present at both of those autopsies, but I don't think he performed the one on Epstein. It was a Barbara.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how many.
Barbara Sampson. It's different. Like, I think he's just a casual observer at this point. I think he was retired. I know the name. He's in a lot of big cases, but I think they just bring him in to observe. He doesn't actually do them.
Interesting. But the point that you were bringing up, Judge, I think it is an important one. Like, you remember that Norman Rockwell painting with that kid with the police officer, like they're sipping some soda or something? Like, that's...
I like that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, that's the image of, like, nice Mr. Cop. And I understand that, obviously, for people, like back in the day, like for black people, that was not the case, but there's so many things to unpack there, as far as Thomas Sowell wrote about single motherhood being a blight on the black community, and how this is still being perpetuated today. I mean, I don't know what you guys think. This is kind of a crazy idea, but for kids who are like growing up in those communities and they don't have a father, would it make sense to get them, like at the age of 3 or 4, somewhere where they would be able to have a guardian, like in some kind of a big teaching institution, like have multiple guardians, kind of like the Spartans did, and just raise them right, like raise them with morals and build their character up, and I don't know, just so they're not living in this hellish environment.
Yeah, you got to trust humanity to do that, though. Like, Catholic Church has been doing that for ages, and they've been molesting the shit out of kids. So you got to really balance that out, Chief.
That's a good point. Well, it's kind of like, which one are you going to choose? Like, are you just going to choose the families haven't been broken up, we're not going to do anything about it, like we're just going to keep it the way it is? Or would we, let's say, understand that, like with any of these organizations, there's going to be some mischief going on, but on the other hand, there's still going to be enough people that could kind of like get a community into a better shape than they were before, so that in the future we wouldn't even need that system anyway?
Well, back in the day, it was more we had the police athletic league. I don't know if it's still around.
It's still around, yeah. Actually, Jules and I went to one of their luncheons, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It's pretty nice.
Oh.
Tony Danza was one of the speakers.
Oh, Tony's a fucking man. He's fucking dope. But no, yeah, you have outreach programs, but the shit is too, like, kids are so like inside now. You don't see kids out as much anymore. Like they on fucking video games and social media and shit. They don't go out as much.
Well, I wonder if that's also a saving grace in a certain way, even though, like, I'm not a fan of these kids not being able to be educated, but at least if they're playing video games, they're not going to be out running with gangs, or are the two not, like, mutually exclusive?
No, that's not always the thing. Like, I got a lot of kids. I work in high school, like I said. I got kids that are, like, in a 2K league. They stick together and shit. They're not in the fucking gangs. Like, gangs find you. That's what they do. They fucking patrol schools and shit, wait for the kids to come out, and they recruit them out of there. Kids don't go looking for gangs.
There we go. So schools are the problem. We don't need schools.
I didn't say that. I still get a paycheck. I didn't say that. But no, yeah, like, it depends the neighborhood you grow up into. Like, I don't live in the it's not the worst neighborhood in the world. It's not the best. It's a working class neighborhood, but we still got, like, a crime element out here. And you got people outside, they just wait on these kids. They know there's nobody home and shit, like, oh, hey, you want to try some fucking weed or some shit? That happens. That happens in the fucking burbs, too. That happens anywhere. There are people that fucking prey on children. And not just sexual. Like, just sometimes they want to just get them into shit.
Definitely. Groomers. I guess you could also apply that to the gangs as well. There was that recent meme that was going on the internet. Like, Hero, how would you describe the groomer meme?
The groomer meme? I mean, there's a lot of applications for it. It's just anything that's like, what do you call it? I don't know. I don't think I'm the most qualified to talk about it, but I'd say, like, anything that, like, preying on people that are young. It's not even kids. Sometimes it's just like young adults, just like anything that's preying on people that are young. You can see like, you know, e-girls or, you know, gangs or like anything like that. Anything that's just preying on people that are young, people just spam groomer at them. It's really funny.
Interesting. And the Exiled Judge, any thoughts on the groomer meme?
I just stay away from it, like with a 50-foot pole with these kind of shit. I don't want to talk about it. Like, I just see a lot of drama with that. So that's I don't touch it. I don't touch it with a 50-foot pole. I don't know groomer. None of that shit. I mean, I know there's some fucking let's see here. I mean, you had a guest on it. You know, he was kind of known for that, but I just stay away from that shit.
Did he? Who?
Like a bipolar, whatever his name is. That he was like trying to groom people to take HRT or something.
Wow.
And then, like trying to turn into like and take like what do you call them? Hormone blockers or whatever.
Well, that was also a complaint I remember in England. There was a journalist who was talking about how you have these kids in these English schools that convince and prey on kids who have are autistic, you know, have certain problems with their brain. They convince them that they're actually trans, and they convince them to transition. And I have to follow up to see what that story is in detail. But that is kind of like a scary thing where we're in a relationship with this new phenomenon, almost like a naked emperor, where people are even afraid of criticizing it. So as a result, you would have people taking advantage of this lack of criticism and actually preying on kids that way. And same thing with adults too, like as far as you know, like the mom who says that her 4-year-old isn't a he but it's actually a she. How much of that is the mom as opposed to the kid?
Good point.
I mean,
I've never observed more transgendering, like, you know, weird sexual politics more than, I mean, it's almost like exponentially become visible and grown, you know, in terms of like all the transgender talk. I mean, I remember when
you think that's a case of just like so many platforms out there for it that like I'm not sure if it went on when we were young and shit, but like you can reach so many people now through YouTube and other shit.
You know, someone could point out, and this is more like a conspiracy. I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory, but observing some radical changes to our environment was over how, you know, our water supply,
like atrazine.
It's promoted both infertility, autism, possibly autism linked with autism, and also gender, I guess, you know, like medical issues in terms of like hormone problems. So, you know, more cases of both intersex births and people with gender identity disorder.
It's a mix of things, honestly. I think that in part we have an issue where we're having there's weird like chemicals and hormones in food that probably shouldn't be there and is probably causing an imbalance. There's things in the water. Testosterone in general is going down largely, but also in addition to all of that going on and plenty of other societal factors, I'm sure, we have, you know, dialogue being talked about right now in this age of openness and progressiveness, like to the extreme. We have a lot of people talking about this, putting this out in the open. If somebody is having an issue, like, you know, all people have identity issues growing up. They tend to have a hard time finding where they are. If they're constantly being filled with this idea that like, oh, you know, maybe you're born the wrong gender, you know, they're just constantly being fed stuff like this, especially since it's like so popular right now. I think all of those things together is making people feel extra this way. I don't want to say, you know, think that they're this way, because, you know, I'm not a scientist on this stuff. I'm not a fan of them going through all of this stuff. I'm not a fan of this being pushed on people. I'm not a fan of transgenderism in general, but, you know, I don't want to like, you know, go too far hard in on them because I feel bad for them.
Well, those school library productions that were put on with the drag queens and the little kids. Well, something like that, though, like I remember hearing that was like an art project that was expanded where they actually wanted it to have a negative effect so that they would see all the bigots that would be complaining about it and be able to point at them. That's bullshit? Okay, maybe. I don't know.
I don't think so.
What's your take?
I'm not really convinced of that. I'm more so convinced that this is another attempt to, oh, well, we need to make sure that the kids aren't bigots when they grow up, so we need to expose them to, like, you know, these quote unquote oppressed areas
How
of
old were the
life.
kids?
Like 4, 3, right? Like,
oh shit, yeah, that's fucking young.
but also they look very demonic, which I never really understood why they specifically chose, you know,
By
because
the way,
Well, you have morals, Lev. That's why they look demonic.
by
to
the
you.
way, like that all the people complain about those like you call them the story hour drag queens and stuff, but like a lot of dads basically pushed on by like awful moms, white liberal women, almost putting their kids up awfuls, putting their kids up to this kind of stuff. It's kind of funny because it's not like, I mean, yeah, they all have gay friends, and they would just like, they would reach out to cross dressers and they please like have please read bedtime stories for my kids. I mean, that's really happening. People don't realize that's why they're doing it, is because it's being enabled by the mothers themselves.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe if you were from a Southern Baptist community, like they're not gonna be like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not gonna have my kid, have some drag queen like fucking telling stories, look like a freak and all that. But like it's happening. You go to these weird, very blue state, very left, coastal liberal locales.
Yeah,
that's where it's going on.
Yeah, but I had a question for you. So, like, at what age is it appropriate to show kids different shit? Because eventually you're gonna run into it. I think the worst response you could ever have to seeing some shit is be like, "Oh, ill," because you don't get it. So it's like, I'm not saying, "Oh, hey, tell the kids it's great" or whatever. Just let them decide for themselves. What do you think's a good age for that?
I mean, I feel like the appropriate response for that would be to, when your kid comes into contact with something like that, is to educate them. Hey, you don't have to be, horrible and mean and angry about it. This is just their lifestyle. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to be okay with it, but treat them as a human and just say that it's not for you. It's the
more so when they have a question, right? That's
it's like, how's their response, rather than, instead of pushing this on them, you should be, talking to them about what an appropriate response would be.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I mean, I got exposed to rioting at like the age of 5. Going back
we're in Cali, dude.
No. I mean, and but then I also, like, my parents didn't really care about I also grew up with cable TV, watching MTV as a kid, so I was already exposed to like a lot of, or those daytime talk shows have like freaks on too. I mean, Jerry Springer. I mean, kids today, TV was still pretty. I mean, it wasn't as crazy as the internet. Like growing up with the internet.
Oh yeah, the internet's fucking nuts.
Like, we had internet. Like for me, internet was like, my teen years. Okay, we started getting, you could see all kinds of crazy stuff on the internet by 13. But TV itself was also pretty wild. You mean, like, I remember, some weird shows like growing up as a kid. That had, that displayed, like mostly kind of. I mean, it wasn't like we saw porn on TV, but just stuff, like really weird stuff people,
things that were oddly sexual. Yeah,
like Jerry Springer especially. That was on daytime. That you didn't have to like stay up till like midnight to watch that shit was
that shit was on early. I still watch it. It's still fucking on. I love it. Fucking crazy. I love it.
I like Rasputin's take on this situation. You guys know who Rasputin is, the monk who went to the royal family, and he became a healer to them. He supposedly he healed the hemophilia of the Tsar's son. And this guy, I mean, the jury's still out on whether he had a lot of sex with women or whether this was just an urban legend. Like, newer reports have come out that have actually contradicted that, which said that he actually had a really small penis, even though there is like a giant penis in a jar, which people are reporting to have belonged to Rasputin. But anyway, Rasputin, they say that he was in this sect that believed that, and it was a Christian sect that believed that in order for you to be forgiven, first you have to like experience sin. You have to know what exactly sin is. Otherwise, you're kind of like, in a way, like a little lamb that's never been exposed to anything. So you don't really know what you would do if you were exposed to it. And it's an interesting thought to me. I think this may be an alchemical process that many people online have been going through lately. Because let's face it, like, we were exposed to so many things online, but as far as what do we do now, I am absolutely not of the opinion that it somehow makes us fallen people in comparison to like the Amish or something. The Amish, by the way, they have their own thing that they do where they like allow the youth to go out and party and do drugs and then come back. Yeah. But I don't know. Do you guys agree agree, disagree?
How I would take this is that I'm not really interested in sheltering people. I think that basically kids are going to be exposed to terrible shit regardless because the world is full of terrible people. I'm kind of cynical like that. I think that no matter what we do, they are going to be exposed to terrible things. It's life. Life has a lot of bad things going on. The question is, what do we do about that? I would like to not promote and advertise deviant behavior to them as something that's like okay or acceptable in society. I would much rather, tell them that there are people that act this way, and you don't have to be like, necessarily afraid of them because they won't likely do anything terrible to you, though some might. The issue is, we shouldn't be promoting it. That's how I would take it.
And how would you see it's being promoted that largely? I'm not disagreeing with you that it is being promoted, but where do you see it being promoted the most and how?
Just in the way that it's visually available to kids. The main one that we just talked about, Drag Queen Story Hour, inviting people that participate in deviant, weird sexual acts or weird, like somewhat sexual acts, just, promoting that or displaying it to children as something that they should be like, accepting and okay with, and like, something that's okay in society. It's not that I'm saying we should like persecute the drag queens. It's like we should view them as somebody that is, outside of the norm, somebody who does participate in deviant behavior. I'm not saying like exile them or anything. But
the problem is, it's just that these are things. I mean, on first glance, you don't think it's being promoted by the mothers themselves, but it is. Well,
it's not that they're promoting the drag queens, it's that they're promoting tolerance. And this is another avenue to promote tolerance.
Yeah. But tolerance doesn't necessarily, like, there's a difference between tolerance and acceptance. That was a South Park episode, and that's a good takeaway from that. And tolerance wouldn't, but I mean, there's no point. I mean, they the goalposts move in terms of that with these people, in terms of very weirdly like politicized, socially pushy, leftist mothers, like, promoting this kind of shit. So,
but why do you think it happens? Why do you think specifically the leftist mothers, as you say, are promoting it much more than anybody else?
Well, it's that whole neo-reactionary theory about like, that you like humans kind of developed, like modernity developed a hole for people, and in terms of like, okay, religion is kind of tossed, the traditional religion is tossed out, and so that vacuum is filled by this type of progressive ideology, if it makes any sense. This this very left-wing like it kind of replaced Christianity in a sense, this type of progressive politics. So then it delves into like like sex positive feminism or transgenderism and all that stuff, promoting multiculturalism and all that. But it's just kind of like that's kind of like a religion for people, and they pursue that.
I honestly, I think it's much more simple than that. You're correct, but I think we can take it even a bit more simple.
I mean, it's not my take. It's just the kind of neo-reactionary theory about it.
Right, but like, if we can put it in like really basic words, like what's the worst thing in society that you can be? It's not a pedophile. It's not a pervert. It's not a deviant. It's a racist or a bigot. So these mothers are trying to, make a stand and make sure that their children are not racists or bigots. They don't care whether or not, pedophiles or any of this other stuff has access to them, because they don't want their kids to be socially ostracized because of it. Also, hi, Gio.
Hey, Gio. So joining us is Gio. Yes, I can hear you. Joining us is Gio Penichetti, the great Gio Penichetti.
Hey. My boy.
Let's go.
So we were just talking about these mothers who I don't know exactly how long this has been going on to this great extent, but we're basically talking about like these very left-leaning mothers who, because they're not tied to
a bit.
Yeah. So what do you think?
Well, first of all, thanks again. Hero is here with me.
What up, my dude?
He is my Janny, and so if I say something wrong, he will go in. I will order him to go into the chat and clean it up. because that's
You're more qualified to do that for me than me for you.
I'm sorry. I'm
just your armchair orbiter, man. I can't do that.
I can't believe I'm at the point in my life where I have orbiters. Just clean it up. No, I'm sorry. I'm LARPing the whole like Ethan Ralph, Dick Masterson.
By the way, to explain to Johnny, do you know what a Janny is?
I don't know. Some shit you wear when you go to bed. I don't know.
Jammies.
Yeah, Janny. Explain it.
A Janny is basically a janitor, someone that, well, in internet lingo, it's someone that goes like usually moderates forums or like does the bidding of an e-celeb. So they'll go into the thread. They'll clean it up. They'll get rid of the dissent. Some Jannies have it. They do it for free.
I thought it was like rooted in Janissary.
Janissary. Well, for those who don't know what a Janissary is, But
the Janny is an older term with certain domestic laborers of a certain ethnic minority type. So
I don't want to let Janissary go though, because Janissary, what that is these Christian boys were kidnapped by the Ottoman Turks.
Yeah, they enslaved them, and then they became the best soldiers. Or yeah. Oh wait, they became administrators. Sorry, they became soldiers and administrators. Yeah, go. I'm
Were they castrated though, or no?
No, you're thinking of the eunuchs.
Yeah. Well, they had both. They had the Janissaries and they had the eunuchs who were in the harem. So the eunuchs were the ones who were guarding all the sultan's women.
Yeah, they had no sexual desire. Yeah.
All right.
Maybe they might have been castrated.
Wouldn't they have some serious problems, like in terms of strength and like, because like when you take out a boy's testicles, like you kind of kill their source of producing testosterone, or it kind of really fucks with their hormones.
So it says on Quora, by the way, Janissaries were not castrated. However, harem guards were bought as already castrated slaves. Interestingly, Ottomans would behead you or strangled if you were noble, but wouldn't cripple you otherwise, as it was against their beliefs. Interesting. We learn something new every day.
I gotta read more. Yeah, I gotta read more of this. And by the way, I'm gonna have to make my exit right now. Curfew's gonna be at 8 p.m. So I actually have to make a run for a few rounds before things get.
Well, Exile Judge, thank you so much for coming on, and be safe. And
thank you,
man.
I hope to see you real soon.
Holy shit, a real curfew and everything.
Yeah, we're in it now.
Crazy.
Well, Gio, you're in Canada. Any protests going on there? What's going on?
Yeah, well, we always have to LARP America. So, in Toronto, they have this thing where this woman, I think she commit suicide or something, but it had something to do with someone called the cops on her, so they have to like make a
wellness check.
Oh, I forget her name, but yeah, in Toronto there's protests. I'm sure Vancouver's not far behind.
Versus Toronto.
Yeah.
I actually had a quick question for Hero. Did you say mothers aren't concerned with pedophiles?
I'm saying that their biggest. I'm not saying that they aren't concerned with pedophiles. That would be crazy. I'm saying that their biggest concern is to make sure that if you're in with this liberal progressive like dogma that's being taught to them, that their biggest concern is making sure their kids aren't bigots or racists. Pedophiles come second to that.
I don't know, man. Like, I'll tell you this much. Like, I work in South Jamaica, Queens, but it's an all right neighborhood. It's a lot of different kids in that shit. So a lot of the parents are more about, not even just get along, just do what you got to do, but stick with your own kind. High school, a lot of people forget, it's like a fucking prison. You usually stick to your own kind and shit.
You don't have to tell me that. I was like one of 3 white guys in my high school, and I got beat up on the regular. Trust me, I'm very familiar with that.
Oh, man.
No, my shit was different. Like, my high school was down by Wall Street. When I got out of juvie, they sent me there and shit. So it was like, it was a regular high school. They just gave me like a chance to not fuck up. So I'm thankful for that. But a bunch of different kids from all over the city and shit, you meet different people. Like with my kids, I tell them, look, you guys are at the age where you know what's right, what's wrong, what makes you comfortable, what doesn't make you comfortable. You got to figure that shit out on your own. I'm not saying you don't have helicopter mothers and shit. You definitely do. But like, I know as far as the agenda with like trans shit, I don't know if that's a big thing. I usually just tell kids, they just people, don't fuck with them. Just leave them alone,
Right. Well, we're talking about two different environments, though, right? Like you and me, we're on coastal areas, very diverse, very, very different cultural backgrounds for a lot of the people in the schools and the areas where we grew up. It's kind of different in that sense. I'm talking more broadly in terms of what, middle America, the normal state of things are.
Do you think in middle America that's like an issue where they're like, oh hell yeah, like just go for transgender?
But it's not so much go for transgender. It's make sure you're not being bigoted or racist, I would say.
Even the sticks, they tend to like LARP.
The
politics. I remember a certain YouTuber who I won't mention, who's not around anymore. He had this analysis about how like the hick areas, the inner cities, how they're just as like quote unquote degenerate as like a lot of the big but they have like of course different pressures and different forms of it. I mean, I don't know about the race thing because there still is quite a bit of racial tension in certain parts of America.
Say that again.
Yeah, you can say that.
But yeah, I mean, well, you guys know about what happened in Dallas with he was actually known to us, C.A. Schultz. He was the guy that got that.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. What?
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, he was a writer.
Yeah.
And I've read quite a bit of his works because he's in the same circles in American Sun, Autistic Mercury. He's a tradcath, and he had a sword, and I don't know why he went down there. I'm not, I don't agree with what he did, but he got brutally assaulted, like Reginald Denny levels of assault, and it's really divided people on our side of Twitter because he was known to. I kind of agree with his takes as well about the category of race being a fixation on the online right, but of course people they got to jump the wignats, they have to jump on that like Nick Fuentes. Sorry, did I say that? Oh, sorry, I don't mean to cause any drama. I mean it's to get off your chest stream. Basically going after him, saying you're
the
a
optics, Joe. The optics.
Yeah, the optics. There you go. And of course a certain someone goes down there with his buddies and he's shorter than everyone. He just can't get his mask on. He's shouting "Graper." So yeah, I don't know. I'm being an ass. But listen, I don't agree with what he did. I think C.A. Schultz was a dumbass for what he did defending that bar. But at the same time, he was brutally assaulted. He could have died. I mean, people said he died initially because it looked like he was gonna like. This is like I'm talking about like for the Zoomers that don't know. I'm referring to in the LA riots in 1992. Reginald Denny was a truck driver that they pulled out of his truck. They smashed him with a brick.
Yeah.
And he had like severe brain damage his whole life, and it's even in a Dr. Dre
documentary. It's in there, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the song with him and Ice Cube, where it's like smash him with a brick and him dancing. I know that because it was New Jack's theme in ECW. Yeah. But yeah, so C.A. Schultz, I hope he makes a recovery. A lot of people on the more esoteric side have defended him. We're not defending him, but like said, like, I mean, why do you want to kick this guy down? Maybe he did something stupid, but then these fucking people, they got to come in there with the spitefulness. And
I think Ralph was way out of line with that. That was like unacceptable.
Yeah.
I don't get, what did the dude fucking do though? I don't get it.
They're alleging, now again, these are black activists or, Black Lives Matter people. They allege that he went down with the sword to defend, it was a machete, to defend his friend's bar or something, and he was swinging at some misguided youths. Put it that way.
They were throwing rocks at him, though.
Yeah, they were. Oh, so yeah, I didn't hear that. See, but they don't even tell you that. See?
No, of course.
Yeah. So
rock beats scissors.
Oh God.
Oh God. But no, I think that's what I want to sort of get off my chest. I know we were talking about the awful mothers and how they use their kids as ideological weapons, but I think the last few weeks there's been just this sense of drama between like the Bappists and Campbot, and now between the Tradcaths and the Wignats, and sometimes they're both. I just think it's ridiculous. I think it's there's I think
dude, the infighting on our side of Twitter is just unbelievable right now.
Yeah, it's really. I think it's because it's summer, so like you need, or it's going into summer. Right? That's usually when drama picks up. That's when the whole like internet blood sports. thing picks up. But yeah, even the internet blood sports, of course, I've been following fastidiously this thing with Dick Masterson and Ethan Ralph.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. Look up Godwinson. Look up People's Populist Press. They do the analysis. They do the deep dive on these Jannies and grifters. But yeah, I don't know if we should get into that. But that's kind of just stupid.
It is pretty. It's interesting to look at. Like, I remember someone did a post just recently where they had all these different Groiper avatars that was just like this kind of Groiper and that kind of Groiper, like all the different flavors. And that kind of grift, to me, it just seems like it's getting old. And that's what Kantbot was also talking about in his interview with Dick Masterson, where I think people are getting, even though it's heating up right now, I wonder if at a certain point people are just going to get tired of the whole thing. Like, what are we really... Although I don't think anybody's ever going to get tired of Ann Prim versus transhumanists. I think that's
that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's going to remain up there as one of the big conversations, so much that I'll do a part 2.
Yeah, there you go. I think, like, the thing about it is that it revolves around, like, the Dick Masterson New Project 2 thing being a scam. But that's not here. About the Groipers, I think that, I don't know, it's just there tends to be a pervasive sort of cult worship. I had an article on it, the not American Sun, Autistic Mercury. I called it shark wombing, where if you know anything about how tiger sharks make it out of the womb, it's like they swim around in the womb and they eat each other, and whoever lives gets to swim out, right?
Yeah.
Look it up. I think the reason I call it that is because it seems that a lot of these celebrities or grifters, whatever you want to call them, they tend to swim around each other. They tend to argue, and drama, at least for the time being, especially last year, it tends to become a like very Malthusian, Hobbesian, like state of nature sort of deal, where they have to constantly destroy each other so they could like rise to a level of popularity. And it's funny because you look at, I think, the thing is, a lot of these old school frog Twitter people, like Nick Salo, he goes pretty hard on Nick Fuentes, right? The guy who runs fellow forums. Because, you know, these guys have seen it all before. It seems that people on Twitter, a lot of them have a strange power of longevity because they've been around forever. And some of them choose to leave, like Menaquan 4 and Mulchevich and all that. But it seems that a lot of these people, they've seen it all before, and so they're very skeptical of people, like especially someone younger like Nick Fuentes coming along. Because Nick Fuentes, he appropriated the Groiper thing. He is not, like, as much as he likes to say, he is not the, how should you say, spiritual leader of Groiperism. He just sort of took the mantle.
He pulled a Sargon.
Yeah, he pulled a Sargon, exactly, yeah. But the thing is, like, Nick Fuentes will come and go. Sargon came and went. Maybe one day Ethan Ralph will come and go if he overdoses on pills or something like that. Oh, but I don't know. I'm sorry. It's just a lot of these people have done very deplorable things, in my opinion. And so I don't like to cause drama or start shit, but it's like sometimes enough is enough. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes you got to really choose. It's like, you know, like a lot of these like previous alt-right people, a lot of them, you know, you don't want to get involved with them in any capacity because they, not to say that even you disagree with them politically, it's just that a lot of these people are very toxic people, and you have to call that out and you have to recognize it. That, I mean, who knows the Fed question either? Like, that's a whole nother.
Yeah. I mean, the one exception I would say though to that would be someone like possibly Jason Giorgiani. Because this was a guy who's on Jeffrey Mishleff's show all the time, and Jeffrey Mishleff is this nice Jewish guy who's been around forever.
Liberal Jewish,
Yeah, he loves talking about all of this esoteric stuff. And Giorgiani claimed that the reason why he was in the alt-right is to try to reform it from within. As far as how much of that, you know, you could say was the case, I mean, Jason never said, from what I understand, anything hateful about anybody. It's just very unfortunate that he was associated with those, with Spencer and company to begin with.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, I think, that are, without naming names, there's a lot of smart people that I respect that are involved with, unfortunately, like this, like Spencer TRS crowd. And I think people can probably guess who they are. But
Yeah.
yeah, it seems like, well, Giorgiani is different because like this is a serious person. This is an actual professor with a PhD, and he unfortunately at the time this was like pre-Charlottesville, and you know it was more acceptable, I guess, to have what did the Dalai Lama call Shinrikyo? He said a very problematic friend, a very troublesome friend, right? It was more acceptable before Charlottesville, I think, to have like troublesome friends. But nowadays, of course, like Giorgiani, he had to go in the whole like, you know, apology tour. Not apology, but he did the good thing where he didn't really apologize. He really like gave a very concrete answer as to why he was affiliated with like Amran and you know, the Richard Spencer crowd. But yeah, but the Giorgiani again, like him, like Professor Michael Millerman, these people are a cut above the average like wignat on Twitter shitposting. You know what I mean? Like these are people who have took their lumps in academia, and for that, even Justin Murphy, and that's why I respect him.
Definitely,
you know, I think.
And by the way, Johnny, do you know what wignat means?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Okay, so how would you define wignat, Gio?
Wigger nationalist. Well, basically, yeah, because the thing is, the term is so like loose nowadays, like every meme term.
It's kind of a catch-all now, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I wrote, it reminds me of wingnut.
Yeah, like that's an ancient term. That's like early 2000s. Yeah. Like a wignat is someone who tries to incorporate like your basic generic white nationalist politics within the American political experience.
They embody a stereotype of the white nationalist neo-Nazi.
Yeah, pretty much. But they try to like incorporate pan-white identity, which in Europe is just like laughable, right? Into the like a very American-esque type of politics. I think like I was actually present when the term started being popularized, like back in the old Thermidor West Coast reactionary days, and basically, but wignat's been a term of abuse for so long it sort of doesn't have any meaning, because like you have wignats themselves that like call other people wignats, sort of like that Spider-Man meme where it's like they're pointing at each other. Yeah. So, but basically a Wigger nationalist is like someone who, what else was I going to say? Just and the thing is, like a lot of these ideas and concepts are older than people think, because Richard Spencer, for example, his ideas come, and if you find the Thermidor archives on Wayback Machine or wherever, look up N.T. Carl's bad article on it. Basically, a lot of Richard Spencer's idea comes from Lothrop Stoddart back in the pre-war days in America, who was a eugenicist, and he came up with a lot of this idea of like white separatism and peaceful ethnic cleansing, not peaceful ethnic cleansing, but yeah, he basically came up with a lot of these concepts of like the ethno-state. And so a lot of Spencerian ideas is basically like Nietzsche plus Lothrop Stoddart, in my opinion, because he was an American. He went to Nazi Germany, and he said, like in the inception of Nazi Germany, but then he's like, oh, well, the Nazis kind of went too far, you know. And of course, like in America, you also have like, what was the guy's name that the FBI took him out? Oh, Rockwell. Not Norman Rockwell.
No, the other Rockwell, the neo-Nazi.
George Lincoln Rockwell?
Yeah.
George Lincoln Rockwell. He was the closest, I think, America could ever come to Nazi ideology in terms of like combining the American aesthetic, like 50s Americana with.
I have a Wigger friend that's really obsessed with that guy.
Yeah, it's funny because like a lot of people, like I don't mean to like again post like a lot of wignat shit, but it is true. Like the Black Hebrew, not the Black Israelites, the whatchamacallit, Malcolm X, the Islamic Congress,
Nation
Muslim
of Islam.
Brotherhood.
But the Muslim Brotherhood. Yeah. They actually,
no, Muslim Brotherhood. That's
no,
that's in the Middle
Arab,
East.
Yeah. Nation of Islam.
Nation of Islam with the bow ties.
That's right.
Yeah. The Black Nation of Islam. They actually let him do a speech where he advocated ethnic separatism, and he was greeted with open arms with a resounding applause. And so I think a lot of like the white nationalists, they use that as an argument that they don't actually hate like black people or whatever. They just want people to have their own nation. And to the extent I agree. I believe that everyone should have their own nation. I believe that you should there should be some form of not ethno-nationalism, but certainly a cultural. See, I don't know, because then
here's a situation.
It's like you're cucking.
Well, here's an example. Like in St. Petersburg, or in Russia in general, like the Jews were living in the Pale of Settlement. And you could make an argument that all the pogroms, that their family, just like innocent women like my great-great-grandmother, like, I don't know how great I have to go up there, but she was, like, an incredibly nice person. Her door was always open for everyone. Whoever wanted to come by, like, she'd feed them and, help them out. Like, she was an incredible person. And around her, in these areas, Russian people were just going nuts, and they were blaming the Jews who were just, like, living there. They weren't doing anything, like, for the people who assumed that, the Jews are, like, controlling media and yada, yada, yada. Those Jews, they weren't doing shit. They were just living in their villages, and anytime some bad shit happened in Russia, the Russians took it out on those Jews. So I wonder how much that had an effect later on with some of the more intellectual-minded Jewish people that now were finally able to get out of the Pale of Settlement, like when they were finally able to attend certain schools and become more of a part of the intelligentsia society. How much of that resentment build up over time, which resulted in someone like Trotsky, for example, doing what he did, or anybody else.
You're talking about Jewish bolshevism now?
Exactly. Yes.
You said it. You're half Jewish, so I didn't say anything. No, I know. But I'm being facetious.
Well, one other thing, though, about the Jewish Bolshevism is I wonder how many of those Jewish Bolsheviks, after the thugs got into power, were lined up against the wall and shot. Because a lot of them, I think, were true believers. They believed that if everybody was equal, then people wouldn't persecute each other, and we could all live in peace. And, you have Yehuda Ashlag, who was a famous Jewish Kabbalist back in the day, who also talked about having, like, this communist society, but he was coming from the perspective of never forcing anybody to be in that society, where if it happens, it would only have to be voluntary. Any other way would lead to certain disaster. So
didn't he get purged eventually, if I recall?
Yehuda Schlag, I don't know what happened to him. I have to look it up, but he's considered to be kind of like a rebellious figure in Judaism, as far as like the other rabbis didn't consider what he talked about relating to the Kabbalah now being allowed to be open for everyone. Like they didn't take that kindly. For them, the Kabbalah was supposed to be like their system, and they didn't want other people, including Jews themselves, who are not ready yet to be able to know what it is. And the way that someone like Michael Lightman, for example, explains the Kabbalah is that it is a system where you transmute the human ego that wants to constantly receive into the mode of giving for the sake of giving, where even if you, let's say, do something good for somebody else, you still end up receiving something from that. You feel good about yourself for, being altruistic. So his whole take is that there is a spiritual system, and I would definitely equate it with something like transmutation, something like alchemy. It is a kind of alchemy. And I think all these systems, yoga, alchemy, Kabbalah, they all talk about the same shit as far as being able to go up the stages of consciousness and be able to see all of us as this one thing that's participating in this whole process where, we shouldn't hurt each other. We shouldn't do bad things to each other. We should rise above that, which is why I also don't subscribe to the Bronze Age mindset, which I think had its own time and was important for what it was doing. But today, just that by itself is not going to be enough. There has to be a balancing out.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I think that...
Quick thing not to cut you off, Gio. Sorry, I got to...
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
Johnny,
pleasure being on with you, gents, though.
Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, it's nice meeting you, man.
Pleasure being you, gentlemen.
High Society Radio.
Yep, Thursday nights, 8 p.m. on Gas Digital. Appreciate it, gents.
So, Gio, we were...
what was I saying? Oh, yeah. I think... No, I think that the problem is that the fears of a lot of the old school Kabbalistic rabbis that read those Zohar and so forth that kept it very close to their chest. I think that in a lot of ways, their fears have sort of become confirmed over the decades in terms of Kabbalah being sunk into the general pantheon of New Ageism. And you know what I mean? I think that
like someone like Madonna.
The syncretic. What would you say?
Someone like Madonna, for example. A friend of mine was telling me that they went to a Madonna concert and she was like holding everybody up. She was not coming on stage. So it's like, what the fuck? Isn't this whole thing supposed to be about transmuting yourself to a higher plane of consciousness? And here you are making your fans wait and don't even give a shit about it? You know, like there's something wrong with this being misapplied in that way. But then I'd say that they're doing it really wrong if that's what they end up getting out of it.
What's funny because I want to read a bit more into it, but I know that Nick Land, for example, used he called it Kabbalah as like the backdrop of a lot of his thinking during the early and late 90s when he was like I think he wrote about a lot of mysticism like while he was still in the CCRU. But if you look up his book Fang Numina, the famous book, he talks a lot about it. I should read those essays, but I've read more of the accelerationist type stuff. I'm currently trying to wade my way through Thirst for Annihilation.
Ooh.
So that's going to be pretty good.
What's that about?
Oh, basically it's his commentary on Bataille, but it's more of like, from what I can see, a book of aphorisms as well. So that's really, I had a friend actually in grad school who was really into Nick Land, and we would talk about this shit. And he introduced me to a lot. This was like years ago. He introduced me to a lot of stuff. I knew about Nick Land in passing, but then he like provoked me to really like read his stuff. And now he's a mutual on Twitter. So imagine that, eh? I actually texted that guy the other day after a long while. I'm like, I'm like, you know who Lucas my mutual is, right? He's like, oh no way. Yeah. So.
Nick Land is an interesting guy, and I have not read any of his books yet. I'm sad to say, but I will soon. I don't know, like I want.
Numina is pretty good. It's all of his collection of essays and stuff. Yeah.
But as far as what comes next with these various spiritual practices, eventually, I think on Thursday we're going to have a podcast about mysticism, about the occult, about just the paranormal. And Gravantis, who's actually coming at 8 o'clock today, so he's coming in 30 minutes. He's not going to be talking about that, though, right now. He's going to be talking about animation, along with my friend Rob Yulfo of the Rubber Onion podcast. But I think that, and he could correct me later on if I'm wrong about this viewpoint, but I think that the viewpoint is that most people are going to misuse a lot of these inner technologies. By the way, Fuck is saying, Lev, you should let me on the stream. I'm a mystic man. Let's go for it. Why not? This is the Sunday Fun Day stream. I know Jim likes to call it Sunday Fun Day, but this is the get it. I don't even remember what this is called anymore. But Fuck,
get it off your chest.
Yeah, get it. Thank you, hero. That's why you're the yes. Thank you. And Fuck, just DM me on Twitter, LeftPo on Twitter, and you're gonna be on this thing. So definitely, this is exactly. I can't wait for Fuck to come on. Fuck has been a long time member of whatever this thing is that's going on right now, and so have you, hero. And I also want to ask everybody who's watching, subscribe right now. The 11 people who are watching, maybe you've already subscribed. You know the deal. If any of you didn't, please subscribe right now, because we're growing this thing and we are going to get big and strong and powerful and bring people together. I want to make my own community, not virtually only, but like physically. Like I was talking about this with Kimberly Coulter, where the neighborhood where they live, not the greatest as far as people aren't that close together. And Joe Rogan always talked about, hey, wouldn't it be nice to have, like, just in Colorado somewhere, like a community of people who I care about, you know, like people who aren't just randomly in certain places, but that they have some kind of a kinship. We don't have the religious.
Are you telling me atomized urban living isn't healthy, Lev? It ain't so.
I do like all the food in Manhattan, though. This is the other thing. I love sushi. I love Japanese food, especially sushi, and I miss sushi so much. Yeah. Okay. Well, I just saw Bulat's.
Currently?
What?
Are you living in Manhattan still?
No, I am living in Sheepshead Bay right now. It's nice and peaceful here. We got squirrels and raccoons, and in fact, Fuck says he's also sushi. I can't even speak anymore. God damn it. I'm probably gonna take some By the way, what do you guys think of CBD? What's your opinion on CBD?
Well, I had it once, a few times. It's all right.
It's all right.
It didn't do it. I don't know. It kind of still. I don't know. It just mellows you out. I noticed.
I wonder if I should take some CBD on air right now because I have had a really stressful.
Well, it's legal where I'm at.
It's legal where I'm at too. In fact, over here, I want these guys to become our new sponsor. Infinite CBD Sour Gummies.
Lev, you're gonna be in orbit, dude.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna be
it
in
still
orbit.
kind of gets you.
No, it doesn't.
You buzzed a bit.
Well, yeah, but you're like really tired.
No. I'm gonna be good. I got the Kundalini in my back, and that propels me. These are sour, by the way. Sour stars of death. Here we go.
Oh, joy.
Oh, God, that looks like a big dose right there.
No, it's not big. It's pretty good. Maybe I'll have one more.
Oh, God.
No, I mean,
well,
I don't do weed anymore. Like, I don't smoke weed. I don't take edibles because it causes psychedelic effects to occur within me, like people who take
LSD. Especially with the edibles.
Mm-hmm.
I hallucinate without doing that, so I just try to avoid it.
Exactly. Well, this does not make you hallucinate, and I am a fan of hallucinating as far as doing meditation and all that, but the difference is that I believe that we have to use our own willpower to get to higher states of consciousness. And if we rely on psychedelics, on weed, on mushrooms or whatever to propel us to that stage, we're not using our own willpower, and I think there's going to be a rebalancing there. Now, as far as something like CBD, I don't know. It doesn't have any psychedelic effects on me. Like, I still see things in closed eye mode pretty much the same as I would otherwise, meaning I see a bunch of blue and purple colors spinning all over the place. But be that as it may, I had a very stressful day today, and I want to get to sleep earlier after this, and I find that CBD is a pretty good kind of like addition to sleep. And look, fuck it, like we have all these supplements that we still end up taking living in an urban setting. My ideal would be to take no supplements whatsoever, to go outside like fucking Serpent Mound, fish, and, just breathe the fresh air in the mountaintop. Lovely. It's very lovely. I mean, that's what Delicious Tacos also wrote about, his dream Montana home with a wife and kids. Like, I think that is an ideal. Right now, I still am in Sheepshead Bay. I'm still in sort of an urban environment. So I think that having certain supplementation of, like certain vitamins, sometimes CBD, sometimes, and I don't take sleeping pills, but sometimes melatonin to reset the internal clock. I don't know, like, what do you guys think about that? Is it dependency? Am I creating a dependency within myself?
Yeah, I heard that melatonin has some side effects or whatever. Anything that makes you sleep like that, I don't know. It's kind of sus. I don't know. What's that thing that a lot of like Silicon Valley people take?
Yo, you're speaking my alley. What are you talking about?
What's that drug that a lot of like Silicon Valley people take?
DMT?
No, they microdose DMT, but
Xanax?
Yeah, Xanax. Oh God, what's it called? A lot of people in California take this drug. I don't know. It's like a performance thing. I don't know.
I don't know what it is either, but
I live right in the middle of Silicon Valley.
Adderall.
No, I mean Adderall. I forget it. It's like really popular among the Bugman demographic.
Bulat wrote Nembutal. Nembutal, is that it?
Nembutal, there you go. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
I have no idea about that thing. What is that?
They might be. I mean, again, I live right in the middle of Silicon Valley. Most of them just talk about Xanax.
Yeah,
I can't imagine
Xanax
that.
is like pretty popular among the get more excited for new products demographic.
Mm-hmm.
So
the consumers.
So wow, you're right in the middle. So you're right in the middle of Silicon Valley, Hero.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm thankfully. So yeah, I'm in. I'm right there. I'm in San Jose. I'm out in the outskirts though, so it's all right.
Yeah. Well, San Jose is pretty good though. My cousin lives in like the middle of San Francisco, so.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know it's, but no, San Jose is pretty nice though. It's like one of them. Yeah. I mean, it's California, right? So unless you're like going to like the really low end parts, like Bakersfield or whatever.
Well,
and I'd rather be in Bakersfield than here, to be quite honest.
Well, how would you define the Silicon Valley culture today? Like,
oh boy,
like we were talking before, I think a lot of people just have a fear of saying the wrong shit. And when you're working at one of these Silicon Valley firms, I think it's much more compounded than normal.
I don't think there's really an interest in saying anything over here, to be quite honest. I think it's that thing I was talking about earlier where they're just focused on finding a job, making money, getting a family of some kind, and then just doing that and taking whatever, digested narrative they can from social media and just media in general. I find that a lot of people here just don't have the time for it. It's especially compounded when it's like, a lot of the tech industries and the big business that is here or is in the area, they don't hire locally. They import their workers from elsewhere. So people here are like desperate for work, desperate for jobs. They have like so many other things on their mind. Me, who's looking to get the hell out of here because I have just no interest in it. I don't think about that. I'm looking at like how society is around me and I don't like it, and I'm looking for ways that like, how can I make this better? What outlook is like, a better way to look at life, things like that. I'm actively looking for that, so I take a different stance to it, and that puts me into conflict with a lot of people here.
So you want to join me in the village that we're going to build?
Dude, are you kidding me? You would have to be okay with me being there, man. I'm a bit of a weirdo.
No, I love it. Like, I think that we're always going to have weirdos out there. They're the ones who are unsatisfied with the way things are. So if everybody else is satisfied, there's not going to be any change. So it is the weirdos that end up moving. Look at fucking Nikola Tesla, for example. I mean, he was like the god of all weirdos when it comes to having a relationship with that white pigeon. And it was a beautiful pigeon, mind you.
That's right.
But,
I forgot about that.
And he also had Kundalini, by the way. Like Nikola Tesla, when he breathed in, this is according to a friend of his who wrote his biography, when he breathed in, he had a sensation in his back. So, again, talking about like the Kabbalah and transmutation, all that shit, like, it seems like the people who end up making a big impact on the world stage, they are also able to tap into these same mechanisms. They talk about having these visions, whether we're talking about prophets, whether we're talking about people who make great contributions in science, like there is something very special about that. Liberty says Elon is a weirdo and he just sent the rockets up. Exactly. Liberty, you are spot on. And Fuck says, and fuck, where the fuck are you? Aren't you supposed to be on this stream? I'm not seeing a DM yet. And let's see, maybe I see one over here. Oh, here we go. Thank you very much. Wait, fuck is... Oh, great. Okay, I am... He says, I am not ready to go into the chat yet. Just a second. Okay, well, I am accepting this, and I'm going to send him one pronto. But the comment that we got over... Yeah, Tesla was a visionary prophet, a man of old world.
He was of the Bronze Age vitalism.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
No, it's funny. What hero you were describing, it almost sounds like this one like piece I read by Facebook. I think I forget what it was from his blog, but of course it could have been a post. It was about how the way you should treat the cities is just like basically a money pit, and you just go in there like a mercenary and just, secure position, get out as fast as you can. And I remember thinking about that, and he was describing life in like a big city like New York, thinking of how a lot of these common sort of rituals of yore that sustained humans' progress in life, how a lot of these things are basically imploded for various reasons that are attributed to urbanization, because you have to worry about your career, because a lot of women now that have entered the workforce, in fact, they're graduating at higher rates than men from college and so forth. Like, we all know the manosphere stuff, right?
You and me especially.
Yeah. But it seems like that sort of urban lifestyle is not conducive to finding someone you can have a family with, and you can have children with, and you can grow old and have those rituals in life that were promised to us, at least millennials. I don't know about Zoomers; they don't have any illusions about what the future looks like. But certainly us millennials, I think, like, we were promised a bill of goods by our boomer parents, and it just seems that to achieve that, like, there's only, like, I'm at the stage in life where you look around, like once in a while you'll go back on Facebook and you'll see like you're at that stage where people get married, people are having kids even, and it's like, oh fuck, I'm just some weirdo. I hang out with internet fucking.
No, but you got an edge on those people though in one particular way, which is you don't know how many of those marriages are actually going to stay together.
Yeah, but I think that the barrier of entry in terms of married life is so incredibly high that a lot of people that I know, to be honest, that get married, they basically knew each other since high school, right? And I think that there's a certain socioeconomic privilege. I hate that word privilege, but like you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Let's just use it for convenience sake. Privilege. There seems to be a certain socioeconomic position that a lot of millennials that get married have, where, okay, like barring like the burnout, like the the typical like MRA, like, oh, they ride the cock carousel in their 20s and then it's like a fucking sap that goes to college. It's like,
I mean, it's kind of true.
It is kind of true, obviously, but I think that there's a certain socioeconomic position you have to be in life to actually find someone to have kids, to get married. And a lot of people that I know, either they've had help from their parents or just the position that they're in, or they know people, or you know what I mean. It seems that with millennials, we truly are becoming the incel, femcel, cell generation, and it's just and we keep talking about this, but that's the thing. It's the most pressing thing, right?
It really is. And well, to be on that, I'm a good bit younger than you guys. I'm like on the very last edge of millennial. I'm like the last one. So I'm around a lot of Zoomers a lot of the time, and honestly, things are not looking much better for them. The difference is that they're just more like nihilistic about it. They just don't care. Like they see this coming, and instead of being like worried and fixing it like we all hoped that they would, their response is just like, oh, you know what? That's just how it is, man. Everything sucks. I don't care about that. Why would I care about that? It's honestly really depressing to watch, and it's really sad. Me personally, I don't. I try not to be depressed about it all that much anymore. I'm more of a, I have my own principles and standards for things, and I'm just going to see where that takes me, and I'm just going to hold on to that. But a lot of people in my age group are not interested in doing that. They're just basically, they've already given up, or they just accept that, their partners are the way they are and they conform their lives to them. And it's honestly really sad to see. I've lost a lot of friends because of that, because their partners just hated me that much. And I'm not even all that vocal about my opinions in real life.
Wow. So
you mean Xanax infused Art Ho GF isn't going to be a stable. It reminds me of the Sam Hyde bit. I keep going back to it. I'll do a little story here. I have two best friends. Well, I have three best friends, but I know I'm friends with everybody. But in terms of really close, like Aristotle said, you can only have like two or three best friends in life, right? My two best friends that I know in Meat Space, we would like watch a lot of shit together, and we both watched. I downloaded the original on Gumroad, the Kickstarter TV, and we would watch every episode, right? And we saw that part where Sam Hyde's like, 10 years erased, 5 years, that's time you'll never get back. And we sat there, we were stunned. It's called go to YouTube, How to Time Travel as a Man, Sam Hyde. And this clip, I implore every single young man, every single person in high school just to watch this, because he talks about like that, like 22-year-olds know a lot about relationships. You should definitely live with her and get shacked up, and when you're in your 20s, you fuck around a lot.
Wait, it reminds me of the clip that they had in their virtual reality end of the world episode, where they had the baseball game, but they also had the glasses where it was like in the park with the wife. So yeah, I mean it's serious. It's very serious, like what exactly we're going to do as far as finding someone who is going to be there for us, when we're old and we have to vomit in the toilet, like someone who would hold our fucking head, like that is something that I find is still present in a lot of Jewish communities, honestly. I'm not saying like every single one, but if you're talking about like conservative Jewish people, like I guess Ben Shapiro or something, like that kind of Jewish level.
You want to find a nice little Jewish girl?
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't mind finding a nice Jewish girl. It's like family is very.
Disavow! I disavow this podcast. This is a total Zionist.
Family agent for Zog.
Family is very important, but it's very funny to me though how, regardless of all like the leftism that people associate with the Jewish people, that I think is it's a very sad state of affairs for people to be thinking it like that, because you have so many people who are Jewish who go to the fucking opera, who patronize culture. They are keeping Western civilization culture fucking alive through their patronage. Of course, you're gonna have like any other person, you're gonna have people who get very left-leaning and want to subvert things, but that just goes for everyone. And as far as who is able to, as far as like, I don't know if you want to talk IQ or whatever, whoever is someone who can get into a higher position of power through their intellect, like, of course, we are going to have a lot of Jewish people who do, some do bad things, some do great things. And it's a very sad thing for me that the focus is only on people who happen to be Jewish who do a lot of bad shit. Meanwhile, we were talking about these white, most likely Christian women who are dressing their boy up as a girl or vice versa. Like, it doesn't just take the people that are being...
but the argument goes like, oh, well, the Goyim, they get that. But I don't know. I don't want to get into it because it's just the whole Jewish thing just is not my cup of tea.
No, I understand.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it is
what I want
a lot of these people, they can't go 5 seconds without saying, do this and
But
that,
here's what
right?
I want to do, though. I want to make a list of some of the greatest Jewish philosophers, musicians, artists, and like actual art that people would resonate with, not something that would be like a fucking butt plug in Paris that people say is a Christmas tree, like I'm talking about
the duality, love.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying earlier about.
Is that the Coons one, or who did that one? No, Coons did something else. He did the roses that people were offended by.
Well, fuck writes, and fuck where the fuck are you, but fuck writes, depth of soul is what makes a person great. It is an interesting topic, at least. And I believe it. Like, I think that there is, even in someone like Leon Trotsky, or someone who was alive during that time, who had an idea that maybe it would be great for people to be equal. I think that so many people were true believers. Same thing with Israel. When people were making Israel, there were so many people who were socialists, like in the kibbutz, and they believed in this idea. They believed that it would work. And that kind of passion could be directed and redirected by other people for both good and evil. And it's just, like I said before, great shame that people don't consider so many of the greatest minds of the world, as far as like, jazz musicians and regular, like classical musicians and artists and doctors, like so many of them were Jewish and they contributed so many great things to the world. And like people just want to forget about that, kick them to the curb, and just have this outside, like have this perspective of somebody's on the outside and we're going to scapegoat them. And in a way,
don't you know that jazz is degenerate after all? It's all just, according to Eric Stryker, it's all just... Well,
Rudolph...
I'm a huge fan.
This is sounding very similar to your arguments about abstract art.
Well, Rudolf Steiner was not a big fan of jazz.
By the way. Like,
I like jazz too, yeah.
Yeah. No, but I was referring to this Destiny debate with Eric Stryker.
God.
Where he, like, and here's the thing, I detest Destiny as a human being.
He's a tragic soul.
Yeah, but that was the only time that Destiny actually kind of looked good, because it was just devolved into this, because apparently Destiny was a music major, and so Eric Stryker was trying to do all this stuff, like, I only listen to Mozart, I only listen to whatever, right?
Oh, God.
Yeah, and he was like, well, all jazz is just... He actually did the sound.
I thought you were just joking. Did he actually do that?
No, he actually did the sound. He's like, all that jazz, that's degenerate. That's just...
Oh, my God.
That's funny. Well, one last thing, because I don't want to harp on this topic, but one last thing I'm going to say about the Jewish people is that if you want the Jewish people not to exist anymore, all you have to do is leave them alone. That's, I think, the mystery here, because
I don't know if I agree with that.
No, because the Jewish people have been persecuted for.
They don't want to leave us alone. That's
that's what I was about to say.
They've been persecuted. They've been persecuted for generations upon generations, and in a way that kept them together. So if someone's like a true anti-Semite and wants to get rid of all the Jews, all they have to do is just ignore them, and they'll just become part of.
I think, my hot take, without getting too cancely, is that, see, again, I don't know, who am I going to appease, right? Am I going to appease the people on Twitter? Am I going to appease
appease your soul, Gio?
Exactly, appease your soul.
Yeah, my opinion would be that I think when you do have a population, there is a certain population of Ashkenazi Jews who are in the highest IQ percentile, that probably, because of their of a very particular IQ, of a verbal IQ, of a writing comprehension, I think that you have a propensity to view life through a certain comprehension of abstract ideals. And, for example, being Italian, and I probably have, being Southern Italian, I probably have half Southern Italian. I know I'm half pure Roman from my father's side, but my other side, we are the Greek part of Calabria. That I come from a very visual IQ culture, right? All of our great artists are painters and so forth, because the Mediterranean people are a people of vision in terms of what our habituation is, right? A lot of Scandi art, to me, I find quite alienating, because Scandinavian realism, right? Because I find that to be too cold, too matter-of-factual, the color palette. But other people, like the Germanics, they have an incredibly high verbal IQ, and so their art comes out in symphony and in literature. And you could say that about the Anglos and the French go either way. But so this is what I mean. I think that every people has a cultural and ethnic character. The ethnos is an important aspect. And I think because a lot of Jewish people of a certain percentage have propensity towards abstract ideals, of course, and a lot of Jews say this themselves, that they're amicable to liberalism and things like that. So that, without getting too controversial, I think that's why a lot of Jews are not just in positions of power, but are positions of academia and the media and so forth, because they are very well adapt to those kind of industries or those kinds of fields, right?
But then you have someone like Leonard Bernstein, who is in the world of classical music, and I think
music is, of course, another, because it's the most primordial. To quote Alan Watts, it's the most primordial music. It's the most abstract. It's the most dependent on the receiver. And so, I'm not to say that us Italians, we weren't great at music, obviously, but painting, things like that.
And there's one more thing I wanted to add, by the way. Speaking of, there is also this stereotype that the Jewish people, they would just look out for their own and they wouldn't care about the Goyim. In Soviet Russia, you had Jewish doctors who earned next to nothing. They were living in absolute squalor and poverty. And what they were doing with most of their time was they were trying to heal people. They were trying to help people out who were, just around them in whatever city they happened to be in. So that's the kind of stuff that also gets forgotten. And the thing that I would not want to happen is like in Imperial Russia, where the Jews, they were separated from everybody else, and they couldn't fit in with the intelligentsia. They weren't allowed to. And I think that creates a rot, which ends up manifesting in something like communism. I don't think you'd be able to hold it back without there being a reaction the other way. And that's the kind of game we've been playing these millennia.
So you would say... I was just going to ask real quick. You would say, Lev, that perhaps the Jewish identity has always had a sort of an antipathy towards Christian civilization, at least in some capacity. And you could say because of the persecutions and all that. But I do notice that the Christian ideals and the Jewish ideals, they do tend to grate. And I don't think that's not an anti-Semitic thing to say. So, of course, there are Jews that say that Christianity in general is anti-Semitic, and you see them on Twitter all the time. But I'm just saying, just go ahead, Hero. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, I'm sorry. I was just laughing. I thought that was, because you're right. I see those guys all the time. The thing is, so you're not incorrect about that, Lev, and it's very true. So it's not a thing about Jews. It's about the people with the particular tendencies that Gio is referring to. So I'm more concerned with how that manifests itself in America, and because America doesn't have a ethnic identity per se, it's in what way does that manifest, and how much of an in-group preference do the people with these tendencies have, and how much of an effect do these tendencies have on the culture when they are represented in so much of the higher echelons of society? That's the question. It's not about Jews necessarily. It's about how many of these people with these tendencies that go against things like Christianity that happen to be Jews are in these positions. That's where the contention is, and that's where I have, like, I don't want to say issues because I don't have issues with Jewish people at all. It's where I have issues with people that lean this way.
What I would add on to that is I am a very big believer in a small amount of people being able to make way larger of an amount of difference in the way the world functions than a mass of people. Just look at all the people like Tesla. You could talk about, fucking Adolf Hitler, he would also be for me, definitely in the negative sense, but also somebody who made a big impact on the world. So this concentration is something that I think is very prevalent in a lot of Jewish people as well, like a lot of Jewish thinkers. And if that power, like, you could call them like wizards, like if you have a Saruman, you also have a Gandalf. And Gandalf would be able to make a big fucking difference in the world. And when the Gandalfs and the Sarumans are all excluded from society, that's when my fear is that the well-intentioned Gandalfs end up wanting to create something that ends up screwing things up royally, instead of actually having a one-on-one discussion with other people and being in society and trying to make it better.
Right, but how many of those Gandalfs would only want to be around wizards, and how many would actually want to help the rest of society?
I'm not a big fan of being around wizards if I'm just talking about my own perspective. I am much more a fan of being around, like, nature, hobbits, things like that.
Yeah, of course.
Because I find that a lot of wizards are unfortunately leaning into more of a Saruman perspective, but that's also a generational thing. I think we are living at a time when the ego has been inflated to such an extent that people do want to take more from others, and they are willing to sacrifice certain noble ideals that may have been much more prevalent earlier on. That's just my assumption, but I think that with that amount of shade in the world, all the more reason why a single light would be able to create. Just look at, for the Christians out there, look at Jesus Christ. Someone was mentioning earlier, rock and roll was mentioning Jesus was a Jew. There we go, absolutely. Like, there are people...
Well, that's a debate whether he was when he
given that the religion is based on him, is he really a Jew or is he actually a Christian? That's the question.
That's the debate, yeah.
Right.
Maybe Hitler was right. Maybe he was a Nordic and
he
was killing people.
Shut up, dude.
I'm kidding.
Oh, God. We don't even got a say in that. We're Mediterraneans, dude. We can't even say that.
By the way, Info Warlock. We haven't heard anything from Info Warlock, a.k.a. Fuck. So,
dude.
I don't know if your microphone is on or not.
He said his microphone was not working.
I see. Well, we have Gravantis and Rob Yulfo joining us right now, so I want to welcome them in. So here we go. 2 people were waiting. So we have Gravantis jumping on. We got my main man Jules coming in, and Rob Yulfo. I'm sending him a message right now. There we go. Okay, so the deck is being stacked right now. Welcome, everybody. We were just having a very interesting, let's see, I want to make sure everybody's hearing us. Josh, are you hear us, right?
Yes.
Excellent. So we were having a very interesting discussion about the Jewish people, and from my perspective...
Is that Jules' photo?
Jesus.
I'm sorry to cut... Oh my God.
Yes. We were having a very interesting discussion about the Jewish people and the great potential that I see in single individuals being able to do a lot of good. And I look at someone like Jesus Christ as an example of that. But I think that that's a quality. It's not limited to Jewish people or non-Jewish people or whatever. But if there is a familial structure, which I am very fortunate to be in, it's a structure that helps me a lot as far as bringing out the best, as far as taking care of my mom and dad and grandmother and all that. And I think that that's the kind of quality that could be passed on to whatever happens after this whole cataclysm we're currently going through and make everyone all the better for it. And I really don't like that people view things in such a one-dimensional way when it comes to the Jewish people. And they completely ignore, like I said before, all the great people who have been preservers, guardians of Western civilization who are Jewish. So that's my take on it. And Gravantis, I know we kind of jumped in.
That's a lot just to lay on to
yes,
him, right?
Yes, it is. That is my personal take. I'm half Jewish, half Russian. This is where I come from, and I know this is not what we originally were going to start discussing. Rob is going to be joining us real soon, but I'm just curious if you or anyone else has any thoughts on that before we move on.
I mean, it's quite the question joining and being asked, what do you think of the Jews? That's
Donovan.
Sorry. It's one of those things I would say. It's not good to paint with a broad brush. Just I think a lot of times people look at trends or something and sort of exploit on those, and they miss like the individual, I guess, person and contributions. I guess I wasn't prepared for such a question.
No. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Sorry,
this was just something that, this is just something that we started talking about.
The riots and what happened to C.A. Schultz beforehand. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we could definitely talk about your perspective on the riots. It may be easier.
Yeah. I mean, I think the riots are just kind of symptomatic of trends in society at large. There's a lot of anger and resentment, kind of on all communities, and this is an expression for it. And I would say, looking back at, say, the riots in 2016 and the like, I don't think this is going to change anything whatsoever. No. This is going to last for however long it's going to last. In 3 months, people are forgotten about it. So, I think it's just, I think this is going to be a more common occurrence, but I don't think it's going to necessarily change anything on a larger scale. Personal impact, I think it's going to have a huge impact on people's personal lives who are kind of in the center of it. But as for some sort of grand societal change, I don't think it's going to do anything.
Well, Rob, it's great to have you here, and we were going to talk about animation, and we still are, but since we are in the subject of the riots, I'm curious about what your hot take is. And I love the background, by the way, the Pee-wee's
Playhouse.
You.
Yeah, I forgot that I had this earlier. I just decided to leave it on. Excuse me, my headphones, I only hear through one ear, so forgive me if I ask what all the time.
No problem at all.
As far as, I mean, did it cure Corona? Because Corona is not even existing anymore. It just seems like it's not even a subject. And I wonder what's the, is that going higher now that everyone's outside? I love that I'm such a mother because I just look at everyone outside and it's like everyone's gonna get sick out there. But it just seems like that subject was just thrown away completely.
Yeah. Like with the protesters with the guns who were peacefully protesting, they were calling them terrorists. But now everybody's protesting, and at least from what I'm seeing, the media doesn't seem to be engaging in the same way. But I think it's coming from a place of them wanting to be very, very careful with not wanting to stoke the fires further. At least that's kind of like what I look at things like that. You remember that gun rally with the bald girl and with David Hogg?
Oh yeah.
Like that to me seems kind of like just throwing a bone to calm people the fuck down, even though what happened from that rally? Did we have any serious legislation that was passed as far as gun control? I didn't see it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we've definitely been here before. It feels new because it's happening now, and this is something that's always like with the LA riots and stuff, and it just seems it just seems like a newer subject for I guess younger people to kind of be part of. I am concerned about people taking advantage of the movement and using it as an opportunity. You see a lot of people, I knew some protesters when I was younger that would just kind of using that opportunity to take photos and having this like really cool, awesome picture of them standing on top of a cop car or something like that. It's just like, are you really about the message, or are you there for like the clout, I guess, you know?
Well, there's certainly a lot of glow in the dark activities happening. And I don't mean to be a conspiracy. Well, I do mean to be a conspiracy theorist, but it just seems that a lot of these videos you see cropping up where they're leaving like pallets of like loose bricks in the middle of the street and stuff like that just really rubs me the wrong way. And of course, the narrative spinning that they're like white nationalist provocateurs, which is like totally come on. Like I saw the Proud Boys trending on Twitter. It's like, come on, the Proud Boys. Like, it just, to me, it seems that a lot of these riots, like Gravantis was saying, to me, I almost see it becoming, what did I tweet out? That they're becoming ritualized in the American sort of racial unconscious. And I think these issues aren't going away anytime soon. But unlike the LA riots, which actually I think did have somewhat of an effect in terms of legislation, of course, like 50 people died in the LA riots. It was a horrific. Of course, I was just born. It was 1992. But if you watch the documentary, like things were pretty bad. I think that a lot of like you know, you were saying a lot of these events, like I see like pictures of like DMs people share of Instagram influencers that are going down and taking photos. It's part of the media spectacle, and it's part of the hyper real sort of situation where we have to feel 100% present within a moment. And like people are saying like, oh, in 50 years, you know, our kids are gonna read about this in the history books. It's like, well, really? Maybe. I mean, they'll certainly about the virus probably, but I don't know. It's just, it seems that with digital technology, with social media, we are aware of these happenings. When these things happened when I was a kid, it didn't seem like you were in the moment. You know what I mean? It seems like now we are in a historic present.
Well, everybody has to have a political opinion for some reason today, which I remember someone was commenting on. It's like, why? Can't people just live their lives and grill in peace, like the meme goes, and you know, not have to
want to grill, for God's sake.
Exactly. Exactly, because like, wouldn't it really require, like, whether we're talking about, you know, we're talking about Jews before, or whether we're talking about communists or capitalists or whatever, it would require so much reading and so much consideration of all the different sides involved, and just so much study in order to then be able to come out with an answer. And so again, by the way, Graventus, my apologies for putting you on the spot. I was just kind of like ad-libbing, just going on and on and on, but I really appreciate you coming here. And we want to talk about animation. So we have with us Rob Yulfo, who is the co-host of the amazing Rubber Onion podcast every Wednesday. And
well, we try to make it every Wednesday, but
we're
not as consistent. Yeah.
Well, Rob is a great guy, super funny. Check out his Instagram. I love the thing that he did with Apu. Speaking of cancel culture, what I know, Rob, you wanted to get into, and Graventus, you saw that Apu thing, and I'm happy you appreciated that. So let's start with Graventus, your take on what you want to talk about with animation, and then we'll go to Rob.
I guess mine was because I saw recently in the news Steamboat Willie, like the first big Disney Mickey Mouse cartoon. It looks like it's set to go public domain in 2024. And if anyone's kind of familiar with Disney's practices, they have a tendency to lobby Congress every time one of their copyright is set to expire. I think the last one was 2011. And I think it just kind of shows the deficit of like the impact that the copyright's having on the culture at large, where we see the copyright extend from, you know, the life of the creator to the life plus 50 years. Now it's life plus 70 years. And I know they're going to try it again once, you know, 2024 hits. And it's just one of those, I think we're losing out on kind of like the mythos in the culture at large. You know, you look back in any sort of like big American cultural phenomena, that's kind of a legacy novel or something. I really can't identify one within the last maybe like 20, 30 years. You know, you have to go back before the 50s or something. And I think that this copyright where these media conglomerates sort of extend their hold on some sort of intellectual property, you know, forever, is doing a lot of damage. And it just kind of a comparison. I remember a while back, George R.R. Martin had made a kind of knock against fan fiction or something, comparing H.P. Lovecraft to Tarzan, how kind of the creator of Tarzan was able to hold on to his legacy or something. But I'll just say that, you know, Lovecraft is sort of more well known. He's definitely have a larger, greater cultural impact, and I think that's the kind of thing that we should be sort of hoping for, that kind of impact on the culture at large, as opposed to this these media conglomerates sort of holding on to it in order to kind of preserve the profit margins forever.
Rob, what say you?
Well, I think the thing with, because Mickey Mouse is such a iconic character that's still being very much shopped around, and shopped around, but like you know, I think things like Night of the Living Dead and stuff, where you kind of show like in movies, I feel like that kind of helps their brand. Like, of course, I always laughed when like they show a movie where two kids are looking at a black and white movie, and it's like the year 2005, and it's just like they would not be watching that. But I think it kind of helps, you know, younger generations kind of look up, you know, what are they looking at, you know? So it's kind of like almost like a rebranding in a way, even though there's no copyright claim for that. I think the thing with Mickey Mouse, though, it's kind of Steamboat Willie would be kind of a difficult thing, because they know that's actually what, you know, kicked off Mickey Mouse's career. I'm talking about him like he's an actual living creature, but I feel like that would be a little more difficult to kind of let that go into, I guess, anyone's hands. And I know it's nothing bad that can happen. Like if you put that in a short film or something like that, is it a big risk of Disney kind of going after you if like it succeeds, that short film succeeds any further than, you know, like small crowds and stuff like that, you know? If any of that made sense.
Yeah. I mean, I have no doubt that even if it were to sort of go into the public domain, Disney's going to hold on to it as fiercely as they can. Because the interesting side of that is, if it goes into the public domain, that means that Mickey Mouse, as depicted in Steamboat Willie, is up for grabs, but any sort of depiction of him afterwards is still kind of firmly held by Disney. So you won't be able to introduce any like characters post Steamboat Willie. So it would be getting into like a little bit of gray area. But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like it's detrimental to the cultural society at large, just this, you know, where it's not so much as sort of like the society myths, you know, the Greek myths today are pretty much like the Marvel movies and the like, except now that they're specifically owned by some sort of company. And I think that's definitely a change than what has existed since, you know, prior to 20th century or something like that.
It's interesting. I mean, ownership is pretty important too, and I wonder if Disney would have handled things a bit differently if the actual Disney family would have retained ownership over that content with the help of copyright law, if that would have made any difference as far as what kind of entertainment we have today. Like, I don't know what the legal thing was with Roy Disney. I don't know, Rob, I'm not sure how much you've looked into that. What exactly happened? How come the Disney family doesn't own Disney anymore?
That's a good question. You know what? I should know something.
You're
like
the
that,
animation podcast guy.
That's why. Well, I'm the co-host. Keep in mind, so I'm the one who just like knows very little of the subject and kind of.
You're like you're like the Trey Parker to Matt Stone.
Yeah. Just sit in the sidelines and ride the coattails. I didn't know, and I don't know how true this is, but the Pink Panther theme song, I was told was there's no owner for that now. It's public domain, and that's what I heard. I'm not too sure, but how interesting would that be if you can just use the Pink Panther for any kind of movie that you're doing?
Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't...
Not the character, the song, the theme song.
I wouldn't mind using a lot of, let's say, J-pop, or actually city pop, that would be the right word for it, in a lot of the videos that we do. There's been a resurgence lately of people discovering all these songs sung by very beautiful Japanese girls, and it's something that, I mean, people compliment the songs, and the songs are nice, but the girls are just as nice. Like, they're very beautiful looking, and they're shot in a very spectacular way. Like, I think they treat it very seriously to make sure that the color design is right and all that. But anyway, to make a long story short there, I would love to use those kind of songs, and they're not going to be used for anything else. So in a way, I'm kind of torn, because I respect ownership. I think private property is very important. But is there any way we can get a good balance where we don't have to pay like tons of money all the time to use these things?
Well, yeah, that's like, it just seems the landscape of YouTube in particular. You get really the same like stock songs to the point where they're memes. Like the Kevin McLeod song, where it's like the what's called ice breaks or whatever. But yeah, Graventus, I think that's a really good point. It seems that when you start to commodify what is essentially public mythos for our era, now within the last 50 years, I mean, you could point to sort of like the typical culture industry stuff, like we talked in the other stream, like Harry Potter or whatever, right? But I think that they operate certainly differently because they have that commodity culture industry aspect. They don't sort of operate like the Iliad or the Greek myths or reading Ovid or something like that. They're very how shall I say? They're for a specific purpose, and when corporations find a way to milk something dry, then it will persist within that stasis, because it seems that I forget who said this, that the image of Mickey Mouse will actually precede Disney, like the actual work of those cartoons. The image of Mickey Mouse has preceded the actual creation of the animations themselves, because it's the brand of Mickey. Because Disney owns like something like however much percent of all like entertainment that you see in the West. Like, it's ridiculous, and the fact that one corporation holds so much cultural value in their hands, to me, is like outright terrifying. You know, I don't mean to like commie post, but it's like when you think about that amount of power over the popular cultural psyche, it's like, it's unfathomable to me, you know. And now that they're gonna do their own streaming thing, it's just, oh man, can't even. I don't want to black pill myself. So
well, you were saying that they're milking. To me, that means that whatever they're trying to, like that last bit of toothpaste they're trying to squeeze out of the product, is going to be less quality. It's going to be less substantial, and it's just going to add a lot of political bullshit and a lot of filler that I think we're seeing today in the Star Wars.
Well, there you go. I mean, I'm a fan of watching Mr. Plinkett on Red Letter Media, even though I'm not a Star Wars person. I'm more of a Star Trek person. Even Star Trek, I mean, my God, the latest Picard is terrible. I'm actually writing a blog post on it. I can't believe it. I'm going to write about how the culture industry is becoming slowly degraded because, for example, like, not to nerd out, but with Star Trek Picard, I mean, all of the original purpose and mythos behind the Star Trek universe of discovering and exploring and working around different questions that aren't the typical of human conflict, because Gene Roddenberry imagined a universe where all those issues were sort of dealt with, right? It was like, you know, the closest you could come to like glorious luxury automated space communism or whatever, right? So they had to find new things, and it was incredibly difficult for the writers to work those issues out. But they as a result, they came up with so many interesting storylines and conflicts and so forth. But with Picard, you see, like if you watch the Mr. Plinkett review, a typical like nihilistic character drama where they're drinking and swearing. Not that I don't care about drinking and swearing, but the allure of original Star Trek, it's gone. It's just it's messiah worship of Picard. And we're supposed to believe that he cared so deeply about Data when he didn't even care about Data, when he almost blew up in the one episode. They've robbed all the significance and the luster out of something. And you could say the same about Star Wars as well, and Indiana Jones and so forth. It just seems that when these culture industry leviathans get their teeth into a beloved nerdy franchise, it's so bloodless. It's just for profits, just to milk the Nerdwazee dry, just to get the shekels, and that's it.
Explain the Nerdwazee, because I don't know how many people know what that is.
Yeah, great too. I wrote an article on my blog about it, but I didn't come up with the term. Campbot came up with the term. The Nerdwazee is the fusion of a particular class of quote-unquote nerd culture, where these nerds come from a mostly middle to upper middle class background, and when they grow up, they have disposable income. It's the bourgeois values of consumerism meeting the culture industry's sort of fixation within the last, I would say, 20 years with pop culture turning to geek and nerd culture, so comic book movies and sci-fi and so forth. So the Nerdwazee is the dominant cultural force in terms of spending capital in the world right now. And you could say, so they've eclipsed the boomers in terms of cultural consumption. Now it's the mostly millennial, middle to upper middle class consumer, the Bob Chipman types, you could say, the consumers, that they get excited for new products, they consume old, they have the most cultural say right now, and all of our culture is basically filtered through the Nerdwazee. So yeah,
it's basically religious, isn't it?
Yeah, in some ways you could say it's like a quasi-secular. Hero, you explain that point. That's
what that is quasi-secular. I'm more talking that it's it is in a lot of it is very much in a lot of ways religious. We're talking about like Mickey Mouse and Star Wars and Disney owning all of these things, and these are the things that are held up as sacred cows. You guys were talking about Greek mythos before. This is the equivalent to Greek mythos today, and to me that's already an alarming sign, because in a lot of ways a lot of them do have their own merits, and I would say even in previous generations perhaps that's why everybody's so upset with a lot of media now. But these things had I would say they were a bit more vapid than a lot of the original historical mythos that we know about. That these are being held up as that is kind of a scary sign. And then on top of that, you have things like Disney owning all of these and protecting them and keeping them away from the hands of the people. It's just a really scary mix altogether.
I just want to clarify what you were talking about before as it being a scary sign. Do you mean the fact that they are associated with the Greek mythos is a scary sign?
That they're a replacement for it.
Oh, okay.
That's what we have to look to as that for nowadays.
Well, Rob, you are very deep in the animation culture, and you are an amazing, super talented guy, and you got to go to this guy's TikTok. What is your TikTok name?
Oh, it's just Robbie, but I do no dancing. No dance trends, but it's my name.
And you do animations on it. Like, you are an incredibly creative person who takes a lot of these different cultural trends and plays around with them, and it's a lot of fun. But do you notice what Hero and Gio were alluding to as far as this new cultural paradigm we're in?
Well, just as far as like Disney taking over, it is weird. It's a weird thing, because when Disney Plus came out, I was like, I said I'm not going to get it. I don't care for it, and I ended up getting it. And as sad as it is, I saw a lot of classic Disney stuff, and I was just like, oh no, they got me. This feels like a nice warm blanket, just looking at these classics. And to have like The Simpsons on there, it almost feels like, I don't know, living the death of punk rock, because The Simpsons has always been like this anti-Disney thing. And I know they try to goof on it with Bart Simpson saying like, I don't agree with this. And I thought that was pretty cool, but it's almost like, who are you kidding? You're all in on this. And so it's just like, I don't know, for Disney to be the main source of entertainment, and they're trying to cover every aspect of everything. I don't know if they like, what if they, I'm not a WWE fan, but that seems like another kind of brand that's like very, very big, that I can imagine them kind of taking over
Yeah, they own all the tape
like,
libraries. Yeah.
Yeah. Just trying to find just like this giant octopus of multiple tentacles grabbing onto any source of entertainment. It's kind of weird because I don't know. I know like around Disney, there's Disneyland. There's like the neighborhoods that Disney owns, and it just seems like such they're slowly creeping up on our lifestyle,
and even with pop culture too. Like I remember the first time that I saw Miley Cyrus, it was like in the Kids Screen Summit. They had this magazine with all the new trends, and I saw her and I knew, okay, something's going on here. Like the way that she's dressed, like there's some hypnosis that's going to be affecting a lot of people from this girl. And lo and behold, afterwards she like went full, like stripper mode. And look back at Britney Spears in the Mickey Mouse Club and what happened to her. So it's a very interesting pattern. I mean, it's not just Disney. Let's face it, Nickelodeon had Dan the Man Schneider for those who are.
Insane.
Yeah, so, but it's very interesting how it happens.
If you, it's true if you watch like a lot of like Jay Dyer, he breaks down like esoteric Hollywood. Like that's not bullshit. Like I do believe that there are occult forces within the culture industry, like Miley Cyrus and Katy Perry, and I know it's kind of like a meme and we all like to riff on it, but it's really, there's something else. It's almost like to quote Boyd Rice, he said that in the one song, maybe the world can be like Disneyland so that visiting hell can seem novel again, but it seems that Disneyland is the hell that is reality, and maybe but yeah, that we could get into a little bit.
That's an interesting take. Well, Rob, you wanted to also talk about cancel culture in relation to animation. Like I said before, that Apu video, which I thought was brilliant, where you had the little Apu dancing and then you were cheering, and then, I mean, I'm sorry to spoil it for those who didn't see it yet, but people started booing at you, and you just, but well, okay, I'm not going to spoil that part. Please go to his Instagram, Rob Yulfo, and watch that Apu video. It's great. But what is your take in the animation world? What is going on right now with cancel culture?
As far as animation, the Apu thing was very kind of difficult for me because I felt like it just seems like such a random attack on the Simpsons, and like I saw the documentary, and the guy's a comedian, and it's just like I understand him growing up and people calling him that character, but like I'm like a fat, chubby Spanish guy. I've been called everything, and like, I think I learned to be funnier from that. And I think what the whole documentary should have been is using Apu as a symbol that kind of, of him being teased, growing up, and then it should have been more of his view on Hollywood in general, the industry, and how it was hard for Indian people to get work and stuff. That should have been like the start of the talking point, and then branch out to that. But it became the Apu movie, and then it just started like following Hank Azaria, just like, and then in the beginning he's just like, I don't want to remove him from the show or anything. I want to address this. And by the end of the movie, he was like, so how can we get rid of this character? And I'm just like, oh, what? And I don't know. I guess I don't understand because I feel like with the cancel culture thing, with stuff like this, it's kind of hard to complain now because now it's chaos outside, and it's for something that's actually bigger than a Simpsons character or
it is kind of related though in the
changing Mickey Mouse's eyes or something.
Well, as far as cancel culture, at least, it is kind of related because both have the element of a mob of people that want to get a certain result. And if we're talking about threats that advertisers would have from having something problematic being shown, they're afraid that, legally speaking, there are laws that are set back from the civil rights movement that would be able to sue companies for certain kinds of discrimination or for saying something that would be offensive to people. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of the legal hammer going down, and as a result, I think that's why companies have become this much more woke in this much more woke capital state of being.
It's so weird. I remember watching a documentary on Married with Children, and they were talking about how a bunch of moms would write them, letters about trying to cancel their show. And they were like, we looked at them, we read them, we just crumbled it up to a ball and threw them out. It's just like, it was such the 90s, early 2000s attitude of just like, you don't like us, screw you, and then like, now it's just the younger people became the moms in a way.
Definitely. Well, it's like the people in the 90s. Tim Dillon was making this point. People in the 90s were like tuning out. Like they were not all political at all. They were just like going about their own lives, and sure, you had some people who were, but Tim Dillon wants to return to that life because, like I said before, why the fuck are so many people so political all the time when they don't know that much about it at all, when they didn't even read, like different comparative literature about what exactly is going on? Like, I don't know. That's the big problem.
The anger it's straight from the headline, and then they just read that part and it's go off on that. And it's driving on emotion. And I kind of, to some degree, I love the fact that people are caring about stuff, but they also have to like look into something and figure out what the context is for something. What's understand what satire is. Understand what, like the Tropic Thunder thing was about. Actors going as far as to like change their face into a black person and surgically change their face just to like win that Oscar, and then just that whole movie was, you're supposed to look at that and go like, oh my God, it really is like that. And to not understand a dumb character really pushing something like Archie Bunker, kind of like, you're not supposed to see him as this hero. You're supposed to like, see that how certain people are, and him interacting with people who are not like that. And to just bringing it back to Disney, have everything now just be like, it's a small world after all, where there's just this fake wokeness. It makes no sense to have this. How are you supposed to push things and question things? We'll never have like an Andy Kaufman or any kind of like.
Well, we kind of do now, though, through the internet. Like the Twitter communities that I am very happy to be in, where there are all kinds of different ideas being discussed. I mean, just recently we had an amazing UFO episode that Gravantis was kind enough to join us on, where we were talking about UFOs and aliens, and we had the former deputy director of technology for NASA, very big position, and we were talking about aliens as possibly being demons, or certain aliens having this demonic state about them. So the reason why I bring that up is because we do have these communities online now, and some of them are being censored and some of them are not. But my hope is that we can bridge a lot of these divides, because like I know the animation community, I mean, I guess for lack of a better word, the animation community, it doesn't really interact that much with a lot of these other online thinkers that, like, Geo, for example, or Gravantis, or Hero are in. And I wonder why do you think that is? Do you think that there's some kind of I don't know, just like some kind of a force field that's keeping these communities apart?
I guess it's maybe fear of not getting work or something,
Yes, that's the obvious.
I made a cartoon about just poking fun at both sides, and I really love the humor of South Park. Just kind of like, so it was, these kids made a snowman, and they were snow people, and there was the leftists and the right wings of snow people, and they were kind of arguing back and forth, and the kids it's hard to explain, but the kids just wanted to have fun. And the snow people just melted into a big puddle of diarrhea at the end. I couldn't think of a better way to end it than that. But it was just really showing the how extreme people are, and they're snow people who just started living right now, and already have this fight that they know nothing of.
Snow is a good analogy here, because snow is cold. And the warmth I feel is lacking in a lot of these social justice types, where they don't want to hear from the other side. Mostly, I mean, we made great progress, though, I think, in having someone on who I think was an absolute lovely person, Kristen J. Jacobson. She came on. She's a gender studies professor, and she came on to the episode where we had delicious tacos, and we had Logo Daedalus, and we also had Zero HP Lovecraft in chat. And, you know, like, there was a lot of controversial stuff that was discussed there, but she enjoyed it. She enjoyed that experience, and she didn't have to agree with everything that was being said there. But and I found her.
I just hope there's no consequences for her, though.
There shouldn't be now. We're living in a different world now. I think that after Corona, after these cataclysms that are going on, there's going to be a line in the sand that I would want people in this sphere to cross when it comes in. Are you for communicating with people you may disagree with, or aren't you? And those who are for, I'd welcome them in. What, Hero?
I think you are much more hopeful about this than I am.
Yeah,
No, I'm going to be an optimist. But Jules, what do you think?
I was just briefly, I think a lot of people are more likely to go through microcosm personal consequences than like macrocosm, like impediment consequences. And it's interesting how different people weigh those different types of consequences. Like, you might not have a problem getting a job, but you might have a problem feeling at home.
If I may add, Lev, you were talking about, like, you know, well, why did these attitudes change after like the 90s and the 2000s? Well, it's because the dominant culture finally fully shifted over. You know, we went from most mass of the people were largely kind of socially conservative-ish, and you know, a lot of the things in the culture kind of reflected that. And there was this attitude of like, well, if you don't like it, you can turn it off. Those were the people that were kind of the counter to that. Those were countercultural people. Now that this has shifted and that these countercultural people are in the positions of power and they control the dominant culture of society, they're looking at things that were made during that era and they're finding holdovers from that era of like, well, if you don't like it, turn it off. And they're saying, well, this is wrong. And they're going after that. That's what happened with things like Apu. I mean, I don't think anybody would consider The Simpsons to be conservative, like, in the slightest. But, you know, what was in there was in that time of like, you know, oh, well, if you don't like it, change it. If you don't like it, turn it off. If you don't like it, don't look at it, kind of a thing, right? Or like any of the holdovers from that. Now that like, you know, they're in charge and they're in power, people are looking at that and they're basically purity testing each other.
That's scary.
Yeah, what is the end result of that? Like, once you get rid of something, and then something else comes in that is just completely
flat
unfunny.
Flat art. I mean, that's the result.
That's the progressive train we're on.
I mean, I'm glad we don't have shows like I don't know, Mansers. You remember Mansers?
I remember Manser.
Spike TV. It was just like, I mean, there is a lot that was pretty dumb, but like,
what was Mansers?
Mansers was like just kind of like a show where the host talk like this, and we're gonna show you what beer does to your stomach. And it was like
it's kind of like
beers and boobs, you know, stuff like that. It was just like
yeah, but we can never get Wonder Shows in again, though. We'll never have that again.
No.
Oh yeah, that stuff is resurfacing now. That's and out of context, so people see that and they're like, what was this racist Sesame Street that was out? And they are completely serious about this, not getting what the joke is.
Or Xavier Renegade Angel, which is probably one of my most favorite shows of all time. Really?
Is that the same creator?
Yeah.
That's right. I remember they did an episode of Hebrew on Wonder Chosen. Rob, do you remember Hebrew?
Oh, yeah.
You were going to say something?
Oh, well, that stuff is like TV Funhouse.
Yeah.
I can't believe that was a show on SNL. And then, like, that's honestly the only thing I really looked forward to when Saturday nights was the TV Funhouse skit, because it was putting my favorite cartoon characters in this adult situation, you know, and they'll find like the latest news story and have Charlie Brown around like OJ Simpson or something. I don't know. I can imagine that. But like, just testing something like that, and to have like such a funny skit or something just boiled down to this is insulting, and not understanding what it's about, it's unfortunate, because I don't think there's any way you can actually explain to them. I feel like I made this analogy the other day, and it kind of fell apart, but I feel like younger kids now kind of walked into, it's like not only walk into your parents having sex, but now there's like a whole satanic orgy that they walked into. Like, what the hell is this? I think that's opening the closet that is the early 90s and 2000s, and then everything kind of falling out and shattering and picking up pieces like, what? Why was Jimmy Fallon in blackface? What is this about? And not trying to put this puzzle together, because it's just all in different pieces being shared around.
Or like Confederate statues. You know, just like something from history that people just want to completely remove without understanding whatever it is that happened before, including, I remember someone was saying that some of those Southern people who had statues made of them, they were the ones who afterwards like actually reached out to the North for peace, and there was a lot of good back and forth happening there. So yeah, it is a shame, because it's like people are focusing on just what's my identity, and as a result we just have like a rainbow flag of people on a surface level, but monotone on the interior, and that's a big problem. But Graventus, you had something.
Well, I was just gonna say that sort of the question is why everyone's becoming so political. I don't think you can remove the advent of social media, where it's suddenly everyone can now be in the limelight. You know, you have a conversation at the grocery store, and you know, 20 years ago, you know, no one would know about it, but you can whip out your phone now and you can go viral. So it's that idea that, you know, it's very much harkening to people's pride, where, you know, I say something, I call something out, and suddenly I have, you know, 26,000 likes and this many retweets. You know, my opinion matters. It's important what I have to say. And it's, you know, just that idea that, you know, my opinion matters. You know, I'm a thought leader, I'm a social influencer. And so then you have kind of people digging into these past sort of media exploits. You know, here's Bugs Bunny in blackface, isn't this an outrage? And they go viral. They're not really looking for any sort of answer. You know, what do you want this, you know, what do you want to happen? So you want to burn the film? You want to string up the original creators? You know, exactly what are you hoping to accomplish? You know, the answer is nothing.
I just imagine Bugs Bunny like, I'm not racist, I know Michael Jordan.
Oh, but no, that's true. I think the consciousness of most people, I think that's a great point, because everyone is addicted to the dopamine. I mean, we wouldn't be here if we weren't addicted to the dopamine, right? But it seems to me that the sort of the Gen Xer attitude that people used to have of being not slightly edgy, apolitical, I think that's a relic of the past. And unfortunately, politics is the very consciousness and collective unconscious and cultural psyche that we live in. We breathe the air of politics, and it seems that through the lens of political engagement is what has replaced a lot of sources of meaning for most people in the Western world in particular. And I feel that we are not only subjecting ourselves to it, but it seems that we are importing this throughout the world, this sort of critical theory political consciousness, where because we don't have a recourse to tradition and religion and the post I don't like to use the term post-Christian West, although it largely is post-Christian. I think there is a hope to rehabilitate Christianity once more. I'm sure Gravantis shares that opinion with me. But let's, for nomenclature, let's say the post-Christian West has filled the void with politics, and that has now become a site of identity and the very deepest regions of our imaginations and psyche. And I feel that to go back to a day of the apolitical being a dominant discourse in terms of expression and artistic creation, I think that unfortunately we are long past that, and we have to forge a new way forward. And maybe this is what will breed extremism and outsider art. And even though they took $1 Million Extreme down, who knows? Maybe there will be $1 million extremes in the future.
The
No, so it'll be
$1 million Extreme March.
But again, of course, I think $1 Million Extreme suffered from a lot of fatal flaws, and we could, without like casting aspersions at anyone, I think that was a really huge blow for the culture. I mean, whether you want to agree with Sam Hyde or not, I think that in some ways that was sort of the hope that they were working on for 10 years, and that was like the last little sinew and thread that was holding any semblance of there being an alternative to the culture industry. That's by the wayside.
I wanted to add kind of the idea and growth of like the critic. You know, you see this the start of, you know, like the Daily Show, Jon Stewart, these kind of things where it's very much political commentary, and sort of the attachment that, you know, sort of anyone can do this because it's very easy to criticize something than it is to actually create something. And you know, I remember in the early 2000s, YouTube where, you know, everyone was a YouTube commentator. You know, you just talk over someone else's video, and you know, you could get just as much, if not more, views for it. And you know, this idea that you know, we're obsessed with criticism, where you know, there's not as much, I would say, reason to create something new when you can get just as much benefit as slamming on someone else who did create something new. It's like this culture of criticism, you know.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh yeah, I think we definitely missed that anger, and that's where all this cancel energy comes from. Just gathering around, and we're being told don't bully, except when it's time to bully. You know,
we need to bring back bullying in schools.
Yeah, that's what Sam Hyde was talking about, wearing that beautiful red outfit of his.
Early and often.
Real bullies shouldn't be tolerated though. Like real bullies should get the shit kicked out of them. There's a difference between like neggers and people snickering at you and like people harsh, and like I remember there was one guy, he's now has a wife and kid, I'm not going to name him, but there was this like real nerd, like he kind of was like Salad Fingers, like, you know, elementary school, and this other guy who also ruined Harry Potter for me. I'm not sure if this was before or after, but he starts like picking on Gregory. Sorry.
Oh God, you're gonna dox him.
Oh my God, Jules.
Anyway, he starts picking on my friend. He starts picking on my friend in the hallway. He like has him up against the wall, and he's like tormenting this person. And I grab Alex. But it doesn't matter.
Oh my God.
I grab this kid, and I was like, if you mess with my friend again, like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. And then the next day, my friend's mother came up to me after school, like got on her knees and was like crying and thanked me for what I did. And I was like, what the hell happened? Like, I don't even know. And I just remember like telling my parents, I'm like, someone's mom came up to me after school, like crying, thanking me for defending their child. Right? It's like my classmate. Do you know what I mean? So I also
I've been some malicious.
Who was like years older than me. He was like a foot taller than me, and he would like push me in the dirt. He would like he would do all sorts of things for me like all year, and I wrote in my journal about it. And my mom like knows through my journal. She's like, "Oh my God, we have to tell the school this and that. It's a big deal." And I was like, "No, we're never gonna tell the school. Like nobody respects a tattle, yada yada." My dad says like, "Why haven't you broken this guy's nose yet?" And I was like, I didn't even mention he's like the biggest kid in school. I'm in 7th grade, like 5'3". This kid's like over 6 foot. He's our like top football player. He's our lacrosse goalie. Like, I'm like, I would get suspended. And my dad's like, you wouldn't get suspended? And I was like, yeah, I would get suspended. And he goes, so what? And then like in that moment, my whole world just like changed. And I just started thinking about the whole situation differently.
That's amazing.
And so I remember training for 4 months. I would do push-ups every day and like combination punches every day, 100 with my right, 100 with my left, 100
picture a montage happening.
And then I just waited one day until he's like bullying me in school. And then I was like, the next time he starts bullying me, I'm going to instigate this until he punches me in the face.
Self-defense.
And then I'm going to unload on his face. And I, like, so we were in the stairwell. Everyone surrounds us because, like, we start talking shit. I'm, like, insulting him. I'm saying horrible, ugly things. Like, I am really getting under this person's skin to the point when he's trembling and he's like, say that again, I dare you. And I'm like, I say something really distasteful again. And he, like, I just wait for him to, like, put his hand on my throat. He has me, like, up against the wall, hand on my throat. That second, I just go crazy on his face. I break his glasses on his face. Blood starts pouring down his face.
Wait, I thought he was a bully. How do you have glasses? I don't get it.
That are watching, right? Someone starts screaming for help. He punches me. I keep unloading onto his face until the teacher's, like, lifting me off of him, right? They had to get a janitor to, like, clean up the blood off the floor and off the walls. They had to take, like, a number of students to the lost and found to change out of their uniforms because they weren't with blood on their uniforms.
Oh, boy.
And I remember being in the headmaster's office next to the biggest kid in school. I'm, like, a scrawny, like, 5'3", 7th grader. And he's got a paper towel roll with a trash can between his legs, and it's just seeping with blood. And just, like, he keeps, like, putting this bloody paper towel in the trash. And I'm there. My face hasn't even swelled yet from, like, the one punch he got me, because I think he was just, like, he was just seeing stars. He had no idea. I was also afraid he was going to throw me down the stairs. Like, if I stop punching this guy, he's just going to grab me and throw me down the stairs. So
Jules, where the hell were you when I was getting my ass beat at school? What is
Huh?
Well, this is a get it off your chest stream, so that's some powerful
I got
stuff.
to pick the day I was suspended.
Oh my God.
He didn't. And I was also the lead at the time. We had a play with our sister school, Nightingale.
You were a theater kid?
Yeah, and so I was the master thief. I was the master thief in the school play.
Oh boy!
But like my whole lip was swollen, so I was like telling all the girls about my story, and they're like, "Oh, your face is all swollen." And
This
it's like,
dude.
Now I picture all of this like West Side Story.
Hmm?
A lot of finger snapping and.
So Jules, the thing to take away from
and then after that, everyone was like, "Don't mess with Jules. He's crazy."
The thing to take away from that, though, is how much bullying is, proper social enforcement, and then how much is just being a malicious asshole, right? There's the difference there. When we're talking about, like, we need more bullying, we're talking about righteous social enforcement, not just being some dumb cunt, like, annoying people.
No, but even just saying that to most people nowadays, like, we got to bring back bullying. It's like, that's just... Yeah, that's out there.
Well, ridicule strengthens the ridiculed. And if you take that away, you actually make people more vulnerable to, like, actual stressors.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you deprive people of stress, you make them weak. If you give them too much stress, you break them.
They need
but
vitalism.
you need to give them stress constantly that resolves to make them consistently stronger. But the problem is, if you're giving stress that never resolves, you'll break people that way. And I think I remember reading in Daniel Bolelli's book, How to Create Your Own Religion. We actually had his girlfriend on our show. She's an MMA fighter artist. And he was talking about two different types of Taoism. And there's like one type of Taoism that gets energy from like in a vampiric way, from like knocking people down in such a way that it never resolves. Like you hold people down and you knock them down in a way that it never resolves, and then that's actually like filling you with energy. As opposed to, there's like another type of Taoism that's kind of like, I think it's like leading people to the source, right? It's like more of like a Buddhist path. I'm very rusty on this.
Well, you're basically saying, like, you want people to act as helpers for the next generation, like older kids who would be able to, I don't know, sort out whoever they perceive as being troublesome by putting them through some kind of a trial to just see how much they can take it, kind of like a hazing, but not something where it would be like, coming from a bad place. And I wonder if that's like various fraternities that have existed. That was kind of like the principle, right? Where you become one of them by going through this initiation. Just like tribes have that kind of stuff too. Like where you got to put your hand in like the fire ant pit, and then it like stings like a like a car being smashed on it or something. So, it's an important function, which I don't know how much there is of that today.
Can't believe I said those names earlier.
Yeah, I think some of my best friends growing up and that I'm still friends with today, we were just horrible to each other. And I think there is something with that where we're comfortable enough to point out our flaws in front of them and completely make fun of them. And, and make fun of me. It's just like, it's the fact that I still know them to this day is great, because now it's just like, we're all comfortable with feeling comfortable enough to poke fun at each other,
By the way, we have a Tim Napier joining us here, whose camera is tilted right now, so you gotta adjust it. I'm not sure if you have to turn it or.
Oh God! Yeah, I got you. Hold on.
So we were just talking about this culture of, in the past, bullying and hazing and all these things that may have their place in society. I mean, I'm curious about the way that you grew up, whether you experienced that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if we're talking about social Darwinism, or bullying, as some people call it, I think that it's absolutely it's inherent to your. I think it's inherent to your childhood, because when you grow up, you're going to bounce against the gutters one way or another, and your behavior when you're an adult is going to be determined by whether or not you're, able to associate with other people and agree and interact with other people in a way that they find appealing, or at least they find acceptable. And if you never get told, hey, you're acting in a way that makes people feel uncomfortable, you're going to condition yourself to act in a way that marks you as an outcast. And when you grow up, you're going to be like, I don't know why I'm weird. And it's like, well, because you set a pattern for your behavior that no one likes, and no one had the balls to say, hey, stop that. So now, like, you don't even know what to do. You got 25 years of bad programming. You're a faulty person. And it's not your fault personally. It's because no one ever told you, hey, you make people uncomfortable when you talk about magic cards nonstop. You make people uncomfortable when you talk about the insects you really like. You make people uncomfortable when you tell people what they should or shouldn't eat. You make people really uncomfortable when you fill in the blank.
But some of those people have gone on to become the creator of Pokemon. Like, I know that the guy who created Pokemon, he was a big fan of insects. By the way, your camera is still sideways.
Oh, hold on.
It's the situational awareness that becomes important, because there's some people. I heard it, to become an AD, to join the guild of ADs in New York, or however broad that is. One of the questions is, do you need people to like you? Right? Do you need people to like you? And if you do, they're like, this isn't the job for you, right? As opposed to, there's also, people cannot like you because you're bombastic, and then people can not like you because you're too sweet and nice and awkward, and it's like they're around something that they don't want to make it uncomfortable, they don't want to make it frown, they don't want, so they're just like, oh, that's nice, that's really sweet, yeah, and they just nod their, and then suddenly ghost, right? And then a lot of those people never get the inputs because they were deprived of them when they were younger, for how some of these other realities work. And then it's kind of a thankless job to, some things can come across harsher than they are, right? If you're just waking people up.
I hear that, but at the same time, I think that a lot of the inabilities people are having to communicate with each other are because the entire Overton's window is shifted towards coddling everyone's individual perspective and keeping no uniform objectivity. And when you live in an entirely subjective universe, feeling better, feeling competent, feeling content as your primary goal, and anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, you can block, you can remove, you can ignore, you can safely be told you don't have to interact with anything that makes you feel like you're not the best version of yourself. You're eventually going to become someone who cannot relate to everyone outside of your specific echo chamber. And there's nothing you can do about it. And you're going to encounter people and go, wait, why do I feel like I don't belong? And it's not because there's something wrong with you necessarily. It's because you're conditioned to living in a way that's not normal. It's not natural. It's very, very restricted and synthetic.
Well, that's the thing. We live in. I think when you have to examine, when you examine the condition that a lot of younger people live in, I think that it's really, it's something that is alienating to the human condition in terms of the ability to what's the buzzword that they used to have with these think pieces, curating your existence. I think that when you have a social environment of growing up in school where you aren't given discipline or an understanding or a way of understanding the world through a cultural and religious and sort of disciplinary lens that has guided younger people, but add to that a abstract machine that you are plugged into all the time with an input-output mechanism that can access you to all of these channels and flows of information that is the internet, and you can get immersed and lost into it. Like people talk about VR. We live in the age of virtual reality. We live in it every day. We're living it right now. I think that's really scary because a lot of these Zoomers, it seems that it took a very infinitesimally earlier age for them to adapt to this hyper reality that we're living in, that we're experiencing. It took us millennials quite a bit longer. We still remember what it's like to have a childhood without technology invading our lives. But more than that, it's sort of to ride the waves of content where you can curate your own experience and your own information to such an extent that anything that is grating to your worldview or emotions or so forth, that can be exiled from your very existence. It seems that we're creating a population of schizophrenic people in a lot of ways, and I think we haven't truly sat back as a culture and as a people to say, what does it mean when humanity is constantly plugged into this abstract hyper reality, right? And it's just, yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, no, I remember bringing this up. I think it was the last time I was on this podcast, how our technology has surpassed our morality. And we used to see that any technology we didn't understand yet was magic, especially if we could replicate it. Any technology we didn't understand was magic. Now, if you were to really explain to me how a phone works, you might as well tell me. I mean, Joe Rogan had a bit about it back when he was still a comedian. If you opened up a cell phone, it could be little elves on crystal meth drawing a picture and look at the megapixel. That's the word you need. It's the magic word. It gives you the good shit. I don't want to butcher his act, but it's accurate. You don't know how these things work. It's like you're saying about we live in virtual reality. Absolutely true. You don't know what's going on. None of us do. We're only told what someone else thinks we should be told. And at the end of the day, it's part of why the internet's so great, because we have access for the first time in humanity's time on this planet, at least as I understand it, depending on how long we've really been here. It's a different kind of conversation, but we can now finally reach each other without having someone curate our ability to communicate.
It's kind of like It's kind of like a test in a way, where you have the ability to either consume a bunch of noise or play Candy Crush Saga, or you can read the greatest works that have ever been written and look into all kinds of other techniques and groups to find a way out. And I think that we may be headed for some kind of a destruction later on, whether it's pole shifting, whether it's the volcano erupting, but we have this very small amount of time now. It's like, why is it that we've been born at this time, and what's the opportunity that we have in front of us to take advantage of for the good, to improve ourselves and the people around us?
I think humanity, and this isn't a popular opinion, I know, but I think that if you try to see humanity as akin to a virus, you actually have a pretty accurate analogy. As a virus spreads, it becomes more attractive to itself, more capable to replicate. As a virus spreads, it becomes more adaptable to its environment, more not necessarily homogenous, because you can have different aspects of one viral compound changing and mutating while it's all connected to its host as it dies and eats off itself to reconsume itself, recreate itself. I think humanity, to some degree, we have a choice, and we can either choose to work for the good of the group or choose to work for the good of the individual. And some people have done horrific things working for their own self-interest. Some people have done horrific things working for what they think is the group's interest. And the problem is when you allow too much power to come into hands that aren't fully educated or aren't fully equipped with, with how to see another person as not just another individual, but another piece of humanity. Because when we get tribal, we get tribal. Oxytocin, the chemical that makes you love your kids, is the same chemical that's going to make me want to stab you for coming near my house when I don't know you. Because when you threaten what I care about, my Dunbar's number gets reduced. I can't see you as a person anymore. You're not one of me. You're just another living thing. And that's a tendency for all human beings. It's disturbing. And it's fascinating at the same time.
Fuck asks, what is group? What is individual?
Oh, okay. I would say the individual would be one individual sentient being who can see himself as not belonging. You're capable of seeing yourself as not belonging, whereas a group, you have to acknowledge that it's a multiple individual sentient beings choosing to follow one. I mean, not necessarily choosing to follow to one, because you could see a group that's in prison. I was surrounded by, we were technically groups. None of us got along. We all had different ideologies. None of us wanted to be there with each other, but we were a group. We were Group A. Like, so you can group people that don't belong to any, and it's how you want to group. It's all some other sentient mind saying, I'm going to tell you about these people. I'm going to tell these people something about themselves they didn't know. The fucking arrogance of the human condition, man. We forget we're animals. It's disgusting.
Well, it is kind of like Gravitas.
Get your wish
you were, well, when we're talking about like that radical individualism, it could be used for both good and bad. Same thing like Tim, you were saying that this group think can also be used for both good and bad. So it's about balancing these things out. But Gravitas, I remember in reading the Seraphim Rose book about the religion of the future, one of the things that he was very concerned about was this deification of man, when we have like these gurus that people think they are the only, or they are the best way for them to reach enlightenment by having to follow this other human being. And I've never understood how people, you know, like if people are skeptical of Christianity, why aren't they skeptical of just this dude with a long beard and a funny looking hat that's telling them this is what you have to do?
It's like atheists, right? One of my favorite conversations to have is, so you think that heaven and hell are too ridiculous, a sentient being is ridiculous, but you want to explain multiverse to me with no explanation beyond people.
Heaven and hell
are you
exist on
serious?
Earth.
It's a stretch of faith, and you can have faith. That's beautiful. I think if you don't have faith, you're cutting yourself off from a capacity in the human spirit that is amazing. Look at the Sistine Chapel, knowing that people built that with their hands, and tell me that's not amazing. And they did it out of faith and fear and a lust for power and a lust for everything else to show their. Yeah. That's ironically, it's prideful to build something like that.
Well, that was like the time of the Medici Pope, right? Like one of the popes was the Medici, and I'm sure there was a lot of corruption going on during that time. But at the same time, it was a fun time. I mean, look, Gravitas, I'll be honest with you, even though I like a lot of the iconography that you were posting, I think a lot of it was very beautiful, psychedelic in a way. I think it is important though that we had the Renaissance come out, and even though the angels did not look as cool, like the cherubs with like the naked babies, not as cool as the the ones with the multiple eyes and those dashing wings, but still Renaissance did reinvigorate, I think, a lot of this old mythology, kind of like we were talking about earlier with superheroes. And I think that there is always going to be part of that within us, because there is something very artistic about that, the hero's journey, just creating all of these very interesting tales. Because if it's not that, if it's just like being in heaven with God, like I said before in the last conversation we had, I don't think that's enough for me right now. I think I like playing around with being an artist and making animations and drawing these weird figures, some of whom I guess could be interpreted as demons. I don't know, like Pokemon, are they demons, you know?
I mean, yeah, there's always going to be some subjective feeling to it, but look, we were kind of hinting at it before. I'm just going to dive into it. The idea of Gnosticism versus agnosticism, or the idea of that you can deify yourself through self-knowledge. You can push yourself. This is also a transhumanist belief, ironically. It's also a UFO believer concept. Usually I see a lot of UFO guys into it where, through enough genetic splicing, through enough experimentation, who knows what's possible. They're describing the magic of miracles, trying to use a different technology to justify it. So it's like, okay, I get the idea, us being more than we are. But you can't fully understand, in my opinion, I don't think I'm the only one that's thought this, but when you travel down certain thought tunnels, you make discoveries of ideas that other people have found as well, because your reality is only really determined by what you can grasp, hold in your equanimity, and then how much more you can take. Well, like, look, if you don't get mugged, you don't really understand why it's important to keep your streets safe. If you have lived in a world where muggings never happen, you will never understand that keeping your streets safe is a priority. And when someone who makes their money, makes their living, robbing enough people a night to get to maybe $70, that's your average 1 to 3 given, right? And they do that 365, and that's the only way to support their drug addiction. And they've got open warrants, so they can't even apply for a food stamp card. That's a life for some people. And if you don't incorporate the fact that if that guy sees your lights on and he's cold, he might come in and try to snuggle up with your family. If you don't think about the fact that that's real, you're again cutting off a part of the human spirit. that's been written about, movies have been made about it, music's been written about it. If you ignore the fact that these things are real, you are deliberately making yourself ignorant to the point of susceptibility. And I don't understand why someone would want to do that out of fear, because you're manifesting your fear in reality by behaving that way. All human beings do is manifest. If we think about something, we make it. So if you're going to think about a safe utopia while refusing to acknowledge that there is such a thing as dystopia, you're building a broken environment waiting to teeter. And I think you need balance. And I know that I can be very aggressive and I can jump down people's throats. And I know I've done it with you guys. You know, I apologize because I don't want to leave a bad taste in your mouth. I've been pushed around for having opinions that I knew were morally right when the group I was with was morally wrong so many times that now I will dig my heels in if I think I'm right, and you will not move me, because I don't want to demean myself by agreeing to something that I feel doesn't take into account the proper perspective or over exemplarizes some minute perspective that is not universal or is dangerous to consider universal. That's where I'm at.
That was well said. And I want to move on to the subject that we were talking before about on Instagram, which is, who do you think, Tim, is behind what's been going on with these riots? Like, I'm also looking at it being partly Russians as well, even though, like, I know people like to say it was the Russians and the white supremacists. You know, I'm not putting the white supremacists in this category, but I am putting in the Russians as part of it. But I'm curious what you think, and Graventus, what you think, and what everybody thinks. So...
all right, I'll go first if that's all right.
Go for it.
Yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts about this, and this is probably it's you know, if we get kicked, we get kicked. But this is what I think. I think that there have been elements at play trying to destabilize the idea of America as an existing entity for decades and decades and decades. Since its origin, there have been people burning to see it burned. And right now, we are watching those same mentalities. Where'd the Bernie bros go? What happened to burning down Milwaukee, guys? Remember that Milwaukee will burn if Bernie doesn't get elected? Oh, gee whiz. Anybody looking for that guy right now? I bet you could find him somewhere burning down a Target. I think you got to pay attention to the fact that they're targeting black communities because they know that racial relations are the whole platform for the SJW voting base. The whole existence of the liberal ideology is seeing skin color first and matching everything else to skin color. Because a low IQ stops at color and says, can I pick that up? Is it a color that's safe or dangerous? That's fine. Be that way. My problem is now we have people who are crying on camera saying, I worked my whole life to build this bar, and now they're breaking in while they're on camera and stealing the safe. We have women last night getting raped and murdered. We have people being brutalized in front of their stores. If you think this is a peaceful protest and you're going online saying, hey guys, you know, peaceful protest, respect it, you're not paying attention and you're promoting horrific acts of violence. 13 cities all across, and now it's in Vancouver, Canada as well. They're in Vancouver. They're trying to bang on people's cars.
In Toronto too.
Yep. And then when the cars drive away from the intersections, they film it and go, look at this guy. This alt-right Nazi ran me over. That's not reality. That's it. That's a tactic to destabilize a country that is giving, to a tactic to destabilize a country that is accepting legitimately. Because the problem with acceptance, in my opinion, is it forgets that tolerance is a thing. Tolerance has a definition. I'll tolerate a bad smell. I'll tolerate someone not getting a job and begging for change. I'm not going to accept it as reality. Help can be applied to that situation. You don't have to accept that. You can help it. You can tolerate it while it's broken. You can tolerate having a shitty chair with an unstable leg. What we're watching right now in this country is not about tolerance or acceptance. It's a weaponized attack. V for Vendetta, in my opinion, was just as much of a weaponized attack on this country as people used to claim hip hop and metal were. Only because they plant enough of a seed. Just like the alien conspiracy theory turns you into a type of person that wants no national borders, because why would I need a national identity if the global humanity is going to go to space together? It's an obvious play for globalism. Take a step back and look at it again. Just like the DMT trips. Well, if I can negate the existence of God and imagine that some intelligent being is going to communicate with me through a drug, then I have shut myself off from humanity and looked solely for Gnostic beliefs. I'm going to look for a way inside to determine my outside reality. I'm not discounting psychology. I used to go to a shaman in Princeton. It does work. It can heal you. It can make you feel better. But you also have to accept that a lot of those belief systems are just psychological. Your inside mind, if you take enough doses of certain chemicals, you'll believe all sorts of insane things. We're watching cities get burned down, and people are convinced it's a peaceful protest with fire in the background. I don't know if you guys saw that clip, CNN going, these are mostly peaceful protests with fire in the background, a burning building. Why are you burning down a Target where people work? Why are you burning down people's homes? Why are you raping women? That's not about Black lives. That's not about George Floyd. That's about you wanted to do something horrible and you looked for an excuse. So I don't understand why we're pretending this is some organic, legitimate grassroots effort. If every time the police killed a white guy, this happened, are you serious? And more whites are killed by police than blacks every year. Look it up. It's not about race. It's about the culture we're running. We're running a culture in which it's celebrated to say, I'm picked on, let me punch you because I'm picked on.
I also wanted to add that there were bricks that were found right next to one of those stores, you know, ready in place for people to start throwing them.
Get your bricks here.
Exactly.
Bricks here. Come on, step right up.
So I know.
Yeah, and on top of that, we've got these videos online where people are catching cops doing stuff. Do you guys remember when Bum Fights crew made that video of feeding the homeless stuff they were shoplifting?
Oh,
that was the
yeah,
guys who
the
made
Bum
BFK.
Fights, yeah.
That's the guys who made BFK.
And then Dr. Phil brought on the guy just to kick him off. Yeah. That was.
And then he was dressed as Dr. Phil. That was the funniest part of it.
Here's what they did, right?
But that's
They made
what
this
Tim was
video
getting
with
at, is the basic Eric Vogelin thesis that there is multiple secularized Gnosticisms that are within the collective psyche of humanity that are trying to break through, like in various political ideologies or expressions of Gnosticism. But yeah, Gravantis, I want to hear your opinion on this hot stuff.
Well, Tim, did you want to finish up what you said before Gravantis?
Yeah. All I wanted to say is we're watching videos. They sold T-shirts. The BFK guys T-shirts afterwards. They linked it to the They said if you support us in helping the homeless. They bought the stuff. They faked stealing it to get kids to go out and get arrested for shoplifting because they used to pay homeless people to eat glass on camera. They're fucked up guys. If you don't understand that all your liberal sensibilities of open hand softness are getting manipulated by bad people, come on, guys. I love humanity. I am a humanist 100%. People are not team human right now. People are team suffering. That's legitimately what I'm watching. You know the 3 downward arrows they use in their Antifa stuff? It's supposed to be a knock against Christianity because the Western society is built on Christianity. No, it's an embracing of seeking hedonistic pleasure and pain and fleeing one to seek the other. And if you feel bad, express it on someone else. It's their fault. Push it away. It's their fault. That is a powder keg, man. I used to live that way. I was an angry motherfucker. I was a bad dude. And I don't want to be that. I see other people doing that. I see them going down that path. I see George Floyd was on camera crying, talking about the youth of America today. Look at the state of us today. Are they spitting on his grave? People are going to say, thanks, Floyd. Thanks, Floyd. Thanks for what you did to my life. Know how many lives George Floyd has touched because of these riots? How many lives he's ruined forever, his name?
Wow,
they are dragging him through the dirt.
This is the get it off your chest. This is the get it off your chest special.
Gravantis. Let's say.
Hey, I missed
Somebody else do your thing.
I mean, I guess the question of like foreign influence or something. I think people, you know, especially with the idea of election interferences, they always want to, you know, kind of blame Russia for everything. But I would say that just if you look at America, the state it's in today, they don't really have to do anything. They can just watch. You know, maybe make a comment here and there. I mean, you see like Chinese officials kind of point out the racial inequality in America, you know, the injustices in America. Meanwhile, you look at Hong Kong, you look at, you know, everything China does. They purposely do it to kind of stoke these, you know, built up feelings and resentment that people already have. And I think it's just eventually that people are acting out on this, and this is just kind of that prodding for them to do so.
Just as a quick aside, by the way, speaking of Russia, our Russian relatives, when they came here, like distant relatives, when they came to America, one of the first things that they asked us is it true that the American people regularly murder the black people that live in America? So that's how they interpret America through the lens of Russian propaganda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 2 pages I just have articles.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
The 2 pages I just threw up, that's the first one. And then the second one is when they come to his neighborhood. I'm not kidding. The second one, they come to his neighborhood and he goes, oh my God, I can't believe it. They just attacked my neighborhood. How did they attack my sister community? Yeah, don't talk to me about ideology. They have
Play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, dumbass.
Yeah, this isn't a game. This is people are dying.
So who is this guy? Chris Palmer.
Chris Martin Palmer.
He's an NBA player who gets paid by China to sell shoes and jerseys. Take a step back and look at who makes the money from Sony. Take a step back and say who's targeting our communities, who's pitting white against black.
We need to get the cork board out. We need the string. We need it.
No, that's not a conspiracy
theory.
I hear you. That's not a conspiracy theory.
No, like, but it's true. There's certain people that even talk about how a lot of black culture has been a lot of. I think it was who was that rapper? Was it Chuck D that said how the record company? It was Chuck D, I believe, that said the record companies are pushing sort of this view of what black culture is supposed to be like, and how that, of course, he mentioned a certain demographic of people who own the record companies, but how it seems that like he was pointing how a certain view of African American culture in America gets promoted above all else, and it seems to just view this negative feedback loop of racial relations. Like I think a lot of this for lack of a better term, a lot of SJW stuff, like for example the book The New Jim Crow. I remember I was arguing with my professor once, who's a postmodernist, and he's like, Gio, the way you talk, maybe you agree with some of it. And I actually read the book, and I think there is a degree in terms of the prison industrial complex of racialization. But that being said, it's whether you want to view every single person in the system as being racist or whatnot. That's, of course, that's a ridiculous view. But I think that there's a lot of various disparate elements that come into play when it comes to race relations in the Black community in America. And I think it's unproductive either way to view it as a singular thing, whether it's on one side, it's, racism, or it's the other side, whether it's, it's because, some kind of HBD sort of a genetic argument or whatnot. I think that, yeah, there's a lot of complex things, but that's unfortunate. It seems that now that riots and these public spectacles have become ritualized, that it will only lead to a further discord. And I don't know what to say. I agree with Hero. I don't have a very particularly flowery view of the future.
Well, what I don't want to have happen is for it to swing completely the other way, where now there's going to be a closed door depending on what the color of your skin is, because like the balance.
I don't know about that. That seems kind of tempting.
Here's the balance. The balance would be is that you keep an open door for people as far as what can they bring to the table. So whoever brings what you want to the table, that's the open door.
The idea that's the idea we were talking about the wignats earlier. The idea that this is going to provoke some type of like racial mass conflict among whites and blacks in America, I think that's kind of ridiculous.
Hold on, Gio.
Okay, go ahead. I'm curious now.
Okay, so it's kind of a bit layered on that. I don't think that it's going to create necessarily a big conflict between, let's say, whites and blacks, but there's going to be
Total Turner Diaries all out type
stuff. No, definitely not that, but there might be something from the, I don't even want to say blacks because it's not necessarily blacks. My issue with these riots, right? People are conflating the riots and the protests, right? What I see it as is the protests, right? As legitimate as they are, they have the right to protest. That's what's good about this country. They have the right to protest what they feel is an injustice. The thing is,
what protest are you talking about?
Well, hold on, man. I'm agreeing with you. These protests, they are violent, they are aggressive, and they're enabling the larger scale riots that are going on. These riots, right? The people conducting these riots, you were talking about foreign influence earlier. I will say that maybe any influence that's there, it's people that are leaving bricks, leaving items that are there to vandalize things further. But I think it is largely homegrown. They might be from other states or whatever, but it is largely homegrown. The people conducting these riots, these are not people concerned with racial justice. I wouldn't consider these people to be like necessarily SJWs or anything. What I was saying on Twitter last night, these are the Goths and Vandals here to burn Rome to the ground. They've been sitting here waiting for years and years, waiting for an opportunity to burn it down to the ground, and that's what they're doing. This isn't about racial justice. Some of the protesters are out there talking about racial justice, but they're mostly extremists at this point. They're mostly enabling the rioters at this point, and that's the problem. I'm seeing what I think is going to happen is that this is going to, however this blows over, however this concludes, I think that a lot of what's dominant in the culture right now, the teachers and the people in power right now are going to hold this up as some civil rights movement. And they're going to use that with all of the other protests and riots that went on in the past couple, years throughout Trump's presidency. They're going to use that to say, look, this was the civil rights struggle at the time until we get like a handle on how to deal with the culture. That's what's going to be perpetuated. And I think that's going to gin up a lot of racial hatred from minority groups to the dominant, well, probably not dominant for long, but it's going to gin up hatred from the minority groups to whites, and not just whites, but people that, enjoy America. It's
Anarchists are never anti-Western or never anti-government. They're always anti-Western government. I argue with these people all the time. I get doxxed every week for this fucking shit. All right. My problem is I tell them exactly what I think. And here's my problem with what you're proposing, or my issue with it, I guess, is you use all right, it's NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. You use the word protest. These are not protests. When you're setting things on fire and raping people, you're not protesting.
There's two events. I'm with you, man. I'm with you, but there's two events. Like in each of these cities, there is a very small group of very angry and aggressive protesters, and then there's also riots. I have no sympathy for the protesters right now because I think they're enabling the riots.
Yeah, and well, what I'm watching is like there's a stream about it. I can't throw it in because it's a video. It's a guy who works for Black Lives Matter. I wish I could remember his handle right now. He found out there was a Zoom chat tonight in which other Black Lives Matter people were saying he shouldn't be in the movement because he married a white woman. I mean, like,
that figures.
Black nationalism is a very real threat. I've been saying it for a very long time.
Of course.
It's not worth debating because I know that I'm right. Black nationalism and white guilt are more dangerous than white supremacy in America right now. And the idea that you're going to tell, the idea that you're going to tell, the idea that you're going to tell my kids that because of the color of their skin, they're somehow have to apologize for something, you can get shot in the face. That's insane. No, you can make noises. I don't care, dude. You already know what I think. Like, we're getting straight through to this. I am not going to hear this nonsense about how this is going to this is not only going to damage race relations going forward for a very long time, but whites are only 17% of the planet, and it's culture, not race.
Sometimes you just gotta listen. Sometimes the best way to help is to not even have an opinion and to listen.
When you get into our Constitution and how it was written, you determine that we saw God as giving us permissions to have certain freedoms. Other places don't believe in those freedoms. And a lot of the people coming here don't want those freedoms to exist. They find them blasphemous. And when they have the majority in a democracy, they then get to vote for whatever they want. So I see that there's a lot of complaints and ideas, but a lot of this soft-handed, let me wear the furry outfit, let me do what I'd like to do, that's not going to be allowed in the new America. It's not.
That's base. That's good. I think that, no, as much as I don't want, like, first of all, I think the Muslim takeover thing, that's sort of like a conservative imagination. I don't think it's true. Well, no, not Muslims, but I think that in Europe.
So what are you talking about?
No, about the whole, like, Mark Stein Islamization of Europe thing. I think that's sort of a thesis that's come and gone because I think global liberalism has the ability to pacify them just as much as anyone. I mean, who knows, right? I think there's the signs are already there. I think we're more a threat to the world in terms of our ideas than these. Of course, I don't want like the hordes of the third world coming here and I don't want to, but I think that we're just as much a threat in terms of our like globalist liberal ideals to the rest of the world, you know what I mean? Like we have to shelter them from our ideals as well. I think that
who is ours?
No, I'm not. Well, not ours, but I think that
who is the we in the
liberal democracies, the West.
Yeah, like the dominant cultural and political discourse of liberal modernity has a way of almost colonizing the different peoples and beliefs of the world. It's almost like we have to protect those people from us as just as much we have to protect us from them. Not us, but like the dominant political class, put it that way.
No. I need you to speak English about this because I hear everything you're saying is Marxist propaganda. Like I hear the word.
How is that Marxist propaganda?
I've literally read it in the Harvard studies by the people that used to wine and dine with Epstein. This is propaganda. Where'd you read this? Some internet forum? Like did you hear it on YouTube?
No. I'm talking about the political class of the West exporting certain liberal ideas to different peoples and taking over their culture and westernizing them. That's what I'm talking about.
Who wants that?
No, this is what I mean. We don't want it, and those people don't want it. But it seems that our autonomous political class that have more in common with themselves than with the people of their countries of their origin, they're intent on colonizing the world with liberal ideals and westernized ways of viewing the world that we ourselves are being affected by. It's not us per se, but it's certainly the political classes of the West, whether we want to call them globalists or whatnot. That's what I'm referring to. I think they are just as much a danger of destroying the local cultures and traditions of these people around the world as they have done to us in the Western Hemisphere. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I hear that, but I think you're kind of forgetting that the concept of 160 million people wanting the Constitution to stay the way it does still exists, and I'm one of them. I don't agree.
Yeah,
obviously. No, hold on. I think that the idea I've had this debate before. Like, I get that taxes are important. I get that some people need help. I understand that. I mean, I was born. And my childhood was not fun. We didn't have money. So I get that you need assistance or you're not going to make it. I mean, like, not all Napiers are here today. I was the first one on my mother's side to graduate high school in 3 generations. So I get that shit's not fun. But at the same time, if you just let me sit at home and eat and not work, I'm not going to work. And if you tell people that coming here means you're somehow guaranteed have economic equality at the end of the day, regardless of how much effort you put in, you're destroying a culture of meritocracy that has existed before we expanded across to the West Coast. The idea that so my big problem here is fundamentally that this globalism you're describing is somehow inherently Western or American. I see it as a cancer on the Western societies. I see the idea that we can't stay sovereign to ourselves to be
Tim, you're talking economics, he's talking culture, and like
I'm talking culture too.
Well, no, I mean, if you want to trace it back to the Enlightenment and the Reformation and so forth, I mean, I'm talking about the origin of these ideas stemming from a particular tradition within the West. Not to say that it's not cancerous and it hasn't taken us over, but you could trace this right back from the Reformation to the Enlightenment to onwards. That's what I'm referring to.
Right, but when I think of liberalism, I think of what Malcolm X said about liberalism when he said the most dangerous thing to the black community is white liberals, because more often than not, when a black politician fails, it's because they've been put there by white politicians that are liberals who want to not gain control for a better future, but gain control for a voting base, because they want this crazy Marxist ideology to spread across the West and then the rest of the world. Because they're so much
classical liberals?
Everyone needs to agree.
What about classical liberals? What about classical liberals?
Like Margaret Thatcher?
She didn't come to mind. No.
That's the classical liberal.
According to the political compass, I don't know. I filled some questionnaire out on.
There's 10,000 political compasses. There are 1,000 I can bring up right now. Which compass?
I mean, I think the country was founded by classical liberals.
Okay, so define.
It was founded by Masonic ideals.
They value economic freedom. They're very progressive. Yes, they are.
No.
They are.
They were liberal. They were not progressive.
Get your Gordon Wood. Go get your Gordon Wood.
Why not? Why weren't they progressive? They're for progress. They like social freedoms. They had some severe flaws and contradictions in their moral outlook in terms of the fact that they were slave owners and knew these people didn't like being slaves, yet used them to found the country is like a permanent stain. But they also designed a system that accounted for human fallibility so that people could enjoy a decentralized system that was a safeguard against tyranny and prioritize error detection and self-correction. So there's like two ways to look at the Constitution. Like when people talk about wanting the Constitution to stay the same and wanting it to change, you have the people that want to like reinterpret it. Like they want to take a Wittgensteinian language model. And the problem that I see also is that the way like the far left talks at times and the way that I consider people that speak the language of the gods speak, where there's like contradictions in the terms they use. It's like a dialectic process, right? Obscurantinist and vague language can be very dangerous, especially when it comes to
but this is what I mean, Jules. We can't even agree on basic.
And a lot of people
Jules,
as like a firewall, right? As in they use it as a firewall because they don't know how to defend themselves or they fear backlash. So they use obscurantinist language so that they never have to own up to what they think or say. Right?
Okay. As a delusion,
right? And it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
Wait, Gio, what were you saying?
No, I was making a joke. I said as a delusion, I feel personally attacked by saying using obscuritist languages. Yeah.
Sometimes, but the thing is, but then there are choices you have to make because there are some people that only know how to speak in those ways, and then you have to make a choice if you're gonna dig in your heels and refuse to speak in their language, or if you're going to try to speak in their language.
I see. My thing is words have meaning, and there's an aggressive tactic that utilizes the concept of changing what words mean to stop a debate from happening. Because I don't like your position, like if you were to say a human woman is an adult human female who is born a woman and dies a woman, and I were to say, if I say I'm a woman, now we have a serious issue because what we mean by the words becomes the problem. And if you can change the definition of the word woman, then somehow my position agrees with you. I don't agree with you.
Have always done this though. This has happened to all language.
So you agree.
Forever.
You're saying yes, and we've always done this because I wasn't done there. The next point is what country ended slavery and what country is still practicing?
I love the Constitution.
Libya is practicing
I don't
slavery.
Think we should
Africa is still
it.
practicing
I
slavery, and America ended slavery and told the rest of the world, we won't deal with you if you still do it. So it's a stain, but we also morally outgrew it to the point that now we're prosecuting. We're prosecuting
we fought a war.
We're practicing
a war.
after the Barbary slave trade. After Thomas Jefferson said that Islam had a problem with the United States, and we might have a problem with more Islamic pirates kidnapping whites to sell them into slavery, we decided slavery wasn't a good thing. I agree it sucks that we had to get fucked with as slaves. We had to get locked into slavery as whites before we said, hey, this isn't a good thing. But at least we got over it. I'm saying that when you paint it as a permanent
what are you talking about, Irish slaves and stuff
Well,
like
no,
that?
well, the state of the world forever. Hold on, well, the state of the world forever was slavery. Like, the Greeks had slaves, the Romans had slaves, and if you look at any empire... Like, people talk about, like, the British and the French and the Belgians and so on. If you look at any empire that came before, the places where they went to, they had their own empires. India had the Mughal Empire, you know? Like, Iran had its own empire, and all of these places had slavery. That was the norm, and it was a very sad state of affairs, and it was very unfortunate. So I'm very happy that we grew out of it.
Some people argue we still have them, right? And but here's the thing.
But nobody talks about the stain on all those cultures. They only say about the Western cultures.
Yeah, but don't you agree that this topic of slavery obscures real world issues within the present, right?
I don't care. Fuck Obama, dude. That piece of shit needs to go to Gitmo.
Stop. No, hold on.
Gun post alert. Gun post alert.
No. The source of your information doesn't determine its truth value. And a severe problem that I see is people are more likely to take bad advice from a good friend than good advice from a perceived opponent. And people are going through an epistemological crisis, right? Need to exercise their epistemological processes, which in effect means, like, I was taught in school that before you read a book, you should read a bio of the person that wrote it. And I actually think it's stunting advice. What you should do is read and listen to what they have to say, right? And then you can read the bio after. Right? As in, if you listen to everyone with the same amount of skepticism, if you're a skeptic of the world and of yourself, right, you are more likely to value truth, no matter where you find it, right? But I think to dismiss everything that Obama, I like Obama. I think he's done a lot of really good things for society. I think he's healed us in a lot of ways. I think he was really good for emotional fabric in a lot of ways.
Jules, you lost my respect on that, man.
Jules. Stop. It's because you grew up with a silver spoon up your ass. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up, dude.
All right. I agree with him when he says
calm down.
Okay, guys. Speaking
when Obama says the Constitution, when Obama said, this is hilarious. When Obama says that the Constitution is a living document, I agree with that, but I don't think I agree with him in the way that he means it, because that's why we can pass amendments, right? It doesn't mean like stack the courts with judges who reinterpret the law, like according to a Wittgensteinian method, right? Or just like cultivate an idiocracy, like when people are just illiterate to the system.
What do you mean by Wittgenstein? I'm curious. Here.
Wittgenstein is all about like reality is created by language, right? That like that language determines reality, right? And basically that like everything is impossible to understand, and there is no true meaning to
sound like you. Gematria? What are you talking about?
Wittgenstein, you can get good ideas from all these people. Like Plato's a smart guy, even though he's my least favorite philosopher. Like I've learned a lot of awesome things from Plato, but I also think he's philosophy's biggest villain, right? So, but that doesn't mean like I don't like Plato's hate. It means I don't think the Republic is like a great piece of philosophical text with like a lot of wisdom in it. And it ties back to something we were talking about earlier when Lev was saying like, we have this infantile culture that doesn't read like the greats of literature, but then you also have people who see themselves as so above infantile culture and only read the greats of literature that there then becomes this impassable divide, right? And I just remember watching Avatar: Last Airbender when Aang, the Airbender, is like in the firebending nation, and he's like going to their school, right? And like basically he's realizing like the advantage he gets from just consuming the things that they're consuming. That if he wasn't consuming exactly what their brain was operating on he wouldn't be able to like anticipate them at all, or even attempt to have a constructive conversation.
Okay, yeah. I honestly think Avatar: The Last Airbender is one of the best cartoons, especially to teach a kid about the actual definition of diversity and multiculturalism I've ever seen. Because the entire idea is that he needs to not only understand everyone, but understand everyone because they are all one. And that concept itself, if you want, I'm not a fan of that ideology, but if you are, that is an amazing piece of programming. It's artful. It's actually well done.
By the way, speaking of people who are listening rather than speaking, Rob, you've been sitting here this whole time. I'm curious.
This is completely out of my zone. I'm over here sitting with a fucking Pee-wee's Playhouse background over here.
But that's the whole point, because you are incredibly talented, and the point here is that I want to bridge a lot of these divides. And like, I'll be honest, the animation community, they ain't talking about Plato. They're not talking about Wittgenstein. I think it's time for a change. You know, I think it's time to reintegrate all these things together and produce
maybe some of them.
Great fucking art. So I don't know.
Actually, it's difficult because I just, the way I grew up, I've always felt like I'm just kind of absorbing. I'm sitting there on the sidelines and kind of watching everything happening. And I just grew up in an environment where, you know, grew up poor, grew up in a tough neighborhood, and you know, I'm still around in that environment, and I've seen reality. I've seen what reality is outside, and I've been around, you know, just, you know, gun violence and with family and stuff like that, and so it's difficult to just kind of look at what's going on now and just kind of seeing everyone fight about it and have this opinion on the stuff when it's just like, I feel like I've already been through the worst and kind of seen and just seeing these sorry, I'm just kind of trying to gather my thoughts together. Just the argument on both sides just seems kind of ridiculous after, you know, what I've seen growing up, you know?
I really hear that. I think one of the most fascinating things to point out for people on every side, and I don't get to have a lot of conversations with people that are radically left or radically right. It doesn't work out well, because as soon as they start saying shit I determine to be fucked up, I can't listen to it, and I start getting hot in the face. I don't know. It's I know it's hard to imagine me getting that way, but like it. What I find frustrating is right after Occupy Wall Street, that's when identity politics got shot into our main vein. That's when they strapped us up and stuck that in and slammed it home. And now we're all looking at each other. For a minute, we actually had the most wealthy people in America panicked. They were paying the NYPD to storm Zuccotti Park. They were paying them millions of dollars in donations. We know that happened. And right after that, the people started fighting with each other. And now we're using foreign opposition. The world saw us. The world saw us freak out. And then they tried it in UK with Extinction Rebellion. Now they tried it in Iran a little bit, got squashed real fast. I don't know if you guys heard about the attempted protests over there. Got blamed as something else. A police station got set on fire, and then they just didn't talk about it anymore. Like, I don't want to know what happened, frankly. And like, but it just seems like all of these coordinated efforts, they're not meant to really accomplish anything but a system that's so congested with scabs in our bloodstream and dope in our brains that we accept some overlord coming in and clicking a collar on and just being like, okay, now you're going to go and you're going to pedal that bike to create the electricity in your neighborhood, and you'll get your UBI, and we'll send you a fucking Netflix movie. And it's like, oh my God, people are going to say, okay, they're going to say, yeah, where's my daily cannabis? It comes with my lunch. I get McDonald's this week, and next week and tomorrow's fucking pizza. And they won't think about it. It'll be idiocracy. Really will be. Yeah, he's guilty because he interrupted me when I was watching Out My Balls. And that's going to be the world.
That's what the outcome. Yeah, it'll be. No, but it's almost like the IDPOL. That's what broke the Occupy Wall Street. The momentum that they were going with economic issues. They had to jettison all of that for the identity politics stuff. At least that's what the theory. A lot of people posit that was like a distraction to. And it's true. Woke capitalism is a perfect tool to neutralize a lot of discourse that does threaten the elites.
Oh, and by the way, before I forget, I saw today there was some post that was done by Anonymous You know, with that
Oh
Guy
God!
Fawkes.
Oh. I hate
Yes,
when
sir,
like
officer. What did you have to say today,
go to my
officer?
Twitter. Go to my Twitter. Read my thread on this. When normies try to like get into internet lore, nothing good happens of it. No, it's just I just someone else talk, please.
Dude, Gio, we were lightly bashing on Nick earlier for being cringe, but that takes the cake, dude. That shit's so hard to watch. I can't stand it.
The pool is closed due to AIDS, man. Just get out. Man. Just stop. Just stop. The pool is done for. No more getting in here, guys. It's over.
You guys know about the deep lore about like how Anonymous became totally like how 4chan just booted them, just got rid of
Operation
them.
Consistency, Operation Blue Show. Have you guys seen Operation Consistency on the channel? Dude, that is some gorgeous viewing for the salt mines alone. Oh my god! All right, I only got into internet culture a few years ago because when I was in high school, I had friends that were really into chans and anon boards, but I was completely technologically illiterate. I had 2 left hands. I lived on a debunked farm at the time, so I wasn't having it. And I just wanted punk rock on a cassette tape, and I was happy. And I'm fucking watching it now. The way that even just as little as I know and as I understand, because there's no book for it. If somebody wrote a book actually explaining how to understand deep web jokes that are still around, why Rick Astley matters. If you were to get a book on that, I'd buy it, dude. Somebody's got to write that.
That would be mega cringe, though.
Good
Oh my
idea.
god.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah.
Well,
That would be more
if
cringe than the Angela Nagel.
No!
Wait. What's Angela Nagel? I forgot about that.
She wrote the book "Kill All Normies" about Chan culture and all that stuff. But you know what? She got canceled for it. God bless her for trying, because she's part of the unwoke left now, along with the Red Scare Girls and all that.
Geez.
God bless her for trying, at least. Listen, they were partying. They were literally a 200+ like thread partying, and all of these like Stan Twitter people over a DDoS attack on the precinct. No, Script Kiddies wouldn't even admit to this cringe. My God, I mean,
dude, it was
a DDoS attack.
It's not even when they go for DDoS. It's when they go for all right. The original wars that I loved were when someone would. Do you remember the cone? Everyone remembers the cone, right? Touch the cone, knock the cone over. First time we reached out to the world, all that shit. No. That's not the first time we reached out into the world. The first time we reached out in the world was the bumper sticker shit, the telephone bumper stickers. There were the InfoWars, and then there was something else. I forget. There's a bunch of them. But fucking Doug Stanhope wrote a book called Fun with Pedophiles. And he used to go on and chat.
I remember that one.
Turn the pedophiles into the police. And he'd write the most disgusting shit. He'd get them on the hook, thinking they were talking to some kid with muscular dystrophy. The most nauseating stuff you can imagine in these cats. And they'd be like, yeah, well, I'm going to take the diaper off, and then and he'd be like, yep, now I'm bringing this guy to the cops. They're going to go to his house, Chris Hansen style. But he used to go on early internet and do this shit. Really fuck
back
with
in the Usenet days, that's right. Yeah.
Dude, when it was Wild West out there. Now, dude, I got reflagged and reported for saying okay Karen to someone. Someone said it was abusive.
Who's the guy that's doing that with e-thoughts now? I forget who it is.
No, the king? You mean the king who's finding their stuff and sending it to their folks?
Yeah, that guy.
I was gonna say Frank Hassel, but no.
Dude, where is Frank Hassel? I like Project Veritas, right? I'm looking for Project Occupas. Somebody get some justice. Somebody, show me Epstein's bones. I want to see some proof. Show me some fucking evidence. Where's the justice?
You think Epstein's still alive?
Well, that photo that was taken of him. That photo that was taken of him, the nose and the ears don't look the same. Like the one that was taken from real far away when they were dragging that body out. Something's up.
Here's a question. How come both the cops?
Weak.
Both guards that were guarding him, right? They both have now retired. Have you heard about their case getting dropped by New York State's attorney? They're not.
And a few people died mysteriously around the case. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
2 people died mysteriously around the case. The cameras are all just not working, and then the backup footage has to be deleted from the other cameras nearby. All the other inmates have come out to say they heard screaming. The guy that he got attacked by was an ex-cop who had a smuggled cell phone in his cell. So Epstein was in complete contact with the outside world for a very long time. And I don't believe anything these fucking people tell me. If you do, justify it. How do you believe what the TV tells you now?
Either murdered or swapped. He was either murdered or swapped.
No, but that's the thing.
Thank you. Dude, first time we 100% agree.
No, but think of this, Simone, with the Jeffrey Epstein thing. How through the sheer power of sort of managed controlled outcomes, and how meme plexes are manipulated, it seems that people finally they're realizing the truth that internet weirdos like us have known for a long time that the world is run by pedophiles, right?
Run by devils.
Yeah, pedophile demon goblins. But no, but think of it. But think of the meme Epstein didn't kill himself. This is a weaponized meme in the sense that it has neutralized discourse around who actually runs this world and the power that is the power that conglomerates around certain personalities and certain sociopathic types of people. Now people just say it like they have fucking t-shirts. Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill
Thanks for
himself.
bringing that up.
It's like one of the biggest slaps in the face to Virginia Woolf and to the children from 2005. The children from 2005 got labeled prostitutes in the investigation. If you don't find that repugnant, they were 14 and 15 years old. They got labeled prostitutes, so Epstein wouldn't get labeled a child sex offender. That's repugnant, dude.
And
I don't care.
No, but even before that, with the Franklin cover-up, that's another issue where they were doing some really crazy shit, basically gaslighting those children, and people said, "Oh, it was just a meme," but.
So what
do you think about the age of consent in Germany and France? What do you think about age of consent laws over there?
Oh God, here we go.
What are they saying? Children are okay now?
Listen, just because
what is the age of consent in Germany? Is it 14 or something? 15, 14?
Yeah.
The sliding scale.
Listen, guys, I gotta clear my chest on this.
I'm just asking
just
what's
because
your
I
opinion
wrote
on
my
the law over there.
master's thesis on Michel Foucault does not mean I agree with the French philosophers and the age of consent shit.
How about this? Okay, real talk. When I was 17, I was a junior.
Here we go.
When I was 17, I was a junior in high school. And I met at a party a girl that went to a sister school. She was a sophomore. I was a junior. We dated for 2 weeks. We went to go see Apocalypto together, and she didn't have an ID to see an R movie. So we bought a ticket to the Holiday, and then we just walked into Apocalypto, which was next door. And on the way down, I asked her, so how old are you? She goes, I'm 14, right? And it made me sick to my stomach. Almost fell down the stairs, right? She was a year young for her grade. I was a year old for my grade. Now, if she was malicious, right? Because I basically right after that, we stopped dating. It was a 2-week period. So if she was a malicious, angry ex, right? I would be your classic target, right? For that scenario. And which is preposterous, right? If you have high school.
If you're not 18.
There's no sign.
And you're within 3 years and you're not 18.
That's it.
That does happen.
What do you mean?
But that's different than what we're talking about. You know what I mean?
Of course it's different. But the problem is not according to the law. Once it's a legal situation.
Not true. I used to work in matrimonial law. We had a case who came in. The guy was getting charged with pedophilia, child trafficking or child endangerment, sexual act or lewd discretion in front of a child, all this stuff, because it was the couple's son while the divorce was happening. This happened. I'm not gonna say last name so I can fucking talk about it. Look, this kid met a girl in a bar with a fake ID. Met her. They were dating for a few months. Her mom gets all mad. She's 16 or 15 turning 16. Had an ID since she was 22 and went to Temple, right? Went to Temple College. The dude was 28. He thought she was 22. He didn't go to prison.
Poor bastard.
Because the judge was this is called entrapment.
Reasonable. This
is called entrapment. It's called entrapment, actually. What she had done was gone through an illegal network to get a crime and set him up to do a crime, utilizing no proof that it was actually a crime. That's called entrapment.
Is that what happened to Cody Wilson?
I don't know who Cody Wilson is.
Cody Wilson, arms distributed, the 3D printing gun guy.
Oh, they shut him down because he's 3D printing guns. I don't believe anything else about it.
Yeah,
he slept with a prostitute that was 16. He slept with a prostitute, and then he got rushed, and then he disappeared.
Yeah, I'm sure the agents. That's why Epstein networks exist, because they can send up kids to get blackmail on you to shut you down if you're politically dissident. That's why Epstein had people go to his island. I'm not saying it's a big conspiracy. It's logical. Occam's razor, dude. I get the tape on you. You don't even know she's a kid. You don't even know. You're drunk. I'm Epstein, right? You come over to my island.
What about when Akon was in the club, and there was that 15-year-old in the club? So Akon was in a club. Right? And you have to be 21 to get into the club, right? Didn't he get in a whole world of trouble because some 15-year-old was all over him and grinding on him? I'm not sure if anything happened afterwards.
Yeah, but that happens a lot. I think that the Cody Wilson case, that's a clear-cut example of what Tim is talking about, is that a lot of these networks, when you have a certain degree of power, they can choose to sort of lift the protection off of you and there's a whole and this has happened throughout. I don't think it's a conspiracy because it has happened throughout human history, this type of stuff. People discard the reality that false flags and secret cabals and networks have existed through time immemorial. I don't think it's a conspiracy, right?
The first third party in the United States. The first third party was the anti-Masonic Party. It was called the Anti-Masonic Party. The Pinkertons, right? The Masons are now the Secret Service. The FBI, Charles Lindbergh's baby gets kidnapped. Now he doesn't run for president because he had ties to Adolf Hitler. And then the FBI gets created to find his dead baby. If his baby hadn't gone missing, no FBI, we'd be much closer to Nazi Germany. Do you see how you can do a fucked up thing to someone's kid? Specifically, it's always kids, and they will do what you want politically. Come on, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not ready for this rabbit hole yet. This is a whole.
It's not a rabbit hole. That's surface level. That's surface level.
But this is the thing. I was arguing with someone, a philosophy YouTuber, where I said he was talking about conspiracies and how terrible they are, that people believe in conspiracy theories. I think that the ability to grow sort of speculative epistemology among people, we have this ability nowadays more than ever with the internet. I think that's perfectly valid. If we're going to live in the age of post-truth, supposedly, I think that we have to ride the tiger on this one. To say that one conspiracy is, well, there's conspiracies that are purely made up and we have to become good skeptics of what is valid and what is not. But to question the actual conspiracism, for lack of a better term, itself, I think that's bullshit, because we need to live in such a time where we have a dissonance between the access to information and what really is hidden in plain sight from us. I think that if our epistemologies are ones of conspiracy, that is just as valid as any sort of scientific skepticism or so forth. I think that we live in an age of autopoiesis and the poetics of language to such an extent that to generate, because these conspiracies are generative, they're hyperstitional, they create themselves and they're proven right over time, somehow, some way, by memeing them. I think that's perfectly valid in terms of epistemology. I think to just discredit them. If not, hey, listen, it's like what Bronze Age Pervert said recently. If you listen to crazy people, then maybe you'll come up with something interesting that's true, even though a lot of it's probably just, crazy. But
isn't that just
I listen to crazy people all the time on the internet.
The term conspiracy.
That's conjectures and refutations. Hold on. Conspiracies can't really be an epistemology, right? I don't want to get super nerdy. There's only
who invented
the bad word epistemology. It is a bad word, but
who invented the term conspiracy theory? Who invented it?
The Kennedy.
When did they invent it? When did they invent it? What had just happened?
The Kennedy assassination, the Warren Commission. That's right. They invented.
Come on, with the JFK.
Well, no. What do you mean? Come on, that's a fact. That's a fact. I didn't say
that's like the most credible one.
Dude, Oswald did it. Case closed.
Who did it?
Enough. The official story is fine.
No.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
JFK, this is like he likes Obama. He knows so much about it, right?
Bullshit.
Jules, I'm surprised you of all people side with that. Bullshit. That surprises me.
JFK conspiracy is bullshit. It's bullshit. JFK was assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald.
How many snipers have made that shot since when they reattempted every year?
Dude, no.
How many?
No.
You don't know? You haven't done the research again?
Guys, we're getting too bogged down in that.
I do think it's funny that in the picture of Bill Clinton that was in Jeffrey Epstein's home, there's an Easter egg in the painting of JFK's face in the bookshelf. But I think that's the sort of thing that can be used to taunt. Like, that is a kind of wag the dog method. Like, let's say I don't believe in JFK conspiracies at all. Let's say Donald Trump is just like that. He doesn't believe in JFK conspiracies at all.
I think he does, though.
He's running for office. He sees Ted Cruz as his competition. And he says something like, oh, I saw Ted Cruz's dad like hanging out with Lee Harvey Oswald, right?
I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Is a wag the dog thing. As an I know everybody is like just like their radars just go when you like say these things. So like I will just bring it up at all, right? And other people will run with it. It doesn't even matter what my opinion is.
Yeah.
Right?
Because Jules, my point being we live in the age of speculative politics, and I think that's just as valid as any bullshit that they're going to put on CNN or whatever. I think that if anything, this is how we form our opinions.
think
you know what I
he was
mean?
assassinated. The fact that people think he was assassinated in a conspiracy is a very powerful mimetic phenomenon that I believe is based on erroneous patternicity and misinformation. It could be like evolutionarily advantageous paranoia, as in just being paranoid about that potential possibility can protect you from certain things. Just like the person who sees a rustle in grass and gets freaked out about it, like, but there's nothing there, is gonna
but Joel, but again,
survive when there happens to be a tiger
I can't believe
rustling in
this.
the grass.
I can't believe
seriously.
the problem.
Some
Listen, Jules, I think
evolutionarily advantagegeous, but
wait, you gotta let Gio speak.
No, I was just going to quickly say, Jules, I think the problem is that a lot of people tend to have they have a tendency to sort of, when it comes to that style of thinking within which you're a proponent of, which is evolutionary psychology, that sort of lends to a sort of reductionism in terms of thinking of attributing human emotion and action and belief onto a lot of things. And I think that my critique would be that evo psychology has sort of in some ways exhausted the limits of what it can produce in terms of human knowing. That doesn't account for a lot of things. You know what I mean? And I think, Jules, I think this is the divide between a lot of what we're saying and what a lot of you're saying, not to attribute, not to put words in your mouth, but I think that this is the thing. To me, evolutionary psychology has its limits. And this sort of argument about, well, it's because of human fear and all of this, to me, it kind of comes off a bit as reductive. You know what I'm trying to say? I think that's a big problem with a lot of the Steven Pinker type thinking of the world.
I think
for example,
try to identify conspiracies in a way that you could address them in a court of law, right?
Yeah,
and I think if you're trying to do it another way, it's just masturbation.
So I have a question, right? The legal system itself is rather flawed. So at the same time that you're saying address it in a court of law, for example, like Jaden Hayden, the guy that was beating up old people on video last week, he's pleading not guilty, and he's allowed to plead not guilty to the assaults. The legal system's weird, so I don't want to use the legal system in America, especially, as how we should judge whether something is real or not. Just use right terms, dude. I know, I don't want to say that we can okay.
And this is the uncertainty because
the official. Listen, look, I'm skeptical of official stories as well, but I will be the first to accept the official story. Right? I think that is a very reliable way to build a credible outlook.
I think it's proven.
I think that there's no shame in being wrong, but I think there's a lot of shame in constantly committing false positives. I would rather be right 99% of the time than be right less than 50% of the time or 50% of the time, but ooh, I got this one when everyone else missed it. Do you know what I mean? I think some people like to be ahead of a story in a way that is actually harmful, right?
And I think that is true. Then it gets into what is a false conspiracy and all that. That is
controlled
true.
opposition. Controlled opposition is a great theory because if I want you, look, what I was going to say earlier about oh my God, you almost had me. You guys, I haven't said that word for him yet. You almost had me about the riots going on. What I'd had, right, was I had video sent to me that was fake. It was the same guys from Bumfight's crew. And what they've done is they have a video floating around in which they confront cops pretending to be protesters. It's staged. And afterwards, they link you to buy some T-shirts that are now promoting some new, get the fucking useful idiots to just buy your merch. And it's man, it sucks because what I'm going to watch is now somebody all right, what was the name of Phil Murphy. Dang, I don't know his name, and that's really insulting, but an African-American gentleman was just murdered by BLM protesters last night. He was a federal security agent, not a cop, but a federal security agent, and the Black Lives Matter protesters stomped him to death in Washington, D.C. And I think it's fascinating that happened because think about what actually happened. Black Lives Matter protesters murdered an African-American man because he was doing his job. And what I think is really terrible about this is we're going to see people take fake news videos and fake news formats and say that somehow the guy that got killed was probably a false agent, a provocateur, and he must have somehow been involved in this agency that's stirring up the violence. When in reality, if you just let people go at night and you say, hey, you're in a really wealthy area and all the stores have millions of dollars worth of loot, they're gonna do what they wanted to do when they left the house with the hammer and the ski mask.
Stuff like that happens all the time, man. It's true.
Yeah.
Bulat said he wasn't just an African-American man, he was a race traitor in their eyes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's accurate. I mean, like I said earlier, I was just watching it tonight. Unfortunately, I'm really plugged into this stuff, and people send me this stuff, all the stuff I don't want to see sometimes, so I've had to tell certain people, like, hey, yo, like, not like that, because a lot of it doesn't get past censors if they send it in quick on social media, and you'll get gore, and it's like I've got PTSD a bit, so when I see a lot of when I start to shake, I just start sweating, and it's like I get a physiological reaction to it. I either feel nauseous or feel like I need to take a piss. My mouth gets really dry, and it's like having a physiological, psychological stress reaction to violent imagery. Usually, it's like that's usually one of the other things that does it is like the act of or the sight of violence. It's not like car backfires or anything, but that shaky feeling. I'm getting stuff sent to me where it's people upset just talking. They're just talking, and it's setting me off because I'm seeing the level of human distress, and it's making me feel uncomfortable. And they're saying, I can't believe, like, you know, my own family members are calling me all this, but these riots aren't right. Like, you know, like I worked my whole life to have this bar. Why are you doing me like this? I can't, like, watching that, the level of pain and suffering in these people's voices. I don't understand how you can then say, yeah, support your protesters. I don't know how you can use that language. It doesn't make sense.
Well, there was that guy in the LA riots, yeah.
But if you don't condemn it, rooftop Koreans, all right? If you don't condemn it, though, it'll happen. And people think it's acceptable. If people didn't condemn it,
you can actually stop things without condemning them. You can actually dissuade behavior by not condemning them. It's like the difference. Sometimes condemning something is similar to like trying to solve a Chinese finger trap. It's like, oh, I should be just doing the intuitive, like, pull away, not the like, oh, like resolve tension, and then.
So when you come in and you try to resolve tension, you're doing, and they're saying like, hey, stop, right? And then the reaction is instead of saying, hey, this is wrong, you try to come in soft-handed and explain, okay, I understand you feel angry, you end up getting stomped to death.
Your energy is contagious, so if you bring explosive energy into potentially explosive situations.
Jules, like, what effect does that have on the culture, though?
Mirrored. That shit will get mirrored.
If you don't condemn it, what effect does it have on the culture?
People are just angry, and they're just looking for a fight.
By the way,
not an ideological conversation.
Hero was asking,
Jules. Like sometimes it's like imagine trying to have an ideological conversation with a tame lion. Right? You're much better off just having good energy, right? For real. Like, if you just think of every people as animals, right? Like, you can get a lot further talking with everyone, right? Because there is universal language. And you can, and you don't need any words to speak it.
Okay,
are you talking about violence?
I'm talking about
that's a universal language right there.
I don't need no words.
All right, Hero was asking you, Jules, earlier about the culture.
Creating an environment that's constructive.
Jules, Hero was asking you a question.
Sure.
Hero, you were asking a question about the culture related to what Jules was talking about, right?
Yeah, right. So, like, he is right in a sense, right? That's
positive thinking.
Yeah, I'm very happy that you have that outlook, and that's wonderful for things like we're doing right now, right? But in terms of what effect that pacifying something like this, you know, just trying to not taking a stand against these kinds of riots or these kinds of outbreaks, this kind of like affront to society at large, not taking a stand on that, what effect does that have on the culture? It communicates that this is permissive and that when people do this, the response is just going to be to pacify it and let it blow over and let it cool down. Not that we should be taking a stand against something like this.
You can make things uncool, and then you can also.
It's not about uncool. It's about
uncool. Rape and murder.
Yeah, but violence has always been cool to some extent. That's the flirtation with that Thanatos impulse is something primordial within all civilizations. How are you going to quell that? You know what I mean? Like Unfortunately, fucking shit up is like a very attractive thing to most people.
What are superhero movies, as much as we don't like it, without violence?
Sorry.
I was just saying, what are superhero movies, as much as like we can call them cape shit or whatever, without violence? Like even the tamest thing.
Does anybody know the movie the anime Trigun?
Hero, I love that. That's one of my favorites, man. I love that.
Yeah, he's like an alien, and he's just like refuses to use lethal force, but then there's like this one extreme scenario when someone like puts him in an ultimatum situation where it's like the only way to save someone is use lethal force. And it reminds me of, I had a trumpet teacher who would drive me crazy, and because he would always say like, I would never under any circumstances use lethal force. And I was like, what if someone was gonna push a nuke and it was gonna blow up everyone in the world? It's like, would you kill that person then? He's like, no, I wouldn't kill that person then. And I was like, what is wrong with you? Like, how, like this, you don't make any sense.
So, deontology and its consequences has been a disaster.
But say about that, like, something that's really interesting, and since we're talking about essentially a mimicry of 1992, and what was talked about then is being talked about again now, although I'll agree inaccurately, Helter Skelter as an idea, what it originated as was actually covered more accurately in Quentin Tarantino's latest film, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's not his best work, but the story he tells, at least he tells the truth. When Manson was talking about people doing their witchy stuff, what they were really talking about is Sharon Tate, and especially the director, Roman Polanski, who they all thought was into some kids and into some weird stuff. And Manson was openly talking about, fuck that pedo. But the idea was these people had created a world in which every time you turned on a screen, you would see violence. You would see a murder, you would see an assault, you would see a theft. And they were Manson was an MK Ultra kid. He understood the concept of like, okay, so societal control is about what we see and what we hear. That's why I like the Beach Boys and harassed them so much. Because he knew that if he got into the music, he could get into the children's minds, so to speak. He could wake people up. You actually listen to what he said and not what was said about him, which is something I suggest for everybody. Even Malcolm X, like, listen to everybody. That's how I learned about him. I listened to what he actually said instead of listening to what people were telling me. I read his book.
You were just yelling at me for saying I like Obama. This is a nightmare.
Yeah, I don't like Obama. But Malcolm X never fucked me over. Malcolm X died before I was ever born. Malcolm X never the president and fucked me over. So, like, I don't understand what your argument's about. Either way, I'm going to finish my point. The idea was the Let's Get Witchy Helter Skelter murders were supposed to be about lashing back against a society that was fomenting a race war by showing us nothing but racial violence on television 24/7, 7 days a week. Every time it comes out, it's either going to be sex, it's going to be violence, it's going to be sex, or it's going to be violence.
Yep.
And then they're going to condemn you for listening to the music that they sell you. CBS owned The Clash, the band. It wasn't about revolution, it was about controlling the controlled opposition of a revolution. They don't want you to have theory on your own. They want to be able to partnership with Antifa. They want to be able to partnership with the LGBT. LGBT existed to cancel homophobes at first. Now it's something a corporate sponsor can use to sell Skittles.
Mm-hmm. Rainbow Month.
Like when they plant an idea in your head and they tell you what is opulent or they tell you what is significant, they tell you what you should revere, you're not actually getting the truth. You're getting their version of your reality, and you're going to download their version of it, and then you're going to think it's yours. And when someone approaches you with the truth, you will be hostile against it because the truth is never going to taste as sweet as the sugar-coated propaganda they feed you. And the truth is bitter, and you're going to want to spit it out, and it sucks.
Exactly.
I want to go to Graventus. Graventus, you've been sitting here and
you haven't talked for a while.
Yes.
Been sitting there mortified.
No, I kind of had this is something I noticed before that I guess it kind of culminates all the threads of the conversation, like Anonymous, the Chans, language control. This was about like early 2000s or so, 4chan, the beginning of it. If you remember the original term for Western fans of anime, manga, that kind of thing, like Japanophiles, it was Wapanese, which combined Japanese. Today it's weeaboo, and if you want to know where that term came from, it was because on 4chan, Moot had used a word filter that changed every instance of Wapanese into weeaboo. And I mean, this is a small, minor, like, example of like language evolution or something on like a very small scale. It's something that doesn't matter in the end. But it did have a change like on language as a whole. I mean, who says Wapanese? That term's dead.
That's right. Yeah.
People with lists.
And if you expand that into the culture at large, like wide scale, people who have institutional power, institutional control, mass media corporations, who, you know, I think it's ridiculous to say that they're not going to do the same exact thing. I mean, and that was just some sort of, little minor organic thing that happened on the internet.
Like soy to onion, right?
What?
Soy to onion.
Yes.
Onions are now going to be considered just as soyas.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you see that 4chan, it's really great, actually. I like when you see people, not just memetics, because memetics get deep. It's like, all right, Simon Harris, he just passed. Simon Harris had this great talking point that I clip into videos in my own personal propaganda. I produce it and I put it out. And yeah, I'm not paid for anyone, so I don't know if it's by anyone, so I don't know if it's technically propaganda, but I just, I like the idea of mixing music with imagery, with a solid political discourse, and taking people in their actual words and putting them to a beat. And something I like is Simon talks about how if you want to teach the public, you take their cognitive ability and I make a statement that will be 2 steps above what you can actually understand. And then I filter it through something you can definitely understand, but are a little uncomfortable with. And you're going to go, what does that mean? I need to know what that means. Let me think about it. Let me take 2 steps. My goodness, there's a whole bunch of thoughts to have about this subject. But then I'm going to move on to something else quickly. And as soon as I move on to the next topic, what you're going to do is you're going to be like, all right, so I'm going to store that in the back pocket. And the entire thing becomes a snowball of, geez, I need to do more homework. And as long as it gets people thinking, they think along the track I want them to.
Yeah, and I think, but that seems like that's a very consistent strategy of a certain segment I'm observing with the political left in terms of they throw outrage out to the culture to such an extent that by the time people who are more conservative are outraged by it, by that time they're moving on to the next issue and the next issue, and then all of a sudden what is previously an outrageous culture or event or normalized concept, now that gets normalized in people's minds.
The slippery slope is not a fallacy.
No, the slippery slope is like a sheer drop brain buster that is given to you in the 90s Pro Wrestling Noah, just dropping you right in your head. It's no longer a fallacy. It's true, but the way it works is not just a slippery slope. It's an intervaled and planned obsolescence of language, because you have to cancel out the shock factor of previously taboo things in order to move on to the next. So before it's the gay marriage thing, now it's drag kids. You know what I mean? That's it's a sliding scale.
There is a weird thing, by the way, about the drag kids that I remember Jules and I noticed on that Times Square banner. You remember, Jules, when we did that video? There was that kid. I don't remember his.
Pull it up to show
yeah,
it.
Yeah. I don't remember.
Otherwise, people would just use it against you.
Yes.
Well, you know the Desmond is Amazing kid. He hangs out with a known convicted murderer.
Michael
Alec. Yeah, Michael Alec. The club kids.
They sat in front
Don't question
of
your
a sign
sanity.
that said Rohypnol on it.
Yeah, that's right.
And he did the thing where he pretended to do a line of ketamine off his
hand.
Yeah. 8-year-old boy.
Yeah, he was like, oh, ketamine. We don't do ketamine. It went like this. Yeah, because he's not exposed to any toxic ideologies. That's not child abuse. That's not child abuse. No.
And apparently his mother is like a big... Yeah, his mother's a big worshiper of the club kids from the 90s.
Oh, yes,
they killed Angel,
I went to a strip club with one of the club kids.
Oh my god.
Richie Rich.
Wasn't RuPaul a club kid?
Huh? My first time at a strip club. And I saw some of my old elementary school friends' dads at the club as well. And I was like, oh my god. And I was
wasn't RuPaul a club kid? Yeah.
Huh? Was RuPaul a club kid?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
I don't know much about them.
But that's what I mean. This is like some weird programming going on.
Party Monster, yeah.
Watch Party Monsters.
Party Monster with Macaulay Culkin and Seth Green. I mean, it's
that movie, yeah.
It's technically a degenerate film. Like they do there's content in there you cannot show a kid at all. Like,
it's depressing too.
And it's really heavy. If you're someone that's prone to depression, I wouldn't suggest you watch it.
Or if you're a recovering drug addict, I would not recommend watching it because you're gonna want to eat a bullet.
It's really, really heavy, but it's a true story. And if you want to know, I mean, it's better than fiction. It's true.
Like Macaulay Culkin's an example. Wasn't it one of the Coreys that was talking about the Hollywood pedophiles? Corey Haim?
Corey Feldman. Corey Haim died.
Yeah.
Has everyone here seen Open Secret? That documentary? Yeah. There's another really good documentary that I really recommend everyone see.
What you're talking about.
Yeah, we watched.
There's a documentary called Untouchable. There's a documentary called Untouchable, which is really good, and it's about a legislator whose daughter was molested by her like home help, and this legislator was just like so hardcore with the scorched and everything. Good. And his daughter has remorse about her father's reaction, and so it's a very interesting.
That poor girl.
Yeah, that's Stockholm.
It's a very interesting. Well, it's a very interesting documentary because it kind of shows you the spectrum that the law is applied to, and it's not necessarily all targeting people with hostel hotels or like playing like Saw escape room games. It's like sad, lonely people that need therapy.
Are you saying sad, lonely people that molest children?
I'm saying low-hanging fruit.
Yes or no?
Is
are you
the
human people getting
shield
abused? Yeah.
to real monsters.
Okay, I need a yes or no.
Okay, we're asking very specific.
Are you talking about child molesters being treated with compassion?
Define molestation. If this is going to be a legitimate.
Oh boy, here we go.
Please.
No, I think Jules meant the kids getting molested. They get taken in by the pedophiles and getting abused.
Is Biden molesting kids in plain sight? Is Biden molesting kids in plain sight?
Yes.
Yes, I have proof.
They're physically uncomfortable, and he's sexually touching them. You want the videos?
I don't know why they fired Al Franken. These people don't make any sense. I didn't think Al Franken should lose his job.
I didn't ask about Al Franken.
We're not talking about Al Franken. Don't move the goalpost just to make your
He
argument.
What a stream! What a stream! No, didn't Joe Biden say the black kids come up and rub his legs or
All
something?
day, every day. I have nothing with alt leftists all day, every day, trying to preach
The
their
poor pedophile.
Let me fuck the kid. No. Bullet for you, bud. That's it.
I liked Lev's tweet earlier about Mr. Hands being a horse.
Lev, control minds.
How about that? Listen.
Some moderation, please.
Some maps? Some deaths for maps? Burn the maps? Is that it? Done. Burn them up.
What?
No more maps. We don't need maps.
What do you
It is shocking how the whole Discord map thing. It is shocking how frequent the Discord servers are, like a breeding ground of these pedophiles. It's really.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
You know what desensitizes people to that is Drag Time Story Hour.
I think compassion is really important, and I think that.
Okay, compassion is important, but when you prove that you're dangerous to people who have no agency.
Is Biden being dangerous to people? Is Biden being dangerous to people? I'm sorry.
I don't know. He kind of is.
If you harm a child, if you sexualize and harm a child,
you're more likely to traumatize them with indignation.
No,
okay, when
I'm
Biden.
making a point
quiet,
now.
Jomo, quiet.
I'm making a point now.
The lady's trying to speak.
Oh.
If somebody has it in their heart to abuse,
Guys, we've been
sexualize,
going for a
rape
long time.
a child, the first thing that they deserve is not compassion. And I would love if you were to bring you to a group and tell this to a bunch of people who are going through psychological trauma from being sold into sex slavery as kids. You're going to tell them that they're molesters.
You won't make it out of that.
This needs to stop.
You won't make
this
it
needs
out
to
of that.
stop. If you're the guy in the Lovely Bones, all right? Yeah, I think you have the worst coming. Okay, and I think that you're an irredeemable monster.
What does that mean?
Why do I need to be compassionate because I need to assume karma will
Guys,
take
what
care
are we arguing?
I think the problem is with some of these intense laws is you actually create the monsters you intend to protect us from, right? As if you're a lonely person and you just want to cuddle, and you're like, that person is abusing people.
Are you talking about cuddling a child?
Cuddling a child, though.
Fuck. Why not? Why not?
Whoa!
What's wrong with cuddling?
Oh, come on, man.
Huh?
We're reaching anarcho-capitalist territory right now.
I've been saying it for weeks. I fucking knew it. I smelled it on you. I was locked up with people like you, dude. I smelled it on you.
I don't do this shit. I'm just.
Oh yeah, I just defended it. I just defended it. I just defended it every time I get to bring it up. I just defend it.
I'm begging you, please.
Guys, okay.
End this now.
Here's the thing. I've known Jules for a long time. Jules is a great dude. You are super
Thank
loyal.
you. No,
Jules is amazing.
I don't need this. I don't need this. This is okay. I brought this
up. Jules.
Red Flag City.
This is fine.
Jules like.
Disavow.
Jules likes.
Jules, I hate to do this to you. Disavow.
Jules likes going into very different territories.
Like, wait a minute. Hey, I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna yell at anybody. I'm sorry for yelling at you.
He's good. Everyone's good.
The fact is,
Listen.
I don't think that
Look, if you're gonna ask me to compare two people, one.
I don't think that you actually are into molesting children. I don't think that any of that's true. But the fact is, when we're talking about something very cut and dry, like, is it okay for an adult who doesn't know a child to cuddle them, to act in any way sexual towards them, and you're like, well, yeah, I guess. I don't know how I'm
cuddling, consensual cuddling. Oh, okay.
Consensual.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Let me be a little simple. And sympathize here. So I recently went to a bar with an old friend. She's like a hardcore leftist. I was defending Louis C.K., who I'm not even a fan of, because he wanted to masturbate in front of two women, and he was canceled for. He was. I mean, he didn't really suffer anything, right? It was more like a social humiliation, but he was quote unquote canceled for being. Did he sexually abuse them? Like, I heard that language thrown around. If I was supposed to compare now, okay, hold on. I will take the brunt of your wrath here. Okay, just hold on. So, if I'm supposed to compare, like, there's that viral video of Mr. Hands of a horse.
Okay, we all know. Oh, God.
Okay, so if you're talking about penetrative torture and abuse versus this person wants to touch someone's knee. And if you're gonna tell me,
Jules, but you
don't. That's so creepy. Look, if I was a kid,
you're gonna tell me those are both abusers.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. You said
no,
that.
but it's
there's different levels.
You know what I mean?
Look, if I were a kid, I wouldn't want a dirty old man to touch me. Like, I remember I was in Catholic school. I was in Catholic school,
exactly.
and
I wouldn't want to be nipping my hair.
And yeah, exactly. I think kids are smart. Like, I think kids realize when something's being done that's, you know, like out of left field. Like when I was in.
No, but this is what the whole ethical.
Because then they get trained to not have abrasive reactions to sexual advances.
Exactly. Like, that's the whole problem with the whole quote unquote ethical map pedophilia thing, is that it's an excuse for grooming. It's going to progressively. Yeah. Why would you even want someone of an older age even touching your kids, right? Like,
and it's different with a family, you know, like it's like your mom, dad.
I'm not trying to say that it isn't the same thing if I put my hand on somebody's knee that's unwilling for me to touch them. But what I was saying before is that when it comes to children, there is no ifs, ands, or buts.
So raise high agency children. Like, I don't think children should be grooming is a sexually charged word.
But this is the problem with this libertarian consent ethics.
No.
Is that you're not accounting for the reality that these children can't consent. That's the problem. I mean, even if children are mature for their age,
I disagree with that.
I
think there's a lot of ways to groom.
No, but Jules, even if
I will spell this out 8,000 different ways. Okay?
Yes or no?
I will spell this out 8,000 different ways.
Yes or no?
No, but Jules, wait, guys.
One at a time.
I will gladly participate in a Socratic conversation. What did you ask me?
No, but
one at a time, please. One at a time.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, Kimberly.
Can a child consent to sex? Yes or no?
Depends on the child and the circumstance.
Oh, depends on the child.
So you believe in pedophilia?
What's a child? I just saw they just outlawed child sex, which included 16 and 17-year-olds. Okay, so if
I'm not asking you that, Jules. I'm asking.
Well, you didn't give me a fucking age. You didn't give me a fucking age.
If you
give me an age, spell it out. I'm not taking a popular position here.
okay, if a person
guys, I think we should move on. I think we should.
No, I think this is. I think this is.
Okay, if a person over the age of 20 were to come after, let's say 25, a 25-year-old who tries to sexualize a 15-year-old, is that okay?
In Germany, it is.
I'm not asking about Germany. I'm asking about your opinion.
You're asking me about a universal moral question,
I'm asking about
or
your
an American
opinion.
legal question?
Your opinion on that. Your personal opinion, like forget that everybody else is there.
Depending on, I'll give you my genuine opinion. I think depending on the culture, you can have children that are capable of driving cars, or you can have 16-year-olds who behave like 7-year-olds. I think depending.
Okay, so that doesn't.
I think depending on the culture,
that's not a good analogy.
Culture, you can have a 5-year-old capable of driving a car, or you could have a 16-year-old who acts like a 7-year-old. Now, I think that there's many different ways to groom someone, and if you groom high agency, you make people less prone and susceptible to abuse. Right? I was allowed to walk wherever I wanted by the time I was like 7 and 9. Okay.
Me too. I grew up in the city.
No, guys, let me, Jules, let me explain this.
Come close to me. I was not a target.
No, but Jules, let me explain something. Okay, so I get what you're saying to an extent of you want to have a culture where not children, but
I want to
younger
high agency.
know where they know the dangers of everyday life and they know reality. I agree. But the problem is, even if you have a child who is below the age of whatever, that is of a higher understanding, that is more mature for their age, do you really want to say, well, if you're mature for your age, then maybe you should go and have sex with a 25-year-old? You know what I mean? Like, you get the optics of that.
Let's ban Plato Symposium from schools. Ban Plato Symposium from schools.
Well, how does that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
That depending on the culture, you groom different degrees of agency.
Yeah, but even the word grooming, there's a difference between education and pedagogy and grooming. Grooming is to a specific sexual end. You know what I mean? Like that's
okay. Well, if we're talking about
how I use it.
Wait, hold on, guys, hold on.
Oh my God, it doesn't matter.
Hold on.
If
we're talking about,
there's
a poverty of language. There's a
trying to reason with you here, but
limited words we can use. We have limited words we can use.
Okay, so in my world, a faggot.
No, it's true, but Jules, you have to understand that there is a clear cut
definition.
Is
that cool?
If you use faggot in that context, I would have no problem.
Is that going to make people uncomfortable?
If you built the context for me and use it that way, I would have no problem understanding it.
In that space.
But we're talking about kids and you're still saying grooming. Because you want to. We're talking about kids getting raped and you're still using the terms grooming.
Because you want to.
Because it's like, and what I'm saying is a red flag.
I don't think anyone should be raped. I don't think anyone should be raped. I hate rape.
Okay, if we're talking about like the context,
no rape.
Like if we're talking about like latchkey kids and like people being like,
aren't sexual.
Hold on, guys. I want to get my say in here. Kimberly, I love you. I gotta get my say in here. Okay, so if we're talking about sexuality versus, let's say, being a latchkey kid, or, just like being someone on your own, the difference would, I think, come from psychological and like chemical means, as far as oxytocin, as far as like what happens to someone when they are that young and they have this many sexual partners. Like there was a story I remember about like a very big age difference, but they were married and then they like lived forever with each other and like they kind of like knew each other from the very beginning. So I have no fucking idea what happened inside of their heads, but my biggest fear is that when a door gets opened up for people to be able to have this very loose sexual contact that early on, then the oxytocin and whatever other chemical effects are going on there, as well as psychological, may affect them in the future in a bad way. That's, I think, the concern. I don't know.
Loose sexual contact is a problem in general right now. Not just for kids. It's a problem all over.
Well, so I'm in and out of programs like psychology programs, like therapeutic environments since I was a little kid. And I'm telling you that, like, all the people who were there, like, first of all, like 80% of them weren't from their natural families, meaning they were adopted. And the second biggest issue, other than adoption, was kids who were hypersexualized, kids who were exposed to people who did things that were not okay, and that isn't just including having sex with them. A lot of, and from when you expose somebody to that at that young an age, the likelihood that they're going to grow up with severe mental disorders and addicted to drugs astronomically increases. And not only that, but they will end up in some kind of institution for the rest of their lives. Most of the people that I went to rehab with, like I said, it's the thing they say in AA and NA, jails, institutions, and death. Almost all of my friends have either OD'd, are serving time, or in some form being overlooked by the state because of psychological trauma that was administered to them when they were young and they were exposed to sexuality, or they were having too much sex at a young age. That is absolutely the underlying factor. So maybe I'm coming from a place where I have different experiences and I've seen things differently, but the fact is none of those kids end up okay. And a lot of them turn to sex work because they feel like that is what their life has been amounted to. And it's really sad. So I'm personally like very invested because a lot of these places have been closed by the government. So like you take people who are already vulnerable and you lock them in a cycle where they're never going to be not monitored. And in a lot of those cases, the people who end up working at these facilities end up being abusers, end up being people who take advantage of that because nobody believes a person with a mental problem or a person who's addicted to drugs. And I literally have gone into programs where they'll sit down the parents and they'll say, you know, don't believe everything they say about us and we won't believe everything they say about you. That's a direct quote. So I get it, different cultures, different whatever, don't yuck my yum or whatever, but when it comes to children and sexuality, there is no ifs, ands, or buts. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't make life better for anybody. And if you want to listen.
It makes their lives better.
Oh my God, I'm gonna mute you. And if you put it on the grand scheme of things, like people who grow up abused, become abusers, and it becomes a cycle, and we perpetuate that cycle.
Look, I think there's a big difference between people that have gone through puberty and people that haven't.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Tim interrupted me, and it totally lost my train of thought. But when you talk about the variations of, you know, oh, it was just a hand on my back, or it was, I'm not interested in any of that. That's kind of minutia to me. You know, things, you know, when you're younger, you also are learning how, like, about social cues. You're learning about physical interactions, what's okay and what's not okay. And yeah, like there is a line when it comes to that stuff. But an adult encroaching in on a child's space, like, you know, we'll make it younger. If that, you know, 15, I was already, you know, we met when we were 15. Yeah. We got together when we were 15. So I'm not going to totally disregard that. But let's say like a 10-year-old. If a 10-year-old is being approached by a 25-year-old.
That's out of control. No, that's unacceptable.
So it doesn't matter when it comes to the varying degree. If somebody puts a hand on a 10-year-old's knee, it doesn't matter that that's lesser on the scale. You're sexualizing a child and you deserve to be beaten in the streets, in my opinion. You know, that's a little draconian. But
I think you can make people really ultra sensitive, right? As in, I think that I would much rather live in a society where if somebody grabbed my ass, they weren't afraid I was going to sue them into oblivion, right?
Well,
as in, I think that,
but it's the context.
Right? I think that Al Franken, like doing a titty grab, right? And like having a funny photo, like I don't do any of this stuff. But like when I see it happen, like I've been grabbed and stuff, and I don't.
Well, but that's besides the point, though, like, Jules. Well, that's a different conversation.
Guys, let's just move on.
You want to create a culture when people are just like primed to be incompatible and in conflict, or do you want a fluid culture where like we can focus on bigger problems to solve? Right? Because I think
child abuse, that's a pretty big fucking problem right there.
And you can find those problems and you can solve them, and there's new problems to solve.
Big problem.
No, but Jules, my opinion, I think to expand on what Hero was saying, that sexualization of all aspects of life is a big problem in general. I mean, the pedophilia thing is just the most extreme example. But when it comes to sexuality in general, we have basically degraded ourselves as a culture and as a people by allowing this sort of obsession and constant flow of sexual stimuli to the point of meaninglessness. And that's a big problem in general.
Time when it came to incest. Remember, we had this conversation about sexual.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, we were talking about.
I'm gonna get crucified for all of this. Like it's.
Yeah.
No, but
first time.
It's like
first time, bud?
First time, bro.
First time.
Tag my place of employment. You know, welcome to the club. I hope.
I brought all my followers here. So everyone that follows me on Instagram is probably watching right now. So like.
No, but listen, Jules. I mean, we're not trying to jump on you, because
no, it's good.
But here's the problem. I think a very wise man who was a professor, who was my supervisor, he said once to me, he said, you know, Gio, sometimes there are people who are so open-minded that maybe sometimes their brain kind of falls out the other end. I think that's, I get what you're trying to say. You want to have a society of compassion and love and all of that, and that's good. But I think that there are limitations, and there's a natural impulse to be skeptical of the out-group that is just embedded within human nature. And I think that's a good thing. And I think that it's to destroy that capacity of skepticism and fight or flight. I think that leads to a lot of external consequences that are unforeseen, and that the fact that we're trying to demonize that gut repulsion, I think that's terrible in society, that we're trying to basically destroy that gut instinctual feeling of disgust and repulsion. I think that's a problem.
I think it misfires. Hold on, I want to respond to that. Hold on, I want to respond to that, because you can teach trauma. Like, if I wanted to traumatize people to things, I know exactly how to do it, and it's really easy to do.
Yeah.
For example, if I wanted to give someone a phobia of spiders, I wanted to give someone a phobia. Let's say I met a child. Okay.
Oh, here we go. It's
my child. Let's say it's my child. Let's say it's my child. I have a child. My child is 7. Okay. My child sees a spider. And my child is like way too cool with this spider, right? So I freak out. And I start panicking. My kid will start freaking out and start panicking, right? So I have conditioned my child to have a very specific reaction that mirrors mine to this thing, right? And you can do this with bunny rabbits. They literally did this experiment with bunny rabbits, where they took children,
or the one with
them around
the
bunny
rabbits,
and then had adults around the bunny rabbits, and the adults would start freaking out whenever they saw the bunny rabbits.
Freaking out about sexual.
When the kids would start freaking out when they saw the bunny rabbits, and then these kids developed real hardcore phobias of bunny rabbits. Okay.
But to take that analogy and apply it to
okay, hold on. And we spoke about, there's a documentary called An Open Secret, and one of the stories is about someone who was traumatically abused. He was traumatically abused, and then he comes back to his family. And I proposed that I thought the parents were complicit, if not more to blame, for his subsequent self-abuse, and he drank himself into a coma and died. Because you can trigger post-traumatic growth in people, or you can trigger post-traumatic stress in people. And if you are using empathy when you should be using compassion, what you're doing is hardwiring someone's brain, because you think the right thing to do is to share a negative feeling and understand it, instead of how do you get rid of the negative feeling. So the desire to get rid of repulsion, like, shouldn't make you not repulsed to like cannibalistic rats with rabies, right? Which is like literally what we're getting warned about if you follow the news because of like the quarantine. They're like, beware fucking rats that are like full of rabies, and like they're gonna start doing crazy shit. Like, you should probably be repulsed by pests and plague and like really disgusting things. But then there's some things that we have been trained to find repulsive that don't make sense.
Did you know that
like what? Like, give me. I fear to ask an example. I fear to ask an example.
Gio, don't explode this.
I think I'm going to use this moment to. I have to exit because I haven't eaten dinner, and I added nothing to this last half. But I will continue listening. Thanks for
Rob, you were amazing.
Good to see you, man. Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
so much.
Hopefully, you continue on
in.
the cannibal rats because that seems like a really cool subject to branch off on.
Rob, thank you so much for coming. And by the way, everybody could find Rob at the Rubber Onion podcast. Sometimes every Wednesday, but sometimes not.
Yes, and I talk sometimes in it, believe it or not.
Sometimes that sounds like.
All right, guys.
Bye-bye.
Good to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you, Rob.
Yeah, I gotta go soon too.
So yeah, I think we should probably wrap up pretty much in the next couple of minutes, but I just want to kind of like say my interpretation of what Jules is trying to say, which is if there are going to be horrible things that unfortunately end up happening to children, then if we compare making them feel about it as a perpetual victim their whole life versus making them, feel, better about it or feel as if it didn't affect them in such a way as to make them feel like a victim, then for psychological sanity, the latter would be a better choice. I think everybody would agree with that, right? Like that's...
Of course, but trauma in and of itself is unpredictable. It's not a matter, you can't, and the fact of the matter is, like, even a person who's been able to obtain therapy, who's been able to, like you said, not have an empathy reaction but a compassion reaction, still will have post-traumatic flashbacks. Like, I'm an example. Like, not all the therapy I went through was terrible, but even I to this day have terrible flashbacks. Like sometimes out of the blue, like I'll just like be sitting drawing, or I'll be watching my favorite show and I'll think back to like being cornered by 5 people, or I'll think about like being stuck in a program where I'm watching a girl appendix rupture because they want to believe that she's lying in order to go to the hospital even though she had appendicitis. Like trauma isn't like a singular thing. There's no one cure for every person, and to suggest that like there's this uniform fix and if you approach children with this way they won't grow up, it's not true. Like, unfortunately, people who suffer from trauma, especially at younger ages, that will have long-lasting psychological effects. And yes, of course, based on a person, those will vary, and some will be more severe and some will be less severe. Some will be able to go on and lead perfectly productive lives, and some people will have to be on some form of assistance for the rest of their lives because they can't leave their front door without thinking about that one time, and they'll freak out. So I wish, like, I've been studying mental health and mental well-being. The first podcast I ever did was a mental health awareness podcast, because I'm constantly trying to analyze how do we treat a problem when even a singular diagnosis can't be treated the same way across the board depending on the person, because those traumas happen from different things.
That's well said. And Fuck says, one cure for trauma, will to power. So thank you, Fuck, for being with us all this time. I mean, I really appreciate us talking about this stuff as well. And Jules, I want to thank you for like just going on a limb and just expanding what's on your mind about this. I mean, you like going in various interesting directions, and I think that like I want to encourage that, What? Wait, what?
I said playing devil's advocate is often a hard game to play.
Yes.
So
yes, it is.
Like I said, I've been through that thing where I'm like, okay, well, maybe if we're just super nice to them and we figure out how to get into their hearts, we can fundamentally, and that's where I started when it came to politics too. I was like, well, if I stay on the left and I identify as a leftist, I can branch.
Yeah, that isn't gonna work.
The gap between the people who think that conservatives are Nazis, and you know what happened? They called me a Nazi. They doxed me. They tried to bring up all kinds of crap from my past, no matter how compassionate, no matter how nice, no matter how many times I said please, no matter how many times I was like, you remember me from back in the day? Can we just have a compassionate conversation? I would just get beaten into the ground. So I'm telling you, when people are inherently evil, and when people will do terrible things, you can't expect that they are going to see a compassionate person as anything other than something to manipulate to get something out of.
Yeah, it reminds me.
I've been that person too many times, so I'm here to tell you that after being robbed, after being abused physically and mentally, after years and years of trying to be that for so many different people who I just saw as somebody that needed compassion, I'm telling you, it doesn't always work. And often it ends up turning on the person who's trying to offer the compassion.
I made this point before, and look, I really do appreciate to some degree, I do appreciate to some degree your worldview, because I think it's important that there are people who are willing to say, wait, maybe, just maybe. And just maybe, the ninth man theory, if all 9 men, or the 10th man theory, if all 9 men agree, then the 10th man in the room, it's his duty to disagree. Well, you know what? You're a great 10th man, but at the same time, when it comes to kids, for me, if you touch a kid sexually, you should be put to death.
I agree.
That's it. That I don't care if you want to cuddle. That's not
a lot of people.
And ultimately, I think you agree too. That's when we started talking about like more explicit stuff, like when it comes to much older and much younger, and not when it comes to like, oh, they're maybe 16 and the guy's maybe 19, and you know, maybe he accidentally groped her and she was like, rape. We're not talking about that, right? So I'm glad that we were able to get to the end of that, because I think when we break it down, like, you are not for children getting touched, but it really, because of the compassion you wanted to offer, because you're like, well, maybe we can offer this, well, maybe they can do that, that comes off like you're trying to defend evil.
I think there are people that would want to do draconian things to Biden if you gave them the thumbs up, and I think that's repulsive.
I think it's elder abuse to have him running for president.
Yes, I think it.
By the way, Graventus wanted to add something in before.
Yeah, I was just going to sort of the comment made, this idea of, you know, if you always offer compassion, like, it's going to work. And I remember having a philosophy professor, I forget exactly what he called it, but I remember it's sort of like Halo Dagger Axe, the idea of like a society where everyone's like this innocent, like pure, to introduce like one person who is actively malicious, like he's gonna destroy all of it. Yeah. You have to have kind of that axe element, that idea of someone who needs to keep the justice, who needs to kind of be suspicious of people in order to kind of protect those who are on the more innocent side, who will offer compassion and are going to get taken advantage of.
And that
this
could.
Is why Rawls is 100% wrong. In my opinion.
I gotta read Rawls. I know that Giorgiani's not a big fan of Rawls at all. He hates Rawls, and I'm curious as to why. I'm gonna find that out later. But one last thing that I wanted to touch on before we go is just any final points that you guys have. It doesn't have to be about what we talked about right now. It could be about anything earlier. Let's start with Hero, because Hero, you haven't been speaking that much, and I want to, by the way, thank Hero. Hero is a real hero. He's been here from the very beginning, not just on this program, but in the other streams that we've been doing. That's how I discovered Hero originally. Like, he was really active in the chat, and I want to thank you, Hero, and everybody in the chat right now who's watching this. You guys are helping to build this thing that we're trying to do, where we're going to try to connect different people together, kind of like we're doing right now, we've been doing before. And we would definitely appreciate you guys helping us out financially too. Patreon.com/11joules, major shilling mode, major shilling mode.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Exactly, that's definitely coming.
$5 patron. I want to start doing dollar events where if you're a patron, the events are free. We're figuring this out. We've got a back end. Lev and I are
we'll figure it out.
The conflict of visions here.
Yes, and don't forget to subscribe as well. Subscribe to this. Whoever's watching right now, we definitely are going to grow with your help. There is no doubt about it. I love you guys all. You guys are amazing. But anyway, Hero, take it away.
Well, first off, thanks, Lev. That's awfully nice of you. I'm kind of a nobody on Twitter. I'm just some armchair, loser.
You have the best microphone out of all of us, probably. I mean, my microphone's pretty good. You have a good microphone.
Blue Snowball, my dude. No, I mean, I'm still, I'm really flattered that you enjoyed having me on. I'll be open to come on anytime if you want. Yeah, in terms of just anything we were talking about. There are a couple things, but I feel like they would kind of blow up a little bit too much, so I don't want to get into them too hard. Basically, in short, I wanted to reiterate that there is a difference between reinforcing positive social, socializing, and then bullying in terms of traumatizing and hurting people. I would say I'm definitely part of the latter. I'm an example of what happens when you do that too much. And then the other thing is, Jules, I like you. You're a really good guy, and you have a really good heart, and I know it's in the right place. But this ideology is poisoning your mind, man. I would hope that you kind of step away from it a little bit.
Yikes. Amen.
I hope not. I appreciate it.
You're a nice guy. That's cool.
It was a very nice way to put it.
That was very sweet. Like, honestly, I'm actually like very blown away at how sweet that was.
I just try to be as sincere as I can.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's go to Gravitas.
I think I said my piece, I'll just echo what Hero said, just kind of that, and off my previous point, the idea of, there is the difference between like the actively malicious and the person who kind of tries to keep the peace. And, that's where it's kind of hard to draw the line, but you can't just eliminate it wholesale or else you kind of end up with things falling apart.
And Tim and Kim.
All right, well,
I get my own statement, right?
Yes.
Okay.
To comment on that stuff, I would like to say, I brought it up last time and it still holds true. When you have hard times, you develop hard people to counter those times. Hard people will make soft times. It'll be easier to live for everyone else. Soft times will make soft people. And then the times will get hard again. And we're watching that happen. A pendulum doesn't just swing politically. And we're watching soft-handed people realize that they're afraid because they don't know what to do. And it's going to make them turn hard again. They're going to need to realize, like, okay, I'm going to need to tighten my belt. I'm going to need to tighten my jaw. And I'm going to need to put away what I prefer to do and do what I need to do. Because it's something important to notice about what you guys are saying, how you need someone who's hard around. You need to have some hard guy around. Well, look, if you're fighting for something, it does not mean you're fighting because you hate something else. And there's a huge distinction, and people get this confused a lot. I often get accused of hate mongering when I'm saying no. I'm saying I would protect something against something else. I'm not saying I would hunt something down. That thing I don't like can live wherever it wants to away from me. I'm saying if it wants to do its thing, fine. Just don't let it hurt me or anyone I care about, because I'm going to fight to protect what I love, like I hate whatever I'm fighting. But it doesn't mean I carry hate in my heart. And the big distinction needs to be made. Like, bad people, they don't want to protect shit. They want to protect their next orgasm, proverbial or physical. That's all they want to protect. They just want to guarantee their payday. And bad people will do anything to guarantee that. Doesn't matter who.
That's my guy.
So I guess that's my 2 cents. And no hostility or anything. I agree, it's ideology, not personal, but just some of the stuff that you promote, I get you're just questioning, but for me, it doesn't sound good. It sounds like you're running something that goes dangerously close to the comments made by people who are beyond the pale and beyond the ability to return. So it's not all things are open and okay. Not all things can be considered gray areas. There has to be a line. You have to have a hard line somewhere in you, or you're not going to be able to keep standing when evil shit keeps pushing. You're going to fall with it. You got to have some spot that doesn't erode. And it seems like your willingness to listen to every side, I don't see that there's a steel center in there. And I see a lot more jelly than spine. That's just my opinion.
My turn. I wasn't actually going to say all that much, but I appreciate you guys having me on the show. I'll throw in my plug. Everybody who's watching, like, subscribe, follow, hit the notification bell, because these conversations are really good. And despite the fact that they get heated, that's a good thing. It keeps things interesting. It keeps us growing as people, and let people challenge you. That's my biggest thing I want to leave off. Let people challenge you without taking it personally, because like this conversation, it'll help everybody in that group grow. If you don't end up agreeing in the end, that's still fine, but allow your viewpoints to be challenged, because you might learn something new. You might learn that you were wrong, and either way, it develops better and it's good for discourse long term in an age where we're always getting separated into smaller groups of people. Also, follow us over at the McGowan Culture, and y'all guys are the best. Thank you.
Thank you. And Gio, you've got the final word.
What do I say? I think I tweeted out today. I'll probably echo my same sentiment. Sorry, I'm just gonna say this because I feel like we're kind of dogpiling on Jules, but I tweeted out that the 2010s felt very defeating and deflationary for a lot of people, and it was just very terrible, and the culture stagnated immensely in that decade. But when you look at what's ahead of in the 2020s, we've experienced more events within half a year than I think within the last 10 years. And I think it's just beginning, and that maybe things are accelerating. And like the Chinese say, we are condemned, but maybe not condemned. We are sort of condemned to live in interesting times, and things are getting somewhat crazier by the minute. And it seems every day is just a new sort of spectacle to witness. And in that, we could sort of ride the waves of history, and we could perhaps maybe use this opportunity to create a more based and red-pilled future. Who knows? We need to chaos max in order to see what's going to happen next. And through chaos maxing, I truly believe that perhaps, maybe slightly, we can sort of grab the reins of history and all of that, vitalism, all that stuff. Yeah. So I don't know. My brain is kind of mush right now. So
God willing, man.
God willing. Exactly.
USA. 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 All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate all of you. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and we are going to see you next Thursday where we're... that's adorable. We're going to see you next Thursday where we're going to have a show about the paranormal. So I hope you tune in. Gravantis, you're joining us for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Take care, everybody. Have a good night and stay safe.